All right, so we're here at the machine. I'm sitting down. My first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start on this first one, and this is the 3 pieces that I'm going to sew together. There's actually 2 of those, so I'm going to have 2 of those long pieces sewn together, and once I get that sewn, we cut them in squares. And as you can see, this is the quilt I have right up here behind me. That's the one I'm trying to make, the table runner. So I'm going to start on that first. All right, so I just got finished cutting all my squares. I actually I have 8 of the light colored. I have 5 of the darker color. And you'll actually, when you end up, you're gonna have 2 extra squares. And I guess in case you make a mistake, you've got some extras, which that's always a good thing. So I'm gonna have to go back and reference my pattern now. And the next thing is I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna start working with my triangles. I gotta start sewing some of these together, and then we gotta start sewing this thing together. So stay tuned. All right, so if everything went okay, I should have what you see up here, okay? So let's check this out. Let's just see if it looks like it. The next step now is to do some quilting. All right, we're out here. We're at the Handi Quilter Infinity. Got the Pro Stitcher on it. As you can see, we actually got the table runner all pinned to it. and we're going to do the robotic system and let it do some stippling on this thing to kind of finish this quilt. So let's get this thing started. Alright guys, hey, just got it off the long arm, and I don't know if y'all can see it, but I'm going to bring it a little closer so you can see the work. But that was all done on the Pro Stitcher, so my quilt is basically complete. You know, got the batting and the backing on, and all's left next to do is do the binding. So I'm going to get it bound, and guess what? Remember we talked about the hours? Why, I'm proud to announce right now I feel pretty good about this because the Pro Stitcher really speeded me up. So we're approximately right now 2.5 hours. So if I can get this done in 30 minutes, the binding, which Deb's telling me it might take me a little longer than that, but I'm going to be just a shy over 3 hours, I'm thinking. So I may make my goal of 4 hours, so we'll see.
Hi, I'm Vicki Hoth. Congratulations on the purchase of your new 𝐏𝐤𝐸𝐾𝐬 stationary long arm quilting machine. That was a mouthful, wasn't it? But this is such an awesome machine. You are going to love it. So what does it come with? It comes with the 18-inch Capri, 18-inch throat space. You have the 𝐏𝐤 insight table with stitch regulation. You are going to be able to finish so many quilts and have that perfect stitch. So join me and let's get started on putting it together.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, welcome to day 4 of our virtual Quilt Fest. We're so happy that you're joined us this morning. And hey, we got another great show in store for y'all today. And again, we have Eleanor Burns is going to be here. And we had a little audio difficulty with Eleanor yesterday, but I think they've got it all worked out today. And so we're going to have her. She's going to have another trunk show with us and show some of the history of her quilts. So we're looking forward to that. And then we have just a great lineup of presenters all day with some incredible show specials. So one of the things I kind of want to talk about this morning before we get going is, the theme of our Quilt Fest has been, people getting into quilting. And I think you've heard from most of the presenters out there, they've basically said, just start. You just need to start. I know that quilting can be intimidated for people. Excuse me. Just because of all the difficulty, the quilts look, excuse me, some of the quilts look like they're so detailed and there's so much work. And I know that, myself, I would look at a quilt and go, I don't see how somebody could even do that. And then you can look at some of these big long arm quilting machines that, they can be intimidated as well. But however, I'm a perfect example that anybody can do it. We actually have ready to sew quilt kits that we sell. And, we were showing our quilt kits and somebody challenged me to do one. So I actually did one and it actually turned out pretty good. So I wanted to show some of our ready to sew quilt kits this morning for everybody, because anybody, if you're not a quilter and you've just always thought about getting into it and wanting to do it, and I'll tell you how this all came about. Going to quilt shows and working all these quilt shows like we do, people would come up to me and say, I would love to quilt, but I'm just not good at picking out colors, and I'm not good at picking out my fabric. I don't know. It's just overwhelming to me. So, we were thinking about that, and I talked to some of our quilters and they were like, I asked them if there was kits out there, and they said, yeah, there's kits out there, but a lot of them, it requires, a lot of cutting, so like if the kit required, called for a 7-inch star, they would give you an 8-inch piece of fabric square and you would have to cut your star out. And I was like, that just seems like a lot of work for somebody, brand new getting into it. So what we did is we came out with our ready to sew kits. They're all pre-cut. So if you have a call for a 7-inch star, guess what? You get a 7-inch star. And that way, when you get the kit, as soon as you open it up, you can start sewing. And so that's kind of the whole premise behind our ready to sew quilt kits. And you can see one right there. David's going to kind of just go through all these. There's a ton of them. Now, the one you're seeing right now, that's called the Rejoice Table Runner. And that's actually the one I did my challenge on. And these things are incredible. All these are ready to go. You can just open the bag up and start sewing. And so that's the great thing. And you don't even need a quilting machine. You can use your domestic machine at home and do it. I know that people right now that have bought our kits that, have just a regular flatbed domestic machine, and they have actually been able to do all these quilt kits and make them, and they turn out great. So, right now we actually, I gave a challenge out to Jane Klaus. Jane Klaus is a brother ambassador out of Chicago. She has a do-it-yourself show up on WGN in Chicago. And so I sent her a kit and I told her to film her doing one, and she's going to try to be creative and do a few cool things with it. And we're going to have her on one of our regular Thursday Facebook Live shows. And we'll advertise that so y'all can come and check it out and see her journey of making one, because she's never quilted at all either. She's, been on the sewing and embroidery side. So this will be a unique thing for her to look at. So as you're seeing all the quilt kits there, we do have those on the website right now. You're ready to sew. Ready to sell. You can actually go on our website and just type in ready to sew quilt kits, and that page will come up, and you'll be able to see all the great kits that we have. And, we've got a lot of, some really good designers too that are going to be coming out with some kits as well, that some pretty well-known designers that you will know the names. We're going to have their designs and patterns, and we're going to make them into ready to sew quilt kits, so you can just get those and go to sewing on them. So anyway, I wanted to kind of just tell you about those, because this is we've talked a lot about people just getting started, and I know that you know, I get told all the time that they're just that intimidation level for people, and I know I've been there. I can relate to you. So anyway, hey guys, we're really happy about everything that's going. The Quilt Fest is going really great. We have been giving a ton of product away, and you know, we had a email last night. Somebody's like, "How can I sign up for that $50,000 Dream Studio package?" You know, that giveaway that we're giving away, and it's not too late. That's what I wanted to tell you. It's not too late to sign up. You can go on to our website. You can look and see what all the things that we're giving away for that Dream Studio. But how you going to win? You know the criteria for winning or entering basically was going, if you voted on a quilt, you know, which now the voting is over with. It ended on Monday morning at 7:30. But, you know, that was one of the criterias. And there was also a place that you could actually just enter your email address on that Quilt Fest page and enter. But however, you know, they're asking, well, how can I enter it now? Well, you still can. How it works is it's based on participation. So we have algorithms set up to where anytime you're doing any activity, either on YouTube page or our Facebook page, it basically is going to take that username and enter you in the contest. So you know, what I'm going to tell you is, if you go and share the video on Facebook, if you like the video, if you actually go and make comments, ask questions throughout the day, that's going to help your chances. If you're on YouTube, you go down and hit that bell notification, give the thumbs up, subscribe to our channel, and you'll also help your chances. So just do that. You know, get your friends involved, and I promise you it's going to help your chances every day. Just as long as you're participating every day, you're going to get your name basically put in the hat that many more times. So that's how you can still win that prize. Now, as far as the everyday giveaways, we're giving stuff away every day, tons of things away. I think we're giving like, you know, 12 or so items away daily. And there's been sewing machines given away every day, embroidery machines given away, all kinds of accessories. And so those type of things, again, if you're on Facebook or YouTube, we're randomly choosing people from both platforms. We are running the platform from our software. It basically doesn't matter if you're on Facebook or YouTube, you have the same chance to win. So just keep that in mind. And so just all we want you to do is ask questions and make comments and do all the things I said, and it'll help you even win the daily prizes. So, all right. So, hey, we have got a great show for you today, and I'm super excited about it. We got some great specials today. And now some of the things I got to tell you, we cannot say the price on air. So, and I think I've been telling y'all that every day. So certain things I'm going to be able to share the price with you right on the air and say, hey, this is the show special, and here's the price. Some things I can't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you what the regular price is, and then I'm going to say, to get the show price, you have to call in. So you'll have to call in our 1-800-401-8151, or you're going to visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can speak to the live chat agents we have standing by as well, and they can help you out with the pricing. If you can't get through by chance, which I know our call volume is really busy right now, and if you can't get through, Kyle throughout the day over in chat, he will be putting up a link to a Google Sheet page. And what you can do is you go in there, put your name, your phone number where they can contact you, and the product that you're inquiring about. And then what will happen, that gets updated real time in our call center, and they're going to call you just as soon as they get freed up. And what they've been doing, they've been kind of going to the afternoons, and they've been trying to get everybody back before the end of the day. If they don't get you by the end of today, they'll try to get you first thing tomorrow morning. But Kyle told me, so far there's been, over 120 people that signed the Google Sheets because they couldn't get through. And I don't know for sure how many people's gotten called back, but we've been getting a lot of chats and emails from people saying, hey, they did call me back. So I know that they're working hard to get to everybody. So just have a little patience with us, and we'll get you there. However, no matter what, if you get on that Google Sheets, I'm going to give you a week after the show ends that we're going to still honor all those show specials. As long as you're on that Google Sheet and you couldn't get through for some reason, I'm still going to honor that price for a week after the show. So you're taken care of. So don't worry, we'll get you taken care of. Also want to give a big shout out to all of our Facebook and YouTube chatters that we have are in the studio with us today. They're actually helping out. And, that's Candace, Rhonda, Deb, Marina, and Pat are all working really hard to answer your questions in chat. And so if you have a question and it doesn't make the show on air where we can ask the presenter, they're going to try to find that answer for you and answer it. So you can kind of see those. They've been working really hard, and a lot of chats are coming in. So y'all probably see how many people are coming in. So it's kind of hard to keep up with sometimes. So just, again, have a little patience right there. We're going to try to get you in. If you ask a question and it doesn't get answered, don't be afraid to ask it again, because they may have just missed it. So the one other thing I got to tell you before we get our first presenter up there too, is we had a little problem yesterday with some spammers got on our chat and started giving people these fake email addresses and things or websites to come and enter some sort of prize. We are not doing that. We're not going to do it. We're monitoring it very closely. As soon as we find that type of thing, we ban them and delete it off. But just in case, I just want to let you know, if you do see something like that, we are not doing it. The only thing that you're going to see from us on the chat is we're going to put that Google Sheet link up there for you to be able to sign up. Other than that, we're going to contact you directly, or we're going to wait for you to contact us. Okay? So just I don't want to get anybody to get out there and get spammed and something bad happens. So because there's a lot of people out there trying to take advantage of us. So anyway, just be aware of that. So all right, guys, I'm super excited to have our first presenter up this morning, and it's 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓸𝓵𝓬𝓷𝓰. He's from the Grace Company, and I'm telling you, Nathan, his title is the Director of Marketing and Sales, but this guy, I'm telling you, he does everything. He is involved in the product development. He's involved in customer relations and customer service, and I've known Nathan for a lot of years. And he is super, super knowledgeable about quilting. He's got about 26 years of experience in quilting. And I tell you, you can tell when you talk to him. He is a great presenter. And we have some stuff this morning that we're going to talk about that's absolutely going to make your life easier when you want to start cutting some fabric and things. So welcome to the show, 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓸𝓵𝓬𝓷𝓰.
Welcome. Hey, thanks, Blaine. I'm super glad to be able to be with you this morning. Thanks
Hey, we're glad you're here. We're glad you're here, Nathan. Hey, and I know that this morning you're going to try to make everybody's life a little easier talking all about some of these TrueCut products.
I am. Easier, safer, and actually more accurate. So those are all key things that we do. So I really appreciate that. Maybe to start off part of the day, Blaine, I just want to come back and say, thank you very much. Thanks to everybody that's out there that's on today. I'm just looking, Teresa and Isla and Janice and so Peggy and Melanie and so many of these other people. I know, Blaine, that you draw in a crowd from around the world, really, with what that is from Sewing Machines Plus. And I just wanted to thank you as, the individual and the group and the company that's putting this digital event on. I think it's something that we need. I'm glad. It's been fun seeing some of the different presentations and the different products and all the things that you've had over the last few days. I know we have a couple more days. In fact, we have not only this exciting stuff today, but we have some other items that we get to participate with a little later today and tomorrow and some on Saturday. So we're looking forward to continuing to come back and be with everybody who's here joining us. So again, thanks, Blaine. Thanks, team. Thanks all you quilters who are joining us this morning. I'm excited to get us started. I'm Nathan with the Grace Company. I've been here for several years. I'm a little over 15. I would not call myself a quilter, but I would tell you that I have finished several quilts on my own. I've had some quilts and some large automated quilting components shown in some national fashion shows and other things. So I've had my chance to get my hands dirty and wet a little bit. In fact, a couple of the products that I'm going to show you, I actually designed them, which is awesome. Our company allows us to find and understand the troubles and the challenges that our customers have, and then come out with solutions that really make life much easier. And today I'm going to be talking about the TrueCut system. And so this is a cutting system that solves some of your biggest challenges. So take a step back, think, and I love that Blaine brought up those pre-done kits that you can buy that are already cut. What we find is that you love choosing your fabrics. There's a lot of quilters who love fabrics. You love choosing your patterns. Even the thread process is enjoyable, but once you have to start to cutting them, now, sure, yeah, there might be a very limited amount of you that really love that. But what we find is over time, that becomes stressful on our joints and our hands. In fact, some of the sad things is we've heard stories from quilters who can't kind of do what they love most because they have a hard time cutting. And our product, one of the key things we've looked at is how do we solve some of these biggest challenges. So I hope you stick with me here as we go through. I'm going to talk about our most popular kit, which is what we have on sale, and really all the TrueCut items on sale. And you might have seen Carla, she did a demonstration on the circle cutter. We'll get back to that briefly. But again, thanks for joining me. So I'm going to start off by presenting some of the different products, what makes them unique, and then what are they solving? How does it make it easier? Well, it's a cutter, so how can you make a cutter work or help you cut easier? What about creating additional safety, right? So how and why do these products make it safer for you to use them versus others? And then what do we do to help increase accuracy? And you're going to see that as these come together, that's the case. Now, again, you might think, well, I already have one cutter. Now put your hand up. You might have two, you might have three. You know, that's the case. We did a quick research study to find out what caused consumers to buy or look for other cutters. A real high level easy one was they said, well, I just wanted something with a different color. So that's fine. So you might have a couple because of that. You might have one because you're cutting in different areas. You might have one you travel with. That's probably sharpied up with your name, or you have a ribbon tied through the handle, right? So nobody walks off with your cutter. You know, and some of those, the reason probably you've also maybe looked at buying one is to help with some of the challenges, either the stress in the wrist, the fingers and the joints. And so you're looking for something that might be a little bit more ergonomic or something to solve that. And so that's probably one of the reasons we hear from our quilters that that's where their path has taken them. What's really funny is I will have people as I'm talking about this, and they'll kind of be walking down an aisle if I'm at a show or if they're here in our showroom. And I'll say, I would love to show you the system that will help make cutting and help your cutting life be a little bit easier. And they, well, I already have. When I said, I know, but you're going to want something else once I show you what this does. So I'm excited about showing you that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you that one of our most popular items really is what we call, if we can look over here at our quilters combo. And this quilters combo is a set that comes with our longest ruler. What it also comes with is, if we can kind of come back and take a look at what I have here, these items. So it comes with the long ruler. And again, we know that if you think about this, if you're cutting and you're moving down and you're cutting as you're going away, that you get, it's hard to keep that against that edge. And so the long ruler is critical to help give you what we're going to show you here, our patented technology all the way down. It comes with our ergonomic cutter. So this cutter is different. Let me kind of show this to our close-up camera maybe here for a minute. So this cutter looks a little bit different than what you might find with others that you've used. And some people say, well, I've seen something kind of like that. Well, unless it's actually a TrueCut, I'll show you why it's not this and how this one really does solve the challenges and help you have a much more comfortable grip. So this is one of them. The other thing that we include in this kit is our True Grips, which are our non-slide pads. And these fit on the back of our rulers. And by the way, you can put these on any one of your rulers to help keep anything that you already have from slipping and sliding and help keep it in place. And so I'm going to demonstrate these pieces and the unique components with each one of them. Let me just start with a simple ruler. Well, why would we maybe think that something like this TrueCut ruler would be of advantage over one of the existing ones? And let's get a close-up here. I'm going to show you this piece right here. So if we can take a look at this, this actually has, and I'm going to have this and keep this, this actually has an elevated lip, so it's thicker. It's about an 1/8 inch right here. And if we can keep the camera on here, one of the key things this does is that our rulers actually have a guide. So what this does is these two components actually lock together so that you don't come off. So if you'll notice, this just sits right on there nice and tight, and they hold together. And so what happens is as we continue, if we kind of look at this, as we continue cutting, and as we're moving down our stroke, what we usually find is that by the time we get down here, we're exceeding where we're going and we're going too far, and then we split. So one, the ruler moves on the fabric and the fabric moves, or the cutter tends to veer away. Then we have to come back. We end up having some tails on our fabrics. We have to go back and precisely cut them, and we're losing a little fabric. So this whole process becomes a little bit more challenging. So I'm going to kind of go back to this ruler here. This taller edge creates a much thicker edge so that it's much harder to get your blade up and over it. So it's actually safer because it's taller, which then keeps your cutter from going over it. Also, because it's thicker, it gives you a better edge to keep that blade against. So it actually helps make it easier to keep your blade aligned as you go down this edge. The other thing that we have, which is very unique, is you'll notice that there are these holes And if we can go back to our overhead, is we kind of do this. One of the great things that we have, and I'm just going to take a small piece of fabric to show you this, is that this gives us a chance to kind of, if we need to or want to, keep our fingers, and it goes down right on to that fabric as well. So we end up with a lot more control over this ruler. One is because we can add those non-slip pads. Two, because we end up with these holes. We end up with some additional safety. So what we end up with as a combo is we're not struggling and we're not fighting this cutting battle as we go all the way down the track. We actually can relax and take ourselves and put ourselves in a position where physically we're not having to struggle with the challenge of cutting. So I just wanted to point out from a ruler perspective, at the same price as what you're going to find a lot of the other rulers, this ruler does have many additional features: holes, taller edges. You can also, again, these non-slip pads can be put on any ruler that you have out there. And then when you combine it with, obviously, one of our amazing cutters, they have these patented technologies that keep that cutter on that edge the entire way down. So again, on its own, it's an amazing, we also injection mold them so they're stronger. So if you drop them, you're not chipping corners or breaking them. I had somebody say, well, what if I sit on it? I said, well, I don't know if necessarily that's going to keep it, if it's going to break, because there's a limit on them. But again, they're more durable as well. So those are the things we talk about even with just this ruler in part of that kit. Again, it's a wonderful set and has a wonderful system that makes cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. Let me just briefly talk about our ergonomic cutter here and what this is. And let's bring up a close-up of this too. I want to show you. So if you think about it, we're used to straight cutters, and the straight cutters have an arm. Some of them might have a slight bend to them, but really the blade is extended out on the edge. And what I want to show you is the difference is just where that blade is located. Let's get one here. I'm going to turn it this way so you can see with the blade here. If you notice that, the blade is actually dropped below. So in reality, it actually is a straight cutter. So there is no learning or changing the way that we have to hold things. So you can still hold the cutter the same way you're used to. And in fact, let's take a look and let me show you a couple different ways to hold this cutter. Again, there is really no right or wrong. So you would come into this with a preference. I'll show you the most ergonomic and what that actually does and how it makes cutting just remarkably simple for you as an individual. And I'm going to show you a couple things that come with the kit as well. Let's just take this one because this looks a little more familiar. This is the blades available. We have this arm. Now, what we can do when we hold this is we can grip onto it and just hold it here on the side like we would normally do for those of us that kind of wrap our hands around a straight cutter. The other thing we could, and if you might want to say, well, how would I hold it? Well, by the way, just pick up your cutter. You put your thumb on the top. Are you putting an index, or are you just kind of wrapping your hand around? The same thing applies. We can wrap our hand around. We can use our thumb. And so you'll notice if we do a close-up here again, there's a great place here for our thumb to do. If we're also going to do this with our index, what we don't do is we don't hold back on this. What we're not looking to do is to create additional leverage. What we really want to do is nestle this down. And I'm going to show you here. So we're going to nestle this just down in our hand. And what this does is this is going to give us tremendous accuracy. And let's go from the front here. I'm going to show you this as I take this cutter. And I always like to talk about don't do this at home, okay? Because you do want to hold on to it. But I'm going to show you. I can actually take it. And so those that have difficulty squeezing or gripping, so think about that. How much do you end up with pain in your knuckles or in your finger as it gets extended? What about your wrist? How about your elbow? What about your shoulder? Again, if we're going to cut, what we normally do is we get pressure up over this cutter, and we're doing this in order to create downward pressure for the cut. Well, watch this. Watch the difference. So if I go from a straight cutter to an ergonomic cutter, what I get to do, if we can stay like straight on here, so if we go from this, what we get is we can take our shoulders from here and we get to relax. And those arms and our shoulders come to the side. And that allows us to take that hand, and now we actually can just do this with a simple downward pressure. So I'm going to show you this. Let's do this one here. So I'm going to take, now again, don't do this, but I want to show you how ergonomic. Now I can literally take my hand and rest on the cutter, and literally with a little forward pressure as we're moving through this, it cuts. So what this does, think about this. If you're at home and you go to stand up and you have some armrests, what do we use? We use the palms of our hands. We use those to engage, to lift us, to get us up off of where we're going. And what we're doing is by taking and changing the shape, that actually allows that same strength that we normally use, not in our fingers, not in our knuckles, not in our elbows, but just that nice palm of our hand, that gets to rest it, and so that we can take and transfer that power down to the cutting surface. What we hear when people try this is a couple things. First, they feel like, did I even cut that? Did I put any pressure? And what you'll find is that it actually takes less effort to make the same cut because of the weight that your body naturally has as it pushes it through the palm of your hand as you're cutting. And I love people, I just love to say, would you just go ahead and cut? I want you to kind of get a feel to see how that feels. And so it just makes it super buttery smooth. One of the things I love talking about is if you're thinking about yourself, you're like, well, that might be good. That ergonomically is going to really help reduce some of the strain. If you have grip problems, you'll know right off the bat that you're going to be able to handle this cutter with a lot less, with a lot more dexterity, if I should say so, because there's less physical efforts. I literally can't cut this without gripping on it hard because it falls out of my hand. Whereas this one, by resting it in the palm, what we get is we get that downward pressure and it balances and it makes it very easy to cut. So you might be thinking, well, Nathan, you know, I bought in and I have how many rulers? Put your hand up if you have at least 5, okay? Put your hand up, maybe comment if you have 10. I'm guessing that some of you are 15, 20, you know, there's a lot of rulers. There's squaring rulers and triangle rulers and long rulers and short rulers. You probably have more than you're filled. What's really awesome is that this cutter on its own works just as well ergonomically with what you already have in your sewing room. So you do not need to go ahead and get rid of everything you have. So this cutter can work independently with regular rulers. If you want the special guide in our package, we do include the special locking mechanism. So if we'll kind of do a close-up on this here. So this is how it comes in the package, is something that you can use with all your standard rulers that you already have. However, what we include in the back is we actually include a guide that lets you pop this guide on so that you can use it with our patented ruler cutter combo in order to keep those together. So again, this is how it comes out of the package. So you can use it with all the things that you already know. And while I'm showing this close up, let me show you one other really fun thing. The reason it's called My Comfort Cutter is you can actually personalize the handle. So what we can do is you can actually open the handle up, and there is a template that you can use to trace. And a lot of people will put a piece of cloth in here. You might cut a shape that you would like. You might embroider a small piece if you have an embroidery machine. Heck, you might just put Sharpie in there, and then you clip these back on. And so that can be done on both sides of the handle so that it can be personalized for you. Yes, it's your cutter. If you want, sure, you can still tie a ribbon on it. You can do other things, but this is a great way to make it all customizable and personalized for you as well. And so again, the cutter does come so that it works with all your standard rulers. One of the other questions that we end up getting asked at this point is, well, Nathan, I'm a left-handed. Love those creative people. We're all creative, but by the way, our owner and our president are left-handed. Yes, these cutters can be used for both left and right-handed individuals. And I am just going to quickly show you. I'm going to just do a switch out here again. We'll just do another close-up of how easy it is. Our My Comfort cutters come with this really nice, super easy quick release. So literally that just pops the blade right out, so we don't have to handle the blade. And then really, and I'm going to do this kind of quick, which is nice, is we have instructions and videos, but it can just actually be pulled off, and we can take these pieces to go from left-handed to right-handed users. So I just switched it. We're going to pop that blade back in there. So again, so if I'm a left-handed user now, it has been set up. So now we would show you that the same cutter can be used if you're left or you're right-handed. Again, so here is that great ergonomic cutter. This little lever that we might be looking at is actually what we do to expose the blade. So that's how we show that. And one of the things that we've done when we've engineered this, we wanted to make sure that you had as much possible blade as possible so you can cut extra thick layers of fabric. And again, so this little gauge right here is just an easy guide that we use to put that and lock it and open it for safety. So with this, one other question that people say, well, I just want to quickly shift from left to right hand. That's okay. Go ahead. You can get 2 cutters. And that's always a good thing. Or if you want, we also have the same track and guide system built into our straight cutters. So you can get a simple straight cutter that still has the patented piece that locks into the ruler. So if you prefer just to use something that you're using between left and right-handed, we have designed that into our straight cutter. Our straight cutters also have a quick release mechanism, so you don't have to manage or handle the blade. Super easy to take that out, super easy to put it back in. So I'm gonna kind of put those two together, and I'm going to just do some quick cutting to show you how that fits and how our arms work and how we use that as far as part of our motion, so you can kind of understand how and why I'm saying that it makes it easier, why it helps create the additional safety, and at the end, why and how it helps create a more accurate cut for you. So I'm just gonna go ahead and move some of the scrap to the side. I'm gonna do a quick demo on a standard one without the guide and the lock. Let me go ahead and put this over here for you. So really quick, let's maybe flash back, Bryant, to kind of show everybody here this package that we've got. This is one of the key things that we say about if somebody sees this combo, we sell an amazing amount of these because this does come with a long ruler, this comes with the non-slip pads, and this comes with the ergonomic cutter. So this is called the Quilter's combo. And right now, I know that Sewing Machines Plus is running a pretty amazing special. We're gonna get into this electric sharpener, and there is a combo kit that you can buy with the sharpener, and then you get even a little bit of a better deal, or you can obviously get the My Quilter's combo, or any one of these products are available for you to use individually as well. So that's kind of one of the great kits. So let's go ahead and come back. I'm gonna go ahead and cut with just a regular, the cutter without the guide. And I'm gonna put it here. Again, first let me just show you, I have the non-slip pads on there. I'm gonna drop it down. I just want you to see how that really helps create, I can go ahead and push that. Those non-slip pads really help keep that in place. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna just put this next to it. But again, if you think about this, usually we're fighting. Usually we're putting pressure, we're holding this hard, and if you watch yourself next time you cut, you're gonna probably have white marks on your hand, and you're gonna find stress because you're really putting a lot of pressure. The same thing's gonna happen if you're using a straight cutter and you're doing this, you're going to start to see that there are these white spots and that you're going to be struggling with. So let's go back to our overhead to see this. I wanna show you. You can see how I'm ending up with the pressure points right here. You can see how I can do the same thing. A lot of times we do this, we end up with pressure here, or we're doing the same thing here. And so these create a lot of pressure in this area. So again, if I grab this one, now I have the ergonomics. However, this one can still come away from the edge, right? And so this one, we still end up with a little bit of a challenge in trying to keep those all together. What's really nice is if we get the one that has the guide, and this guide actually just rests, if you watch this, it just rests right over that lip. So I'm just gonna move this here, open it up. I'm just gonna drop that. It drops right on top of that. Let's do the close-up over here on the side again, show you one more time what we're doing here. So we're gonna go right down that. So now we get this locked in mechanism, and those two are gonna stay together. So I'm just gonna put this down to show you. It goes over the top. Again, I like to rest my hand over the top ergonomically, so it makes it a lot less pressure. And by simply moving forward, we find that no longer are we trying to push our body and hold and put pressure over everything. Move that a little bit, come back here. Again, you can feel like you're a little more comfortable because now you have this lip, so it's harder for the cutter to come back up. You know, maybe just quickly throw a comment. I'm pretty sure either you or you know a friend that's probably been injured by a rotary blade cutter with some kind of an accident, with something slipping because of the pressure. And so again, I just recommend you don't need to be in that spot. Let's get you something that's safer. Let's get something that helps create control, not only at the beginning of the cut, but also at the end of the cut. So those two things stay together all the way down. Really quick, what I normally also find as I'm talking to quilters is they first go like, oh, that's great for my friend. Then they go like, oh, that's great for somebody younger starting. And they go, wait a minute, that's probably just as great for me. So think through that and with what that is. Maybe really quick, as before we get into a couple other things, I want to do some demos on some thick cuts for you to see. Blaine, maybe I can come back to you for just a couple minutes and have you share with us some of the specials that you have going on with the TrueCut right now with Sewing Machines Plus.
Hey, thanks, Nathan. You're right. We have a great special on this. And guys, I'm telling you, this thing, Nathan does a great job of showing that. But I love this cutter. I tell you, and that ruler, the way it has the guide, it's going to be so much safer. And I'm telling you, we got a great price on this. The price you see on the screen, $99, that is the price. That's our show price. You can order this right now. And the kit you're looking at is called the Grace TrueCut Quilters Combo. And it comes with the 45mm My Comfort cutter. It has the 6 1/2 by 24-inch ruler. It has the 1 pack of the True Grips, and then it has that True Sharp Power Sharpener. And Nathan's going to get ready to demonstrate that. And also, just want to let y'all know, All the products right now on TrueCut. Now this is already discounted. The discounts won't work on that, but we have discounts 30% off on all the TrueCut accessories on our website. And then so we're going to get into a little bit more, and then I think Nathan probably going to touch on that 360 TrueCut 360.
Yes, absolutely.
It's 40% off. So we have some great prices, and we'll show you that. But this one is $99. Guys, don't delay. If you're thinking about this, go ahead and go on the website right now and place your order, because these are going to go fast. And I think Nathan, we only got about 100 or so of them. So let's get your order in, and we're going to sell out of this. So make sure you get your order in early this morning. Nathan, I want to see some more of this TrueCut.
Wonderful. Thanks, Blaine. With that, and everybody else that's joining us, with what you're seeing here, do get into that. This special is very unique. An offer that Blaine's talking about. Just so you know, I'm going to kind of move. I'm going to quickly cut some thicker things so you can kind of see and know that I'm not just kind of talking about how nice this cuts and how easy it is. But we're going to get that electric sharpener, by the way, which absolutely works wonderful, is normally $80. So it's almost like for 20 more, you're getting this entire amazing system for $99. That is a really, really good deal when you start putting all of this together. So really quick, I'm going to grab, I just have a thicker piece of fabric here. Where's my thick piece of fabric that I have? I wanted to grab something to show everybody here. So this is, I have 2 layers of batting, a layer of fabric. I'm going to go ahead and lay this over just so you can see. So this is pretty hardy. This is something that's probably even thicker than, let's get a close-up of this right here, than what you're going to be normally doing when you're even cleaning your edges up at the end before you trim and you do your binding on it. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw this down. I just want you to see here. And I'm just going to go ahead and cut through this just briefly. I'm not going to take any fast pieces and just put our hands down. I'm going to add a little bit of pressure to keep that on that fabric. I'm going to go ahead and just add this. And what we're looking for is, again, we're just looking at that nice, simple, easy forward motion. And what we do is we just slice right through that. So I just wanted you to see what we've got. Again, I'll do another one. Again, we just put a little bit of pressure. This just walks right along that ruler's edge, slices right through those. And so you can see that that's a lot of batting. So that pressure transfers right down onto the work surface, making it significantly easier to cut. I don't want to spend a lot more time. Just know that life becomes easier. You get back to doing what you love quicker. And when you're done cutting, you're not going to be as fatigued. And that's just not us. You can look at reviews. People tell us this. And there's some pretty moving stories, again, about people getting back to what they love most because they could not cut. And as they came across the ergonomic cutter and the system, it has allowed them to do what they love most. So help get those quilts done for those loved ones that you're looking to put them together for. I'm going to go ahead and just quickly show you. We have this electric sharpener. People want to know, does it really work? The quick, simple answer is, well, I ask a question. How have people been sharpening blades for forever? And so if you look at this, I'm going to do a kind of a close-up in here to see on the inside. We actually use high-grade, really fine diamond grit stones. So we use honing stones, which is how you sharpen knives. And with this system, it actually has one on the top and the bottom. They are spring-loaded, which is really nice. And if we look at this in the inside, there are actually 3 rings because this can sharpen 28 millimeter, 45 millimeter, and 60 millimeter blades all in the same sharpener, sharpened the exact same way. I'm just going to do a quick demo. It does come with the power supply, so this is plugged into the wall. This is the on-off button that we use to turn it off or on. And so what we do is I'm going to just take our cutter here. I'm just going to go ahead and pop out the blade. We're going to take this. There is a set of tweezers that come so that you also don't have to touch. Let's do another close-up on the inside so you can kind of see how this sits in the tray. So if you'll notice this, it kind of centers itself right there in the tray. And then what we do is when we close the lid, you can lock it. Some people lock this. I myself don't usually. I usually just hold it. But if you lock it, we're going to spin it for about 30 seconds. I'm not going to spin a whole 30 seconds, but what we do is by spinning it at 30 seconds, what it does is it does start to sharpen both the top and the bottom of the blade. In our industries, our rotary blades and your rotary blades that you buy have an edge on both sides. So we recommend doing 30 seconds and then we turn it over in order to get an even sharpen on both sides. We're going to do the same thing. So this sharpens. And what it's doing, I'm going to show you here as I open it. Maybe we can kind of zoom in on here and we can see that again. You can actually see that there's a little bit of those black filings. And what that's doing is it's sharpening just the edge of this up. I'm going to put it back in our cutter. Again, you would just sharpen your blade up here. So now we have it in your cutting your normal pieces here. Let's go ahead and cut through this one. And we're just go ahead and we're just going to keep on cutting. I'm going to add a little more pressure on this one. This one looks like it needs a little bit more time, but I'm going to do, let's put a little bit more in one more time here really quick. Sorry. And we'll go ahead and cut that. So what's really great is this brings it back to a near factory edge. We can't quite get it all the way to a polished edge, but it does get it incredibly sharp here. Here we go. I'm gonna do one more flip on it. We do have some great instructions that talk about how to see so that you do know that it's sharp. I don't have a Sharpie here. We like to mark the edge, but for now we'll just keep this quick because we're kind of finishing out here. So as we're coming back here, I'm just gonna quickly put that on there. Let's move this back over. And again, we're gonna see what we've got there. So there we go. And again, sharpens that back up so we get that near factory edge. You can stack your fabric, you can lay your fabric down. And I know we're getting close to time, so I did want to quickly say, so again, people love this. This sells like hotcakes. It's been one of our #1 sellers outside of our little non-slip pads for the back of your rulers. We sell these all the time because you probably have a stack of blades, or you know that going to the store every so often, you're spending that additional money. What we'd love to say is never cut with the dull blade again. You never have to. If it gets dull or starts to get dull, we just sharpen it back up. That's usually at the spot where we start to hurt ourselves. Think about it. Are you fraying the edges because you're going back and forth and sawing? Do not do that. Just get a sharpener, get this combo, and it will help you out. I did want to show you really quick the last thing. This is what's on sale for 40% off. This is our circle cutter that Carla did a demonstration with, so you can watch the Sewing Machines Plus video on this again. But this, everything we do is innovative to help solve the challenges. Most times if you're cutting a circle, you're tracing it with a bowl. If you have a cutter, what you're going to probably find, if we can look at our overhead here, what it does is it probably is bunching as you do this. Well, what this does is this actually has this sled, which allows it to actually push the fabric down. So I'm going to set a circle size. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to put this down. I'm going to just go ahead and hold the center down. And what we do on this one, I'm going to make sure it's open. We just put down the top and we simply rotate it around. And voila. You're like, did that happen that quick? Let me do that one more time to show you. This thing is amazing. So really every single product in the TrueCut line helps you solve some significant issues that you cannot find with any of the other cutting tools. I'm just going to do this again. I love this because everybody's like, well, wait a minute, did that just really happen? Again, I'm just going to move this out. So I just push this down to hold in the middle. I'm just going to take this and you'll actually see how that just nicely slices that. If you want, you can take those and we can do a partial cut by doing moons out of them. There are so many other things you can do. So I just wanted to kind of let you know again that there's amazing specials going on today, amazing specials through the end of the show on all the TrueCut products. This 360 is actually a little bit even greater, even a little bit more impressive of a discount on this. But I'm really going to tell you, if you've ever thought about it, if you've ever thought about the pain, the struggle, the challenges, if you've ever let your blades go too long, don't hesitate, don't wait, get into this today. Help yourself feel a little bit better. Increase your confidence, reduce the stresses on your body, get back to love, getting your pieces to the place where you can put them all back together. So with that, Blaine, we'd like to come back over to you to help finish this out.
Well, hey, Nathan, we do have some questions for you.
Okay.
One of them is, how thick are the pads for those little pads that you're coming with it?
Great question. So what I would tell you is when we designed the non-slip pads themselves, one of the things you could find, if there are others out there, they're usually a little tall, which lifts your ruler, which is not a good thing. So ours are, I think, just right over 1 millimeter thin, and they're clear. So you actually, if you were just to do a close-up on this for me, on this camera really quick, you actually can't even see them in place. They're very, very, very lightly seen. So they're very thin so that they don't obstruct your view or your lining up, and they don't keep your ruler from your surface. It helps you keep that ruler down on the surface. So they're about 1 millimeter thick, and you end up with we got a few different packs on those. Our standard one that comes in here is great, but we also have a few other kits that are really great for you to buy with different shapes, some different functional things with those non-slip pads as well. So,
all right, Nathan, I've got several questions, so let's do our speed round.
Okay, great.
What are the holes for on the ruler?
Marking and holding as you go, because you can do 1/4 inch offset marks if you want to do your 1/4 inch once you cut, and then they're great to hold.
And then how are the numbers set on the ruler?
Right now, they go from both left to right and right to left. So if you're left or right-handed, they start with a 1/2 inch offset on the bottom and then run 1 inch at a time. There are actually 1/4 inch and 1/8 inch marks as well. And then again, so they do go, if we kind of quick zoom in here, you'll notice they go from both left to right. If you look at the bottom here, so you can do it if you're left-handed or right-handed. Okay.
Okay, then does the ruler work with other cutters? And I think you did show that.
The answer is yes. You can use these rulers with their safety features with any of the other cutters that you already have.
And then are the blades generic?
Good question. You can use 45mm blades. However, we also have awesome blades. Our True Cut, our True Sharp blades work wonderful as well. So you can buy those at the same time as you're buying these kits. You can buy them later again, and they do work with standard 45mm blades.
And then the final question is, can you, how many times can you sharpen one of the blades before you need to get a new one? And then can you sharpen other 45mm blades that are non-True Cut?
Great question. Yes, you can sharpen other 45, other 28, and other 60mm blades. They do not need to be True Cut blades. So it works with pretty much most any of those blades that are out there. The other thing that you would ask really quick was how many times can you sharpen those? So really what we tell you is the blade gets just a tiny bit shorter every single time, so you can continue to sharpen it. What you would find out is that over a period of time, if you get to a spot where you're really going to start with a really, really big project, you could always use a brand new blade potentially. So it really extends the life. I say significantly is what we tell you on that, but it doesn't necessarily negate needing to get a new blade down the road.
Okay, thanks, Nathan. Hey, I want to remind everybody at home again about this awesome price of this thing. Now, again, you're looking right now, you're seeing that True Sharp electric rotary blade sharpener. It's $64.99. Great price. And if we could, Dave, let's pull that True Cut combo, Quilter's cut combo up again right there. That's the one that has that True Cutter or that sharpener in it, and all the things that Nathan just showed. This is the Grace True Cut Quilter's combo. Guys, it's already $99. This is the show price. This is the discounted price. You can go right to the website and order this. It comes with that 45 millimeter My Comfort cutter that he demonstrated. It has the 6 1/2 by 24 1/2 inch ruler that you saw. It has one pack of the True Grips, and then it's going to have that True Sharp power sharpener. And what a combo. And then all the other accessories on the True Cut page that we have right now, you can get them for 30% off. So if you want to get extra blades and things like that, you can get them 30% off. I think David and Kyle's been putting up that coupon code up on the screen. It's just QVP or VQF True Cut is the coupon code. It'll get you 30% off any accessories outside of this package. If you wanted to buy just the cutter by itself, you see the price right there at $64.99. And then he showed you that 360 circle cutter. That 360 circle cutter, we're giving you 40% off on that. And so if you go to the website, your coupon code for that's going to be VQF360, and you'll get the 40% off that circle cutter. Nathan, we sure do appreciate you coming on this morning. I know we're going to have you on later this afternoon. And what a great demo that was. And it just shows you how little things you don't think about make all the difference in the world when they're done right, like the ergonomics and everything on that. So we sure do appreciate Nathan, and we appreciate Grace. Grace is one of our platinum sponsors, and we sure do appreciate their participation. Next up, guys, hey, we're just going to move right along. Hey, we have Kim Sandberg here from Handi Quilter. And Kim, oh my gosh, Kim, she was taught by an early age with her mother and grandmother to sew, and she made her own clothes and things in high school, and that passion just, carried on into her adult life. And, she got hooked up with Handi Quilter. She's been a national educator, and now she's working in, the education center. And so, Kim, welcome back to our show.
Thanks for having me again today, Blaine. I'm excited to be here.
We are too, and we're going to talk all about the Moxie again, and I'm so excited about this Moxie.
Oh, it's such a great machine. Let me tell you some of the awesome things about the Moxie. It is our newest machine. It launched last fall. It has a 15-inch throat space, and it's just the cutest machine. I mean, you guys, come on, it's the cutest machine. It comes on the loft frame, which is an 8-foot frame, which has the pole system that Handi Quilter is known for. We have the 4 poles, and so we have the idle pole in the back, the take-up pole. We have a pole on the front that we put our quilt top on, and then a pole that we put our quilt backing on. And there's no adjusting. We don't have to adjust anything as we're working our way through our quilt. It's a really great frame. The 8-foot is so nice because it fits in that smaller space. that a lot of us, that's all we have the room for. However, it does come, a 2-foot extension is available if you want to be able to do those bigger quilts. So if you have a 10-foot frame, you put the 2-foot extension on here, you can do up to king-size quilts. So it's a great setup. Well, the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮 itself is, oh, it's just such an awesome machine. We have a integrated screen here, and you actually, instead of this being a touch screen, you use the buttons on the handles to switch your modes and choose what mode you're going to stitch in, which is really nice. It's really easy to use. All right, today I really want to show you like some of the great things we can do with the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮. We've been talking about it every morning, and so I want to do a few demos for you, show you guys some of the great things you can do with the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮. So let's just do some basic stitching with it. Our stitches go anywhere from 4 stitches per inch all the way clear up as high. We can do a lot of awesome stitching, everything from a basting stitch all the way up to a really tight, perfect little stitch. And we do have the 2 modes of stitch regulation. Right now I'm in cruise, and let me show you guys. So I'm going to do a walking stitch here just to lock my threads. I do that by holding down my needle up, needle down button. And then let's just go ahead and do some stitching. And you can see here how great that stitch is. Come back around here. And I have the option, you'll notice when I stopped, it stopped with the needle down. I can choose to have either my needle down or my needle up when I stop stitching, which is really nice to have that option. I always like to use, not always, but pretty much I always use the needle down position when I stop. That way I don't end up with any little wiggles or anything as I start stitching. So there's a little bit of free motion. Free motion's really great. I get to be the one driving the machine, creating these fun designs, doing all this fun stuff with it. But we can also use rulers on the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮. So let me show you guys how to set up and use a ruler on the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮. So I'm going to bring up my bobbin thread, give that a clip. And it's really important whenever we're using rulers that we always use the ruler base. So I've got my ruler base here. It's just a square, kind of like an extra little table out on here. And we'll just move the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮 over here to the side, and we'll slip it on. Pop my clamp back on. It's important to keep those clamps on the side so that you have that tension on the side of the machine as you are. Oh, and I caught that on the edge of my ruler base there. Sorry about that. We'll just pop that right under there. Come back over here. So that's number 1 with rulers. We always need to have a ruler base, and you can see that I've got a nice firm foundation there now. And let's do some stitching. I'm going to show you guys with the ruler base. However, there's one other thing that I really like to use whenever I'm using rulers, and that's the SureFoot. So this is one of our handy feet that we can change. And let me show you how easy it is to change the foot on the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮. So I'm going to grab my SureFoot here, and all I have to do is loosen this little nut. Give it a couple of turns with my 2.5mm hex. And I can just lift that up and pull that foot off. You see how that arm just hops a little bit there. I'm going to grab my SureFoot, which I like to call the insurance foot because it's got a higher profile on it, which prevents me from having the rulers pop up over the edge of that. Before this foot came out, we used the foot that I had on before, which is called the ruler foot. It has a lower profile, and you can see the difference there with the 2 feet side by side. This is the original ruler foot. This is the SureFoot. The SureFoot's the one you want to use when you use rulers. It's got that higher profile. So let's do a little bit of stitching here. Once again, I'll do my needle down, needle up, and a couple of walking stitches to lock those stitches in place. Then I'm going to grab my ruler. And it's really important with rulers, you want to have good pressure with your hands when you hold them in place. I'm going to line up right where I want to start. Go ahead and turn the machine on and start stitching and just follow right along. And you'll notice I'm going to pause right here at my thumb because I don't want to stitch past where my hand is because my ruler might start rocking a little bit. I'm going to readjust my hand position and then keep stitching. And I'll stitch down to the end here, stitch up a little bit, and I'll show you guys with the wave rulers, I love to make channels. They're really fun to be able to put a design inside of. So I'm going to line the edge of this ruler right up with that stitch line that I just created, and it will create a 1/4 inch channel as I stitch back across. And once again, I'll stop when I get to where my hand is, make the adjustment, and then come back and stitch down to here. Now, I'll go ahead and lift up my threads here so that you can bring up my bobbin thread so you guys can all see what we've just done. So now I have a nice channel there that I've stitched out. I got that perfect curve off of that ruler. And I love that with the Moxie, it's so easy to be able to use the rulers. You just need to add that ruler base, surefoot, and a ruler that's at least a 1/4 inch thick. So that's a fun thing to be able to do. The rulers are really great because they give us a lot of precision in our quilting. When we're doing the free motion, which the Moxie is awesome for, it's so smooth and it's just so easy to maneuver. The free motion is really fun, but sometimes you want those really precise lines, and that's where using a ruler comes in, and it just helps you get that precision in your quilting. Yesterday, I was looking at some of the comments while Kelly was talking about the Moxie, and I noticed that somebody asked how to piece on a long arm. So I thought I would show you guys how to piece on the Moxie. So let's grab the stuff that I have here. First of all, I'm going to change my foot again. I'm going to use this foot here, which is it's the square feet. It's a set of 2 feet, and they have a nice straight edge on them, which makes it really easy to keep my lines straight while I'm stitching. So let's go ahead and switch out here. I'll pull off the surefoot, and we'll switch to the square foot. So we'll pop out my square foot, or my surefoot, and we'll pop in my square foot. We'll give that a little bit, tighten it up a little bit. And this is the smaller square foot. It has a 1/4 inch offset. So this is perfect for piecing on the frame because it gives me my 1/4 inch seam that we always do in quilting. Okay, I'm going to take some strips here. You guys can see that I've got a stack of strips. And if I was piecing a project on the frame here, like a real project and not just demoing it, I would just load my backing and my batting like I have up here. I wouldn't load a quilt top, but I'm going to show you guys just on top of this fabric today. So I will take 2 strips. I'll put my first one down right side up. Then I'll grab my second one and put it down so that the wrong side's up and I've got right sides together on my 2 pieces. Next, I'm going to bring my foot right to the edge of that fabric. And you can see right back here is a 1/4 inch away from where my needle is. So I can do my needle down, needle up, bring up that bobbin thread, do my walking stitch again, because I want to be sure and lock that in place. And then I'm going to very carefully just follow right along that line and stitch these 2 pieces down, all the way down to the end. And I'm going to come off the end a little bit here, you guys can see, and then I will take that other piece of fabric that I just stitched down. I now have a perfect 1/4 inch seam there, and I'm going to just kind of finger press it. And just a note here, you guys will notice I left my ruler base on here. The ruler base is really nice to have on when you're piecing like this. Kind of gives you a little bit of a table to work against. I'll just use my thumbnail there to do a little bit of finger pressing, and I'm going to drive my machine up so it's even with the top of this next strip, and then I'll grab my next strip and we just keep adding. So I'll sew one more on so y'all can see We're just going to take it nice and slow and easy across here, making sure I get a straight line. And I'll bring it out here and stitch it up this way, and then press this one up and just keep going. So that's the basics of piecing on the frame. So with 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵, it's so great because not only can you finish quilts, you can quilt your quilts, you can actually create quilts right here on the frame. In this little demo I just did for you, I was using the 2.5-inch strips from a jelly roll. And I know a lot of you are probably familiar with jelly roll race quilts. It's really easy to do those directly on the frame. You can quilt and piece at the same time. So something else fun that we can do with the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵. You can do more than just quilt. I'm trying to think here if I've got, well, let's go and look and see. Do we have any other questions out there? Questions about the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵? Any specifics people want
Hey,
to know?
Kim, we do. We sure do. We got quite a few questions. So one of the questions was they want to know what all comes with the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵.
Okay, well, the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓵 comes with, so the machine head, of course. It comes with a frame. You can choose either this frame, the loft frame, or you can choose the Littlefoot frame, which is a 5-foot hooping system. And it's nice because that allows you to fit in even a smaller space. And then it comes with, and this is unique to the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵, our 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓵 accessory kit. So, and let me tell you, this is like a party in a box for a quilter. It comes with a lot of great things. So it comes with your quick reference card, which shows you how to thread the machine, gives you all the specifics. And then on the back, it has an explanation of all of the icons on the screen and how to get to them. So it's kind of like a navigation tool, which is really nice. It comes with this really fun sheet of decals that you can make your 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵 your own. It also has decals here that you can put on the frame to let you know for sure which way to turn the poles. Because we've all done it. We've rolled it clear up and it's been the wrong way. So very helpful. We've got a fun little, another card here that talks about the 𝓤𝓐𝓐 app, which is really awesome. We've partnered with the 𝓤𝓐𝓐 app, and it has a like a little video 3D demonstration that you work through to put together the loft frame. And I'll tell you what, you guys, it was so much fun. I was actually on the team that did a lot of the testing with the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵. And I was one of the first people that got to try out that 𝓤𝓐𝓐 frame, the 𝓤𝓐𝓐 app, and put the frame together. And it's so cool because you can actually zoom in, you can turn it around on the screen, you can go back, and there's this cute little voice that walks you through and tells you, okay, put these screws in here, do this next. But it's really great because it's like having a 3D that talks to you manual of how to put it together. Then on the back of this card, it walks you through how to load your quilt, which is important if you've never owned a long arm before, knowing the correct way how to load your quilt. Here's another little reminder about the 𝓤𝓐𝓐 app. Then it comes with things like your oiler, which, you know, help maintain your machine, pins, your channel lock, so you can do those nice straight lines when you want to, basting down the top of your quilt. And then it comes with this awesome little package here, which has some real goodies in it. This is the real party in a box for a quilter. It comes with a yard of gridded fabric, which helps you get started. This is the first thing you can stitch on. It comes with a bunch of thread, and then we actually have, to go with that yard of quilted fabric, this great sheet here that says, now it's time to quilt. And we have given you designs to actually quilt out on this fabric, designs to help you get started. And these are the designs that when we do retreats here in the studio, or when any of our educators are teaching you how to use a Handi quilter long arm, these are the basic patterns that we teach you. Loops, meander, adding in a little design with that, doing continuous curve. It's some of the great basics of quilting with thread and fabric to get you started. All you have to do is add your own backing and some thread. So I know it seems like it's a ton of stuff, and it is, but that's what comes with the 𝓦𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵. Everything you need to just get started quilting.
Hey, Kim, next question we have coming in is,
Okay.
does it have a stitch regulator?
Yes, it does. And we actually have two modes of stitch regulation. We have precision and cruise. Precision is very precise. It means that when I stop and I'm holding the machine still, that needle isn't going up and down. It's not creating a stitch. It stitches when I move the machine, and it stops when I stop moving the machine. Cruise, it means that needle is constantly cycling, and you can set it at different amounts so that you make sure and get those nice sharp points. You get really nice on the curves. So yeah, two modes. I always encourage new quilters to try out both of them and see which one works better for them. I'm a cruise girl, but I know some people that love precision, and it's just nice to have those. And we have manual mode also, which for me, I love to use manual mode if I'm doing really intense micro quilting. It just gives you a really nice even stitch that fills in that space. So yes.
Hey, so they were wanting to know another question we have for you. They know that the ruler base doesn't come with it, but is that an accessory that they can buy and add?
Yes. Yes, it is. So the ruler base is an accessory we can add. We also have what we call our quilt from the back kit. So if you're somebody that wants to do panographs or groovy boards, we actually have the handlebar set that goes on the back. And then there's also a tabletop that you can add. I don't know that you guys can really see, but the back of this frame, and you know what, actually, I think we can get a shot right over here. You guys can see right here that it's open. So if you're going to do panographs, you buy the quilt from the back kit or groovy boards, and then there's actually a tabletop that you can get to set right in here. It's a black piece of hard plastic, molded plastic that we pop in there. So we have that. And then for the frame, we also have an accessory you can add, which is some casters, which are really nice. They add a few inches to the height of the frame. So if you really want your frame to be high, you can add those on. But the really nice thing is they make this so that you can tuck it back against the wall while you're not using it. So yeah, those are the accessories that are available.
And Kim, the other question is, we know that the loft frame is an 8 foot. Can you convert it to a 6 foot, or would they need to step down and buy that 5 foot little foot frame?
I would recommend actually going down to the little foot frame. The trick is if you get the 6 foot frame, that limits you on how wide of a quilt you can quilt. But the little foot frame with a 5 foot frame, you can quilt any size quilt on the little foot frame. So if that space is more of an issue for you, I would recommend the little foot frame.
Okay, and the next question is, can you sit at this with a stool, or would that make it too high?
Oh, absolutely. You can sit at this with a stool. For a long time, we referred to machines like this that are on a frame as stand-up quilting. Well, I pretty much always sit down when I'm quilting at a frame like this. I have a nice tall stool that's adjustable. So depending on the type of quilting, I can be a little lower or a little taller. And it has wheels on the bottom of it, so I can move back and forth. So absolutely, you can choose to stand or sit at this frame, and that goes for the little foot frame too.
Okay, Kim, I have a couple more questions, and one of them says, how easy is it to load the quilt on it?
Oh, it's super easy. Yeah, it's super easy. I teach this all the time. So I think of it as a 1, 2, 3. So the first thing we do is we load our backing on this front pole. We pin it to the leader, and then we roll it up. And we do that with the wrong side down. So just like it would be on the right side down, wrong side up, just like we would on that's how the finished quilt's going to be. Then we roll on this pole here, pole number 2, our quilt top. We roll that all the way up. Then we take the backing fabric and go underneath this pole and attach it to the leader back here. And you can actually see right here that my backing is pinned to my leader. You can see those pins all along there. So it's just pinned to that leader. And it goes behind this bar right here, which is called our idle pole, because it doesn't actually do any work for us other than holding our fabric nice and level. And then this leader is attached to our take-up pole. And the nice thing is, if you happen to pin something the wrong way, or you happen to put this over the top of this or something like that, our leaders actually Velcro off of the poles. So it's really easy to make that adjustment without having to unpin anything. So yeah, very easy to load the quilt tops. And we have some great videos that show you exactly how to do that.
Okay, Kim, I got 2 more questions. One of them is are there tutorials and videos that they can watch
Yes.
help them with this? And can you use robotics on it?
Okay, so question number 1, do we have videos and tutorials? Absolutely. On the Handi Quilter YouTube channel, we have a whole series of videos called Getting Started with Moxie. And Kelly Ashton walks you through every step from setting up the frame, walking through that stuff, getting your machine set up, loading, doing all of that stuff, to quilting your first designs. Those are all on there. And then on top of that, we have lots of videos and tutorials there also that show you different techniques, like this piecing technique, how to use the different feet, how to do all of those things. Now, as for robotics, not yet. We are working very hard on a version of the Pro Stitcher that will be coming out soon that will work with the Moxie. I know though, Blaine, you do have something available through you that you can use on the Moxie, right?
Yeah, you're right, Kim. We do. Lighten Up has the QBot that they've got a version that'll actually work on the Moxie extremely well. So.
Yep, that is correct.
Well, anyway, Kim, I want to remind everybody really quick how they can actually purchase this Moxie. Guys, this thing is a great combination. 15-inch long arm. You can actually add it to the loft frame, or you can choose to get that little foot frame. The price is $49.95, and we are going to actually send you a $250 gift card with purchase. And you're getting that accessory kit that comes with it that she showed you. And the other thing I want to tell everybody, hey, we're going to make this thing pretty easy for you to get. We've got 60-month 0% interest financing available. And guys, you can go right through the website. You don't even have to call in to get this. You can purchase this right on our website, and it'll do everything. The pricing is all automatic, and it'll automatically get your gift card. But if you do have questions, we have long arm experts standing by. They can answer anything you want about robotics or long arms or frames. Our staff is extremely knowledgeable on the frames and long arms. We're Handi Quilter's largest dealer, and so we sell a ton of these things, and they're on the phones with people all the time talking about this. So, and then if you ever need service, our service center, we're probably the best in the country when it comes to long arms and things. And a lot of times, if you have any kind of issues, we're going to support you for life on that machine. We do. It's kind of funny. Our guys even, do FaceTime on the phones to help people with little issues with their long arms. So again, guys, it's $49.95. You can get your choice of that 8-foot loft frame, or you can get that little foot frame. It's 5 foot. If you're, needing some, you don't have the space for the 8-foot frame, you're getting that Moxie accessory kit that comes with it, and we have financing available. So, Kim, thank you so much for a great demonstration this morning. And I know that Moxie is, the name kind of says it all, doesn't it? That if everybody looks up the definition of Moxie, so that's the kind of how they got the name of this thing. So, hey, we're going to move right along, and we sure do appreciate Kim this morning. Kim did a great job with that demonstration, and we appreciate Handi Quilter. They're one of our platinum sponsors as well, and we appreciate them tremendously. This event wouldn't happen if it wasn't our sponsors, helping us out. So, coming up next, hey, we're super excited. We have Ashley Jones coming here. She's going to be with Dime. And she's going to talk all about some quilt planning this morning. And Ashley, oh my gosh, Ashley, what can you say about her? She's an inspirational consultant for Dime. She is a Martha Pullen licensed teacher. She ran her own embroidery business. I've known Ashley for a lot of years, and she is a great presenter. You are going to really enjoy this. So welcome Ashley Jones to our virtual Quilt Fest Day 4.
Yeah, hey, how's it going, Blaine? So day 4, wow.
It is going great, and we're so happy you're here. We had a huge response yesterday when you did the demonstration on that quilt planner, and so everybody's wanting to see it again. They're super excited to see this, and I tell you, we got a great pricing on this. You know, we show that it's $3.99, but we actually have a show special. They have to call in to get it because you're one of those companies. We can't give the show pricing over the air, but you can call in and get it. So you know if it's $3.99 right now, which is a bargain, they're going to get it cheaper than that. So I want you to show everybody how awesome this program is because you did such a good job of demonstrating it yesterday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we've got lots of requests for joining our Learn. And so are we ready? Are we good, Blaine? So we've got tons of opportunities for you guys to learn any of the Dime software over on our Facebook groups. We had a lot of people join that yesterday after you guys heard. That's a great place for questions. But today I'm talking about our MyQuilt Planner software. And this software is all about planning your embroidery quilting design layout on your quilt that you want to quilt on your embroidery machine. So if you are already asking yourself some questions because you want to quilt with your embroidery machine, like how many hoopings will it take, or where exactly do I start? This software that installs on your computer is a great option for you because it'll help answer those questions, and I'm going to show you that. So basically what this program does is it installs on your computer, and you will be able to enter the information about the quilt top that you want to piece. It'll break it up in these sections. This is by your hoop size, but you can also do block size if you'd like. And I can see right here, all of those cells are how many hoopings. I can see exactly where those designs fall in the relation to the center of the quilt, so it's easy to find out. Like this quilt, for instance. So this design is an all-over edge-to-edge quilting design. So planning this lap-size quilt was the same exact way. So choosing the design, adding that to the MyQuilt Planner, and you can use built-in designs or you can use external designs if you already have a ton of those designs on hand, like most of us do. But it's very easy to see here how you can figure out exactly how many hoopings. Each one of those cells would be a hooping for you to quilt your quilt. You can also plan for designs that are more of a nested type design like you see here. So these designs are completely closed designs. They are offset and evenly spaced. So calculating this is a little bit more challenging, but you can visually see exactly what needs to happen in MyQuilt Planner when you design something like this. So the MyQuilt Planner software, as I said, it's a program that installs on your computer, and I'm going to show you this live, several different scenarios of how you would use it. But it has built-in designs already. So there's 99 built-in quilting designs that you could use to do that all over quilting. You can also import designs that you already own that are quilting designs. It reads and writes to all formats for all embroidery machines, and you can install it on either a Mac or a PC, which is really nice. Now, one of the tips, if you guys have been watching any of the edge-to-edge stuff, Eileen's talking about the weightless quilter during Quilt Fest, then you already know that templates are a big help in lining up your designs. And so this software will print those full-size templates. So basically, to use the software, I'm going to give you this visual here, but then I'll actually show you live. So the software, you basically put in your quilt information. So you've already pieced your quilt top, you're ready to do the designing of the quilting. You would put that into MyQuilt Planner, and then you would choose your design. When you import that design into your quilt, it duplicates it for you automatically so that you can visualize what this is going to look like all over. So it does that based on the cell color that you choose, and we'll talk more about that. So once you've imported the design, you'll fit that design to the cell size, which is normally our hoop size. And then it will give you exactly how many hoopings you need for that entire quilt. So that is how easy it is to use. It is extremely simple. Let me show you live, but I don't want you to be intimidated because this truly is a very easy software to learn. So basically, to get started, what you're going to do is you're going to choose your quilt options here. This will give you the questions that you need to answer about your quilt top, and it will build a virtual quilt for you to plan on. So I'm going to just do some basic things. We're going to see several different scenarios here, and so I'll show you several different things that we could do. So I'm going to say that we have no sashing in the center of this. Of course, if you have sashing, tell the size there. And I'm going to say that we have a 3-inch border. And then after we do that, you can see that it's built that virtual quilt there. And I just now need to put my information in about where I want to put my design. So basically what you would do at this point is you're going to color code your quilt. You're basically choosing a color. The color does not matter. It's really whatever is pleasing to you. But where you place the color is what's important. So with this quilt, let's say that the center portion here, we want to quilt the same design. So we're going to color that all the same color because the software will repeat for us. But we want our border designs to be a different color. So you add a different color to the borders. Now the left and right border does need to be rotated 90 degrees. So we're going to color it a different color. And then lastly, let's choose a color for our cornerstones. So again, these colors are not significant to anything other than they're pleasing to your eye. It's really where you place them. Now, this information here is about the preview color of the design on the quilt so that you can see what your thread color is going to look like. But I'm just going to choose black because I want it to be really visible for you guys watching. So now I'm going to reduce the opacity, and you can see it's made my quilt much lighter. And I like to do that because, again, it makes my design I place on my quilt much more visible. So then I'm going to say, okay, it will add this to my workspace. And now I just need to populate it with the designs that I want to use for this particular quilt. Now I'm going to start with the built-in designs that we have, but remember I said you can import designs of other designers because we read all popular machine formats. So these are embroidery files, so they would be your machine format files. Now we have 4 different categories here that give you quite a few options for your quilting design. So there's several different ones, and you basically choose one that you like to start with because of course you can change that later. So I'm going to select one design, and I can see here this design does not fit my area. So I'm going to choose my fit to cell. And what this software has done for me is based on the measurements I entered and the hope that I pieced my quilt straight, which isn't always the case with me. But I can actually have the center of this quilt hoop or quilted with 9 different hoopings of my 10 by 10 design. So I would use like a 10.5 by 10.5 hoop. If you don't have a hoop that size, don't worry. You certainly can put in different measurements, and we're going to see that in just a bit. So now the software has taken into consideration that I want a different design on my border. So it has made the design perfectly sized so that with 3 hoopings, it will end right at my border design. Now with this center part, you're going to fold your quilt top in half, both vertical and lengthwise, and mark that center point there. That is the spot where you will start. And using a template will really help you get that spot on. So we'll see that also in a bit. So let's choose a different design for our border. So now in each of these categories, there are some designs that are perfect for borders. And of course, you could always choose a single design, copy and paste it if you'd like. So I'm going to just choose this design here, place that in my border area, and then choose my fit to cell option. And it resizes my design so it perfectly fits, ending right at my cornerstones. Now for the borders on the left and the right, we want to copy, paste, and then rotate this design so that it will fit in our left and right border. So there we go. And I'm going to fit that to sell. And now let's choose a design for our cornerstones there. So let's go and see what we've got in the singles category. Any of these designs would work great. I'll just choose this one here and place that and then fit to sell. Now this design, this rose design, this is just another tip. You can see this rose design is facing the same direction. If you are doing a quilt where you're using a design like this, that would be great if you could have it facing all the different directions as you rotate around your quilt. All you have to do is choose different colors when you're coloring your quilt with your quilt options. So just choose different colors and you'll be able to rotate those designs. Now, if you're auditioning your designs on your quilt and you see, oh, I love that border, but I'm not super excited about that design in the center in combination with that border. So you could always just remove that design and go back and choose a different design. So any of these designs are great. So when I put this design on my quilt here, you can see that any of these cells that I put it in, it actually repeats based on this color. The other thing I want to share with you, this is actually a really good tip. If you have never quilted with your embroidery machine, let me show you this. This design, if we watch this design stitch out, you can see, it's going to get to it in just a minute. You can see it starts and stops at the same point. There's no run stitch that we have to connect. So this is a great design. These types of designs are perfect for beginners because you don't have to worry about connecting 2 points. These just really nest right up to each other. So it's very simple and they're very forgiving because you're not trying to link up the points. But you can see here that when I repeat it, it still gives that all over quilting look. So it's a perfect starter quilt design. So now let's see what we need to do to get this to our embroidery machine. So first, what I would do is I would take each of these designs that you're going to be using in this quilt. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 different designs that we're using. So I'm going to copy this design and then open up a clean new workspace and paste it here. And I want to print a template using this print icon. Printing a template gives you the template in the exact size of the design. So that intersection here, and this third page is showing me what it's going to look like. That intersection is exactly where I'm going to put my template on the center of my quilt so I can get my design perfectly placed. So you can see here that I have 3 different pieces of paper. This prints on 8.5 by 11 on your regular home printer, and then you will tile these together. So just like those PDF patterns that some of us use where you have to tile the pieces together, this is the same exact concept. And then you will have an actual size of your design to use for placement. So that's the first thing that I would do. And so let's head back over to our quilt example here. The second thing that I would do when you're all done and ready to take this to your embroidery machine, use the export quilt option. The export quilt option is going to give you the ability to choose your machine format. And then I'm going to name this SMP quilt. And I'm going to choose my machine format. And what it's going to do for me is it's going to save each of those designs all in one click. So I click save. And it opens up exactly where it saved them. And you can see here, each of those designs, I know these are 2 are super light. And so, but they are there. They look just like that's your border design. And then we have these other 2 designs here. So it's 4 different designs that we planned for our quilt. It also gives you this PDF file, which is a perfect reminder if you come back several months later and you've forgotten exactly what you planned for this quilt. So you can open this up, see exactly the plan, and pick up right where you left off. So that export quilt option will save those designs with 1 click to any format. So you can see here, I'll scroll down. We save to all formats for all embroidery machines. So you can use this software with your embroidery machine that you have. And don't worry about hoop size because you can actually adjust these to work with your hoop, and we'll see that also in a bit. Okay, so I have a couple more examples that I was going to show you for different things that you can do with these designs. And so I'm just going to start a clean new workspace here. And then before we actually build the quilt, we're about halfway through, so maybe we should see if we have any questions. So Blaine, anything that we want to address or comment on?
Ashley, we do. We have some questions, and if you want me to, we can do a little, fast, what they call it, a fast round. One is it available for Mac or iPad?
Yes, it is. Yep, you
Okay.
can put it on Mac, but not iPad. So it has to be a full operating system of either Windows or Mac.
Okay. And then the next question is, will this read a long arm format?
It actually will. It'll read and write to long arm formats. If you've got a long arm quilter with the robotics that uses a digital file, we read and write to those files as well.
Oh, perfect. Next question, it says, is there support after purchase?
Oh, of course, always. So we have some videos on our Designs DZGNS YouTube channel. We also have a company-sponsored Facebook group, which is called Dime Inspiration Software Users. So you can head there and ask any questions. There's also a support forum. If you don't have Facebook, that's a place that you can also ask questions. So tons of options, and you'll see more and more videos come over time.
Okay, and then they want to know what all machines will this work on?
Any embroidery machine that you would write a file to. So your brother machines, Janome, Baby Lock, Bernina, any brand, even multi-needle machines, you can actually use, you can quilt on your multi-needle machines, but we save to all those popular brands, Pfaff, Viking as well. You just save the format to your embroidery machine, and these are embroidery files. So you take it to your embroidery machine in order to do the quilting.
Okay, and then our last question they have coming in is, are there updates or upgrades available for it?
Yes, so we have free updates forever. So if you purchase this software, if we add any new features, if we add new designs, if it's updated for the latest version of your operating system, then you get all of that for free. So this is really the last time that you would have to buy it if you purchase it, because it will always be up to date. Also up to date with the most current machines, which change sometimes fairly often, so every year or so. Okay.
All right, Ashley, I want to remind everybody really quick before you finish your demonstration of how they can actually get this. Guys, this thing is $3.99, and David's putting the overlay up on it right now. It's $3.99, but to get the show price, you have to call in. This is the Dime My Quilt Planner, and Ashley's doing a wonderful job of showing you how this thing works. Every quilter who has trouble with designing quilts, or even if you're just a pro, this is a great tool to have to help you plan that quilt and lay it out. And you can even see what it's going to look like with the stitches and the colors. And it is incredible. $3.99. We shouldn't even have to discount this, Ashley, but we are. We're going to discount this. We have a show price. You have to call in to get it. 1-800-401-8151. Or you can visit our website. We have live chat agents standing by on the website. If for some reason you can't get through, guys, can't get through on the phones or the chatters, make sure you fill out that Google Sheet. Kyle is putting that in the chat. It's a link to a Google Sheets. Just put your name, your phone number, and what you're inquiring about, and someone will give you a call back. So, Ashley, I want to see the rest of what you have on this demonstration showing this. This thing is incredible.
Okay, perfect. So let's get back to it. I've got a couple of more scenarios that will help you build your quilt. So I'm going to show you that live now, a couple more things that you can do with the software. So I'm going to go ahead and get started choosing my quilt option here. So once my screen pops up, we'll be ready to see this. Okay, so great, there we go. Thank you. So I've selected my quilt option here. And then again, don't forget, you'll just enter your quilt top information. So you're actually doing the planning for the quilting design, not the piecing. So you'll enter your information. And for this particular quilt, I'm going to show you how to make a edge-to-edge design repeat for you, and also fill your hoop. So instead of a block size for our quilt here, I'm going to say that I'm going to use my hoop size. I'm going to use my 8x12 hoop, but of course, if you've got a different size, you would put it here like a 6x10 or whatever. But instead of putting 8x12, I'm actually going to put 7x11. And I'm going to choose my rectangle option so it'll let me change those numbers. So the reason I choose 7x11 is because, first of all, our hoop, even though we refer to it as an 8x12, it's not exactly that size. So it's more like the 7.9 because of the metric conversion, all that jazz. So reducing that number makes sure that it's going to fit in my design will fit in my hoop, but also having that extra space, if I don't hoop perfectly straight, then I can move my quilt around or move my design around in my hoop with my features on my embroidery machine. So that's the other reason I like to kind of reduce that size. So, and in this case, I'm going to show you how to do an all over, regardless of the sashing or borders or cornerstones. I just want to take a design, the same design, and I want to repeat this all over my entire quilt. So that's what we're doing here. So I'm not going to put any sashing or any borders. And then we're going to color code our quilt. So of course, remember the actual color doesn't mean anything significant. It's just where you place it. And so we want this to be the same design all over. So that's why I've chosen to color my quilt all the same color. And then again, I'm just going to change my design color. And I'll actually show you what this does here in a moment. And so I'm going to reduce the opacity so we can see that really well. And I'm going to say, okay. And then I'm going to choose a design. So I'll show you in just a moment how to import a design, but I'm going to work again with the built-in designs. So again, just choose a design that works for you. This is another really good design to start with because it also does not have those ending points. And as you can see, it reminds me of pipes. It's very forgiving because it's very random. So if you're starting out and you want to make sure that you have success immediately, choose the right design for starting. So I'm going to rotate this design so that it's the orientation of our hoop. And then I place that in one hoop. And notice I only have one design on the screen, but it fills this area for me. And we're a little larger than this hoop size, so I'm going to do fit to sell, and it will resize it perfectly for me. And this is what my all over quilting is going to look like. So super simple. And of course, if this is not the design for you, then you could always go back and choose a different design. So if we just look through here, let's maybe do this one. I did this one yesterday and I absolutely loved it. So I want to do that again because I love the look of it. So I place it in the area in one of my hoopings and then resize to fit. Now, here's a tip that I gave yesterday that I think is something that we all are trying to achieve. So this design repeated, of course, on our quilt, we would not be able to notice that this was such the same repeat of the design. You know, I guess the same everywhere. So I just wanted to see it visually if maybe we rotated every other design to give some variation. So what I did was I went back into my color settings here, or my quilt settings, and then I'm going to color every other row a different color. So this gives me the ability to either choose a different design or make changes to this design. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste this design and then mirror image that design and then move that over to one of our other blocks here. And then I can fit to cell, and you can see here that that gives some variation in our design. You can also rotate it around if you like this look a little bit better. So, but either way, you can get different looks with different designs just by adjusting, maybe making every other column slightly different. Now here on this design, we are going to start quilting in the center when we're quilting with our embroidery machine. And this gives me how many hoopings I'm going to need and where I want to start. So I would fold my quilt in half, lengthwise and vertical, and then mark the center, which would be here in between these two cells. Now our design that we chose is a 7x11 design. So we're going to measure up half of that amount. So our 11 inches long, we're going to measure up 5.5, and that is the center of our design. So don't forget, you'll print your template. The template has that crosshair. You'll be able to place that right on this point, and that's your first design. Every design after that, you'll be lining it up with the previous design, so it's much more intuitive after that. So now let me show you importing another design using maybe the same color all over in this instance. So I'm going to go back to my settings and make sure that I've got all the same colors and then say OK. And I'm going to go and choose a design that's not built into the software. So I'm going to File, Merge, and I'll go to the location where my designs are stored. So I'm going to go to my 𝐕 designs. Now your designs may be in your My Documents. So you could always go to your My Documents wherever you have your designs stored. So I go to that location, find the design that I want to use, and I'm going to use this design here. And I'm going to say, OK. Now this is that closed design we talked about earlier that is more of a diamond shape. So this one I'm going to center in my cell, and you can see it repeats nicely. So that's one option for your quilting with this design. Or you could actually put a different design in these center areas or the same design. So I'm going to copy and paste this design, and I'm going to move it to the center of my intersection of my hoop sizes. That gives me more fill with that design, and I can see exactly how many hoopings that's going to take and where I'm going to need to place them. So the last thing I want to show you is you can import your quilt into the software and audition your colors and your design on your actual quilt top. So if you go to File and Load Backdrop, it will allow you to select a picture that you can use for your background. So you would take a photograph of your quilt to accomplish this and import the quilt into the software. So these are JPEGs, PNGs, whatever format is a picture format. So you bring that in, and look how tiny that is. So we need to make sure we put that the correct size. And I'm going to set that. We had this about a 36, if I remember correctly, for the height, and you can see it will resize my quilt for that. Now this quilt picture had a little bit of a white border around it, is why that it looks so much bigger. So of course you'll measure yours and make sure to resize it the right size. You can also adjust the lightness of the background so that you can easily see your designs, and even change the color. So remember we talked about this preview color. I usually choose black so you can see it, but if you choose a different color for preview, you'll be able to see what those colors look like on your quilt. These two designs are actual designs, so they're pulling from the stitch colors down below. So that is how easy it is to use My Quilt Planner to make sure to plan your quilt. And also it gives you a visual representation of your design layout to help you get that perfect placement for all your quilting designs. So now we only have a few minutes left. So before we go, any other questions, Blaine, that we want to answer?
Hey, there sure is, Ashley. And one of the questions people are asking is, how do you get the design like from the software in your computer? How would you get it to your machine?
Yeah, so once you do that export quilt, it'll save all of those designs in your format. You choose your machine format, and then put that on a USB stick is normally how I transfer my designs, or you may have yours connected directly to the machine. So however you normally would transfer your designs, but you can save them on a USB stick, which I feel like is the most common way that we transfer.
Okay, and the last question I have up there right now, you'll see it says, how many designs come in the software?
It is 99 built-in quilting designs.
Okay. I think that answer, I don't think there's any more questions. I know there was a ton of people asking stuff on the chat. So if we didn't get your questions to Ashley, we're so sorry, but we had so many coming in. But I know that we have some people standing by that are helping on Facebook and YouTube to try to answer questions. So just be patient. They're trying to get to them. So Ashley, again, thank you so much for coming on today. And we're going to give everybody a reminder exactly how they can get this. What a great demo Ashley did. And this is one of those programs that every quilter needs. I mean, it's just going to make you where you can plan your quilt, design it, and get it on there before you could even start this thing, and embroidery your quilt right in the hoop. So it's $3.99 is the regular price, but to get the show special, you have to call in. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. We're going to try our best to answer your calls today. If you can't, you can get on our website. You can speak to our live chat agent, and they're going to try to help you as well, and they can give you that special pricing. If you can't get through to either one of them, Kyle is putting up Google Sheets link in the chat. Just hit that Google link, and it'll take you to the Google Sheets page, and you just put your name, your phone numbers, how they can get a hold of you, and the product that you're inquiring about, and that is updated real time. Excuse me, in our call center, and they will give you a call as quick as they can. As soon as they get off the phones, they're trying to make you a priority. And a lot of times they're calling people back late this afternoon. So if not this afternoon, they may get you in the morning. So just be patient. We will get to you. If you're on the Google Sheets and you can't, nobody gets to you, as long as you're on that sheet, we're going to honor these prices even next week after the show, but you have to have that Google Sheet, your name on there, to be able to get that show price. So Ashley, again, thank you for coming on, and we sure do appreciate Dom being one of our platinum sponsors. And guys, next up, hey, I want to, y'all get to meet one of our judges, and we have Kay Buckley here. Karen, her work has been featured in numerous magazines, on calendars. She was voted Teacher of the Year by the Professional Quilters magazine in 1997. She has over 350 quilts under her belt, and her personal work is receiving numerous awards. She's got 12 Best of Shows, and in 2013 and 2015, she was the Best of Show at the Paducah Quilt Show, which, that is one of the, leading shows in America. And I'm telling you what, Karen has the name everybody knows, and we have her. She even has products. She has about 16 different products that we have on our website that you can purchase, and we are so happy and want to welcome Karen to our show on day 4 of Virtual Quilt Fest. How are you doing this morning, Karen?
I'm good, Blaine. It's afternoon here.
Oh, that's right.
And it's raining.
Oh no, it messes me up being on the West Coast. Sometimes we do our live show on Thursdays, and we do it at 11 a.m. and I'm always saying good morning to everybody, but half the country already is in the afternoon. So
we've already had lunch.
I know we're gonna have to start putting those. How you see those things where they have the different clocks and the time zones.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna have to start. Yeah, we're gonna have to start doing that. But hey, we're so happy that you're part of our show, and thank you so much for being a judge. I know that that just brought, credibility to our show, having judges like you and getting to see all the wonderful quilts. And I know, you and I talked about it, and you said it was a very difficult task of judging all the quilts that were entered because there were so many great quilts.
Oh, yes. And it took quite some time to go through and look at all of the pictures. And I looked at every single picture, all 5 of each quilt. So that takes some time. But again, I said this earlier this week, it was so nice having 5 photographs so that we got to see more of the quilt like we would if we were seeing it in person.
You're exactly right. And I did the same thing, Karen. I did it just to, see what you had to go through. And I looked at all 222 quilts, all 5 pictures of each one. And you're right. I mean, couldn't even do it in one day. I had to do it and spread it out in a few days to look at them. But, I kind of wanted to just see, and I picked, my favorites. I actually did go ahead and pick my favorites. And I wanted to see if any of my favorites made the list, and actually I had a couple of the ones that I really liked actually made the list that you picked, and some of the ones that people's choice. So again, I guess I'm not doing too bad at judging them, but I guess you're right. Some of the quilts just stand out so much that right. They're pretty easy picks. So, but one of the things that people always talk about too is when you're looking at quilts, and I know that you're experienced at judging, when you're looking at quilts, what are some things that you know, that you kind of not so much look for, but what are things that stand out to you that might make you choose that quilt? And then what are some things that you would, if you're telling somebody that wants to enter a quilt, some don'ts? What are some things that you probably would avoid doing so it would give your quilt a better chance to get up there?
Okay, that was a lot of questions there. So let's see what if I can get the answers for you. When we're looking at all of these quilts and the pictures, I mean, the two major things I think major are that it's got to have that visual impact. So when we're looking at it, it kind of pulls us in at once. Like we want to look at it more closely and see more of the details on it. And the visual impact, it's the same for me as it would be for any quilter walking through or, you know, going online and looking at these. What pulled you in? What made you look at that quilt more? Same thing is going to be, you know, for the judges. And then once we come in and, you know, we see that visual impact, then we got to get in closer, because the next thing that's extremely important is the workmanship. If the visual impact is good, but the workmanship is not good, well, you know, it's not going to win, because it's got to have both. And so the workmanship, I think, is such a key part of this. And that has to do with, you know, good applique. The edges have to be smooth. The stitching has to be good. The points on your piecing have to line up. The intersections where you're putting rows and seams, etc., together. I mean, all of those things have to match up and look really good. And that's the plus of the additional photographs, that we could get in close and actually look at those things. And then probably the main thing is that we want to make sure that that quilt is square and flat, because especially when they're going to hang in a show, which hopefully in the next year we'll see that again. But we want it, you know, it should hang nicely. So it should be like, I want to see, you want to double check your measurements across. I always measure the 4 outside edges of my quilt when I'm done. And the good news is, if it's not coming out maybe perfect, it's close, I can spritz that with a little bit of water, and I can kind of tug at it gently and then I can pin it in place to square it up so that the edges are nice and straight. Does that make sense?
It sure does. So, you know, I know that you've been doing this for quite a while, and so what advice would you give somebody that, you know, they're a sewer, they've always thought about trying to do a quilt and getting into it, but, you know, what advice would you give them to start, you know, if they wanted to learn how to quilt?
Wow, there's so much out there now to make it easy to get started, because there's so many YouTube, there's so many teachers doing online classes. It's very easy compared to when I started 40 years ago. I'm not kidding. There was very limited access to finding people to take classes from or to learn from. There are also just so many active quilt guilds. And again, this year's been the exception, of course, with Zoom meetings for some. But I've learned, over the years, I got so much out of my guild. For a small amount of money, being a member, I felt like I have always gotten my money's worth out of it, because they have speakers, presenters. Sometimes it's people from our guild speaking, sometimes it's people from outside coming, but the support and the encouragement and the knowledge from what you can gain, I think, is incredible. And then let's face it, any of your sewing stores, you know, walk in, start talking to them. There's somebody in there that can answer most of your questions and can get you started on the right path. So I say those are good resources for you as well. Take advantage of them. You know, walk in and start asking. They're going to have tons of information for you.
Hey, Karen, you know, I'm noticing the quilt that's behind you there. What is that? I know that's one of yours, but is that like a pattern that somebody could get, or is that just a original design?
Sorry, no pattern. It's just something I threw. I mean, seriously, I had all. Okay, here's the thing. When I go to some of these quilt shows and they have these beautiful, like, fat quarter packets, they're so pretty. And then I have to buy them. And I had a couple of them sitting out in my studio. So during this past year, when, you know, it was a little harder to get out there and do that kind of thing, and I had these packets, I started looking at them and I thought, you know, several of them actually look really good together. And maybe I should use them. I mean, take the ribbon off of them and actually do something with them. And I mentioned earlier, my new thing this year is learning to long arm quilt. And I just bought my long arm last year. Well, this is 2019. I bought it at the end of the year in December. And so I was putting together some tops like you see behind me to practice my long arm quilting. So that was really using up some of my fabric. I have a lot to use, trust me. It won't happen in this lifetime, but at least I can put a little dent in it by using some of those fat quarters in these quilts.
So one of the things that you know, people are wanting to know as well, Karen, is, you know, how did you get started even in sewing?
Wow. Well, when I started, probably my first sewing was in home economics in high school. My mother, though, did some sewing, you know, so I would see her sew. She did some garment sewing. And I remember, don't tell my home ec teacher, but my mother and grandmother both did some garment sewing. So when I had an assignment due for home ec and we had to make a garment of some kind, they did most of the sewing, I swear. They did a lot of cutting. I think they were afraid I was going to mess it up. And so they were hovering and they were doing more of the work than I was. And I got third place. I'm just saying, with their help. And that was kind of what started it. And then when I was in college, my sister's a year older than I am, and my mother purchased us each our very first sewing machine. She bought us each a used one because that's what she could afford, which was fine. And we both kind of started playing. But at the time, they had these classes called Stretch and Sew, and they were garment sewing classes. And my sister and I took these classes together. Now, we were both out of college and we were both working full time, because when we were in college, we didn't have time. So when we got out, we both thought, okay, now we need to, you know, learn how to use these sewing machines. And so we both took those classes together, and that kind of got us started. And I wanted to be able to do a little more garment sewing. I'll just say this right now. I do no garment sewing now, nor have I in a long time. However, the garment sewing for me at that time, I was intrigued. I wanted to learn how to get better at it. And there was an adult education program at my high school. And there was a quilting class that I really thought, well, now that sounds interesting. But there was a garment class at the same time, so I couldn't take both of them. So I signed up for the garment sewing class. And the best thing that ever happened to me was that class got canceled. And so I had to go into the quilting class, and I got in the very last spot. And I want to say, best thing that ever happened to me. I sewed no more garments. I thought when I started making quilts, this is so fantastic. It doesn't have to fit my body when I'm done. If I gain weight, the quilt's still going to wrap around me. It was fantastic. And so I really just got away from garment sewing and really took off and got into the quilting. And I like it was so different. There were so many different things I could do with it, from the quilting to the piecing to the applique. And the instructor I started with sort of gave us a taste of all of that. So we had piece blocks as homework assignments. We had applique blocks. So it introduced us to a lot on the sampler quilt that we made to get started.
So Karen, I know that you just mentioned that you just bought your first long arm. You got it in December of 2019, and you've started doing that. Prior to getting that long arm, you know, did you just use a domestic machine to do all your quilting?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I did it all on a domestic machine. So one of the things, I mean, I did it on just, I want to say, a standard size machine for so long. And then when they started coming out with the bigger area underneath, I call it the bed area, when that got bigger, well, that made it even so much more, you know, easier for us to get in and be able to manipulate a quilt in under there. And so, yeah, started off on just a regular machine. kept working at it and working at it, trying to get better. The more you do, the better you get at it. It's like everything else you do. So I had a goal. I really wanted to be able to switch from my hand quilting and be good enough at the machine quilting to enter quilt that I, did on my home sewing machine. And when I kind of made that goal for myself, the very first big quilt that I did with that in mind was hand appliqued and then machine quilted on my home sewing machine with just the normal size bed area. And it ended up winning one of the top prizes in Houston that year, which to me was, woohoo, that was very exciting because I thought, I figured this out. But with a lot of other quilts before that one to make it to that point.
Well, I'm so glad to hear you say that, because, so many people are intimidated, as you know, about quilting. And, they think if they don't have a long arm, they can't even make a quilt. But you're just, a perfect example that
Right,
you had a best of show quilt and you made it on a domestic machine.
Yes, many of them actually. And so, no, you don't need that. I mean, now that I have it, I'm going to say it's fantastic because you can take the machine and kind of slide it over the quilt. So there's some ease to that for sure. But I have nothing bad to say about working on what I have always identified as a home sewing machine, like whatever brand you have. But I will say, I think the biggest thing for people is that they sometimes come into this and they think, well, I'm going to buy this machine and I'm going to machine quilt and I'm going to be able to make an award-winning quilt like in a month or two. The odds of that are slim. I'm not saying it can't be done. There's some people that could do it, but it takes practice. You just have to keep practicing and practicing at it, and then don't be intimidated by it. I talked about this a little bit when you and I talked on Monday, and I still say one of the best things for me was working on charity quilts, because if I messed up, nobody's offended by it. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm not getting judged by anybody. They're so thankful to have the quilt that, they're not going to judge me if my stitching is not perfect, if my stitches aren't even, if my tension was a little off. I mean, nobody's going to judge me for that. But it takes time. So I think you need to know when you're walking into it, whatever machine you walk into, it's going to take a little time. You need to learn the machine, you need to be comfortable with it, and you need practice, practice, practice.
Karen, you're exactly right. I tell people all the time, it's, there's so many good organizations out there that they can get involved in. There's that Quilts for Kids that's nationwide. I encourage everybody to check and see if there's a local chapter, and, they go and, they take their own fabrics and sometimes they even get fabric donated, but they make quilts. They come together and make quilts and they take them and give them to, terminally ill children in hospitals. And I think that's just a great cause to do, because it lightens up everybody's, even the parents get, excited about that, and especially the child, when they can get something that's personal to them, and, they're in the hospital and they can have that to wrap up in. So I think that's a great idea. One of the things I wanted to ask you too is, what I know that a lot of times everybody's hobby is, sewing or quilting, but do you have any other hobbies outside of, the sewing and quilting industry?
Yeah, but I mean, certainly sewing, it's the one that I do more of, but I have a little bit of a hobby on photography. And I guess it was maybe 2 years ago, I said something to my husband that I'd really like to have a macro lens because it would allow me to do really close-up photographs. And I know this is, for some people, it creeps them out a little bit, but I love taking close-up photographs of insects. It's a weird hobby, I know, especially coming from a quilter, but I love it. There's something about, I'm not afraid of the insect when the camera is between me and that bug. And I'm also not doing any insects that are harmful. You know what I mean? I'm taking pictures of bees and beetle, like nothing that's going to bite me or harm me or jump on me, but it's kind of been a fun thing to just play. At some point in my life, I keep thinking that maybe I'll find a way to bring the photography into my quilts. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but at some point in time, I think that maybe I'll figure that out.
You know, that's interesting that you're saying that it's Camille Ross Kelly she likes photography as well. That's one of her hobbies, and I've found that a lot of quilters, if they have another hobby, it's either they like to paint, but they're very artsy. A lot of the quilters that I get, and I guess you have to be able to come up with those designs and creations that everybody does. But that's one of the things too when you're getting ready to make a quilt, and what what inspires you to make one? I mean, what are things that you see, or how's the process go?
Oh man, that comes from all kinds of sources for me. Like one time I was teaching at a quilt guild in Florida, and nobody else looked up, but there was this beautiful ceiling tile, and I was snapping pictures, and they're all looking at me like I lost my mind, like, what is she looking at? But it had this really beautiful design to it, and I thought, ooh, that has potential for something in a quilt. Or you see floor tiles, or you see anything. And sometimes I am really amazed when I start playing on paper. I feel like I got a gift that I don't know where it came from, but I don't have an art background. I was a health and phys ed major in college. I had no art background. But when I got into quilting, there was something about it. It just made me happy to, play on paper. I actually do a lot of my drawing. I won't say a lot. Almost all of my quilts are drawn out on paper. And I've been quilting for 40 years, so I'm an old school kind of person. In other words, somebody else today, I have no doubt, would go on the computer and figure out how to draw what I'm doing on paper. But there's something to be said for that pencil touching that paper, and that I can erase and I can change a line within a couple of seconds, and that I can see it in real size. I think that's part of the thing for me. It's like, I just really want to be able to draw it out because I do a lot of applique. And when I'm appliquing, I like to see what the real size of that piece is, to see if I need to modify it to make it easier to sew, or changes that I maybe need to make to it that could make it easier for me to work into that particular design. But I play on paper all the time. I'm always just drawing little sketches or shapes of things and just playing. But yeah, it can come from it can start with anything. Sometimes it starts because I see an ad in a magazine. Not anything about the design that's there, but the colors that they put together in that ad. I think, oh, those colors together, I love them. So if I liked them in that ad, there's a good chance that I'm going to like those colors together when I, put them into a quilt. So it's limitless.
So Karen, I've got to ask you, how many quilts do you have at your house?
Well, I've given some away over the years, a lot of family, friends, and I've sold some over the years just because it made no sense for them to all be stored in drawers and stuck on shelves. That doesn't make any sense to me. And so again, I've sold some, I've given lots and lots of them away. How many do I have here?
Well, you've made over 350, so right, I figured you probably still had a bunch.
I might have 100, but the rest are out there. Well,
that's not too bad.
No, that's not bad. And then some of them, when you win some of the awards, it's sometimes they keep your quilt, which that before you go into the entry of the show, if that's the situation. And so 3 of my quilts have gone to whoever, that was the deal when you won the award. So 2 of them are hanging in the museum in Paducah, Kentucky, which to me is just the biggest honor, because so many more people get a chance to see those quilts there than they ever would if I had them at my house. And so that to me was just amazing.
That's a great honor, by the way, and congratulations on that, because I know that that's, you know, every quilter's dream is to, you know, just striving for that success. And you know, one of the things before we get off here, I wanted to ask you about. I know that we carry some of your products on our website. You know, can you tell us a little bit about your scissors? I know the scissors are one of the hot items that you sell. Could you tell us a little bit about your scissor collection that we sell?
Sure. When what prompted me to do the scissors, actually, and I won't remember what year it was, has been quite a while now, but I was in a class, not anything to do with this discussion. It was a side discussion that came up. And somebody talked about that they had really liked cutting with serrated edge scissors. And I thought, I don't even know what they are. I'd never heard of them. And so I thought, I need to find a pair. And I did. And what happened was, I really, really, really liked the way they cut. And I'll explain in a minute. But there were things about the scissors that didn't work well for me. The handles were not comfortable. They were really hard. And if you're going to cut a lot of applique and you're cutting layers, your hands hurt if the scissors handles are that hard. And the other big thing was, I really do not like blunted or rounded end of the blade scissors. Hate is a strong word, but I don't like them. I need to be able to cut to a point. So I needed a really sharp point on the scissors. And nobody had anything like it. And so I started doing some research to say, could I have these scissors made? Is that something that could be done? I spent 3 years, working on those scissors to find somebody to do them, to do what I wanted to be done exactly. And so the concept with that serrated blade, which is 3 of the scissors have that, is that one of the blades is straight so it can be sharpened. And then the other blade has what is called a micro serrated edge. So the bonus to that edge is, there's a whole lot actually, but let's say you're cutting fabric for applique, because I do, even though there's a piece quilt hanging behind me, I do a lot of applique. And I found that when you cut with the serrated blade, it really helps to keep your fabric from fraying. That's huge if you're cutting stuff for applique, because we cut a really small seam allowance or sometimes raw edges, you know, it just depends. But the other thing I found was on the the 2 bigger pair, the blue handle and the purple, so that's the 6 and the 7.5 inch serrated blade, is that you could cut layers of fabric. And when I said that to one of my girlfriends who started quilting when I did, I mean, I've known her that long, and she said, why would you want to cut layers? And I looked at her and I said, why wouldn't you want to cut layers? And she said, you know, she just never thought about it. But when you look at a lot of applique designs, you'll notice that there isn't just one of a shape. There's 4, 8, 12, 16, usually an even number. And I found that I could stack my fabric in 4 thicknesses. I have friends who go up to 8. That's a little hard on my hands, but 4 thicknesses of fabric, and I don't need one single solitary pin in those layers. When I cut, the fabric does not shift or move because of that serrated blade. And it holds them so even and perfect, even intricate and bigger shapes. And so I just found that serrated edge was so beneficial to me. And then the layer cutting was sort of, I figured that out years later down the road, but what a helpful thing to have that and not have to pin. And I'm not saying pinning is bad, don't misunderstand me, but I just didn't need to and still could finish with such accuracy. And then the way I designed the handles on these scissors, it was so that you could flip them so a right or a left-hander could cut with them. So the handle is the same on both sides, so you could just flip it. And that was another thing that was helpful. You know, I get very good feedback from left-handers that they like how the scissors work for them as well. And the other thing about them is I have a very close friend who was starting to get pretty bad arthritis in her hands, and she was having trouble with any of the hard handled type scissors. And so she was one of my testers, so that I knew they would work for her as well and that they were comfortable in her hand. Because as we get older, that is an issue that a lot of us have to deal with. And so there were all sorts of things that went into the designing of them, to hopefully things that I wanted, that I wished I had. And the response to the scissors has been really, really good.
Well, Karen, thank you so much for sharing a lot of information with us this morning about you and you know, helping our customers get to know you a little bit better. And again, thank you so much for being part of this event and being one of our judges. I mean, it was awesome having you here. And I know you're going to be back Saturday to help us award these winners, and we look forward to that. So everybody say goodbye to Karen, and we hope to see you again on Saturday. And we're going to tell them a little bit about how they can find your products. And so if you want to see Karen's products, she has an incredible scissors set. But we have, I think, up to about 14 or 16 products on our website of Karen's. And you know, the scissors are extremely priced right there. I think they're all under $25. You know, they're around that range. But you can go to our website in the search bar and go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in the search bar up there, just type in Karen Kay Buckley, and it'll take you right to the product page that has all her products on them. And you can just click on any of those and check out right there with them. So we sure do appreciate Karen coming on. But guys, guess what time it is? It is giveaway time. We're going to quickly give some stuff away, and then we have our next presenter coming up. And so first off, we're going to give away, it comes from So Steady. It's the puzzle centerpiece and puzzle template set. And our winner is coming from YouTube, and the winner is Janice 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵. I think that's how you pronounce it, Janice. I hope I'm not butchering your name, but Janice 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵 is our winner from YouTube. Our next item that we're giving away is Kai's Scissors, and the Kai's Scissors winner is coming from YouTube as well, Don Kellogg. So congratulations, Don. The next item we got up to give away is from Dime, and it's the Ohio Star Cheater Quilt. And our winner is coming to us from Facebook, and her name is Karen Ferguson Jarrell. So congratulations, Karen. And the next item is also from Dime, and it's My Quilt Planner. And it is, the winner's coming from Facebook, and it is Sarah Eggert. So congratulations, Sarah. And then our last product we're giving away right now is coming from Bernina, and it is a Burnett 05 Academy. What a great machine. And if y'all didn't get a chance to see that demo yesterday, you missed a great demo. This thing, you know, Megan showed us how it would go through 7 layers of jeans. And our winner for this is coming from Facebook, and it's Tammy Blackburn. So congratulations, Tammy. So all of you winners, tell you how you collect your prize. You actually go and send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, to SewingMachinesPlus.com. And in that header up there, the title, put I won. In the body of your email, put your name, your shipping address, where you want the product shipped to, and just tell us what product you won so we can match it up very quickly. And we'll get that sent out to you. It'll probably be next week before we get them shipped out, so you'll probably have it in a couple weeks. So anyway, congratulations to all of our winners. So guys, coming up now, we have Lynn Mars coming from Aero Cabinets, and you know, we're super excited to have Lynn. Lynn was here yesterday. We talked all about, you know, a couple package that we had, but today Lynn's going to talk about several different cabinets that Aero has put together. But you know, Lynn, I think I told you yesterday, you know, she comes from the dentistry field. She worked over 40 years in that field, and one of the things that she kind of learned when she was in the dentistry field is, you know, how important precision, ergonomics, and all those things happen. And it just, you know, just worked so good into when she got into quilting. She just kind of fell in love with it because she could use those same things that she had been trained on. And now, you know, she's with Aero Cabinets, a great addition. Y'all, please welcome Lynn to our show.
Hi, Blaine. I'm really excited to be back. Thanks for having me.
Hey, we're excited to have you here, and I know today we're going to talk about several different cabinets and things. So we don't want to waste any more time, Lynn. I want to get right in there, and I want you to start showing us all about these Aero cabinets.
Thank you, because I have so much in my head. Kangaroo has put together 3 really amazing studio bundles for your customers. I am so excited about each and every one of them. So I'm going to dive in. 2020, I think we can all agree, was one of those years that it was a little stressful, but we had our sewing. I don't know about you, but sewing hundreds of masks for the frontline workers, or maybe our friends, our relatives, or people in need. And all right, if you're like me, you might have grabbed 1 or 2 of those UFOs that have been hanging out in the closet and actually got them finished. Bottom line is, we love to sew, and it was really helpful during 2020. So if you love to sew, I think you should really love where you're sewing. And these studio sets are all about that. It's comfort and convenience, and man, do they deliver. So just to kind of set the scene, I have the studio sets. Each one will come with one of our signature cabinets. And all of them are a little bit different because our sewing needs are different, so the cabinets are going to be different. So one of our 3 signature cabinets, super excited about this next piece. It's the Dingo cutting table storage unit. It's amazing. I will get into that, and if I talk too long on it, cut me off. And then, of course, to top it off, we have the #1 rated adjustable hydraulic chair by Aero. So all told, if you were dreaming about your dream studio, now's the time. It's 2021, and I think we deserve it. Let's get going. I am going to start off with our Dingo cabinet. Now, this one is all about storage. It has an amazing work surface. It's about 4.5 feet wide, and then with the quilt leaf, it goes about 3.5 feet deep. Storage. Here we go. It has 3 drawers that can be locked. And I know we were talking a lot about scissors in one of those segments, and you don't want those walking off. Locking cabinets keeps it nice and secure and away from little fingers or even husbands that like to steal our things. It has a top drawer, again, keeping all those things that we need at our fingertips, whether it's, our bobbins, our thread, our scissors, you name it, it can be put in here. The beauty of Joey is that this top drawer can be pulled out. It's a soft closing. It can be pulled out. This insert goes over the top of it. And what you have now is a really steady base. So when you are working on those larger projects, between the quilt leaf in the back and the support on the left, it really helps keep that stitching and that fabric going through your machine. Plus, if you don't need that support, it's really nice to have your blocks that you're ready for assembly, having those sit right there, right at your fingertips. So love this. This caddy, I should have mentioned, is also movable. It can go from the right side of your machine to the left side of your machine, depending upon your particular sewing needs. Next, all of these cabinets come with the 3-position hydraulic lift. And that is so important. We have a permanent house for our sewing machine. It can go into the storage position. So when we want to pack everything up, should we have to. It also moves really easily up into the free arm position, because I know some of us like to garment sew, and that's really important to have that free arm. Most of us quilters do like it in the flat bed position, because then it keeps our wrists, that ergonomics. It's really important not to get that cant to your wrists. So 3-position hydraulic lift. The other thing is all of our cabinets sit on industrial strength casters. So, you know, when we go to close this up and it comes into a really nice footprint, sometimes we do need to move our cabinets around. Say we're not going to be using the quilt leaf and you just want to fold that up, you can do that and it will easily move against the wall or move away from the wall. Now I'm going to fold this down and I'm going to show you just how compact this all gets. Oh, forgot. They also come with an insert that will cover the sewing well. So again, if you need this workspace for laying out a project, it's a nice flat surface that allows you to do that. It is a great, great, great cabinet. Lots of storage. The casters with the movability. And it is a beautiful piece of furniture. It is, well, I hate to say it, all of them are my favorite. I'd like to tell you this is my favorite, but if I say that, there's going to be the other 3 cabinets or other 2 cabinets that I can show you that they will become my favorite. It's like trying to pick your favorite kind of ice cream. I don't know. It's really hard to do. So again, move it out there. Oh, the studio sets, I told you, it has your choice of one of our 3 signature cabinets. Now, this studio bundle comes in at $2,799, but that includes this cabinet and the dingo. I can't wait to show you that. So I'm going to bring the dingo out right away so you know what I'm talking about, so you can see what a phenomenal deal these studio sets are. Let me get this. Sorry, I was going to move that a little bit off frame. The dingo, holy cow. I can't say enough good things about the dingo. A quick story, I did take a picture. I got one for the first time this year and absolutely fell in love with it. I shot a picture of it, sent it to my girlfriend. And my girlfriend's immediate response is, I want one of those. And I said, oh no, you don't want one. You need one. The storage in this is second to none. It has the locking drawers. So again, if you have to, you can lock it, keeps your things nice and secure and safe. But it has 9 soft close drawers. There's a bigger drawer down here. Again, everybody's sewing needs are different. So what you store in there, you know, it's up to you. I have put finished quilts in there. I have ready for their bindings. I have stored my applique stuff that I want in a particular place because I just want to grab it all. It's my friend, she's into embroidery. So of course, she says you never throw away any fabric. It all gets stored in here. Use your imagination. It is absolutely great. But this isn't just about storage. This also is a cutting table. So when you open this up, it's about 4 feet wide, but you get another 2 feet with this leaf. So you have 4.5 feet by almost 4 feet deep. It is super sturdy. It is really good. And with this studio set, it comes with a cutting mat, absolutely free. So you have this beautiful storage piece, 9 soft closing drawers, this expansive work surface up here that can be a cutting table. And again, use your imagination because some of us don't need that whole space for the cutting, but there's nothing to say that you can't put a little pressing mat up here or you can put your laptop up. You know, it is a work surface designed for what you need it to do. I love this dingo, love it. And I know I have more cabinets to show you, so I better get going or we'll be sitting here all day. Get me talking sewing cabinets, it's probably not a good thing because grab a cup of coffee, you'll be here for a while. All right, and this dingo is included with every studio set. I showed you the 𝓕𝓼𝓻𝓽𝓵. The next piece that I would like to bring out is the Aussie. Our Aussie is one of these cabinets that really has a lot of wow factor. This one, we're going to start out, as you can see, it is in a relatively small footprint. It's about 4 feet by 2 feet deep. Pretty substantial, compact, nice. But the magic happens when you start to open up Aussie. First of all of our cabinets also come with the quilt leaf. Our signature cabinets, so important with this quilt leaf. I'll tell you, those big projects that we have going, really important. So we have the quilt leaf in the back. Now, if I start to open this up, you'll see the work surface. I have it locked. The work surface that we can get. Okay, and I'm going to move our dingo just a little bit out of the way so I can show you just how amazing this Aussie is. So the wow factor, it is a full 8 feet of work surface with an additional about 2.5 feet with the quilt leaf. So we are looking at just about 4 feet deep by a little over 8 feet wide. It's amazing. But it's not just the work surface that stands out. What also stands out is the storage on this. We have 3 drawers, or not drawers, I'm sorry, 3 cubbies on the door. There's a larger one on the bottom, and then 2 smaller ones here, which are perfect for storing threads, maybe the scissors, things that you need close at hand. It has a caddy right here. And we have a working studio, if you hear some sounds out there. It has a caddy that is removable. So I am going to pop this out. And with this caddy, it is removable. And you can put that into 2 positions. So if you're working on a project and you need a little tighter space, here it is. This is sturdy enough that you could put a little cutting mat on here. You could put a little pressing mat on here, and it's going to take it. It's very, very sturdy. This also, for you sergers out there, can store your serger. It has plenty of space underneath there. In addition, it has 2 soft closed drawers for more things, more of our notions, things that we like to keep close at hand and we don't want to go looking for. So the second position, so you don't want a tighter workspace, say you are working on a serging project and you want to expand that out, you can do that. The second position is going to come over here and it fits right in there. And again, it is incredibly sturdy. You can put your serger on here and work on a serging project. If you wanted, I've also thought, I don't own one of these, hint, hint, maybe I should. I would think about putting a second machine there. I work a lot with my grandchildren to teach them how to sew. So again, it gives me space to continue to do my work, but I can also maybe zip over there and help them. We also, I should mention, it has 2 shelves right in here too. So again, if you want to store some books for inspiration or a reference manual, you have a slot to do that. As with all of our cabinets, here's that well that I talked about that fits right over here that gives you that flush work surface. It has the 3-position hydraulic lift. So yes, if you want to put your sewing machine to bed and house it, you can push it down into the storage position.
If you're a free arm sewer, you need it for garments, again, goes up into the free arm position, super easy, just a slight push, and then also goes into that flat bed position, which again, with our quilters and the ergonomics, it is really important for that. And I think that's just like a lifesaver. Our material just kind of glides right over that, and we can feed it through our machine really, really easily. Am I missing anything? The casters, again, this is a lot of space to work with, but say we don't need that space and we want to move it out of the way. Heavy duty locking casters. We can move this cabinet to a position that's maybe not so intrusive. It gets out of our way. Whatever you need to do, this cabinet can deliver. So the movable caddy, it's so adorable. I'm going to put it back in here. We're going to slide it in, tuck it away, and the Aussie is going to go back down into its nice, compact 4 by 2 foot footprint. Should mention, it's again a phenomenal deal. This one is going to be $2,799, again, including the dingo, which I don't know, I love the dingo. It includes the dingo, and it includes the #1 rated hydraulic chair by Arrow. So I'll talk about those chairs later. Those just make me smile. I, love those too. So it completes your studio set. There's just something about going to a dedicated storage space or a dedicated sewing space where all your really nice things that you love to have are stored and they're accessible. The convenience, the ergonomics, I can sit and sew for hours because you know how we kind of get lost in time and, was I supposed to get dinner on the table? Anyway, yeah. So ergonomically, my back and my shoulders and my wrists are not reminding me that I've been sewing for hours. So here is the Aussie, $2,799, great deal, includes the dingo and the chair. Which brings me to my next one, the last and final cabinet that I have. We had the 𝓤𝓼𝓻𝓽𝓲𝓷𝓰, which offered us tons and tons of storage. The Aussie with this expansive workspace that, it's our largest of all cabinets as far as workspace. And then we go to one that I would like to call, it's kind of like a little sister to the Aussie. It's the 𝓤𝓼𝓻𝓬𝓪. And these cabinets being on these casters, you can see how easily I move it. Now, granted, I'm on a floor, but I can personally tell you my dingo sits on carpet, and when I needed that full expanse to lay out a project I was working on, it was really easy to move away from my wall and pop out that extension in the back. So again, the casters, I know they're kind of boring to talk about, but they're really important when it comes to the movability, the ability to configure our sewing room, because it's kind of a dynamic thing, right? We're always changing our mind about what we need and where we want to put things. But the 𝓤𝓼𝓻𝓬𝓪 is slightly more affordable. It's $2,599. When I say it's a little sister to the Aussie, that doesn't mean I want to diminish what it has, because this opens up to a full 6 feet of space. And it also has the quilt leaf in the back. And I'm just going to briefly talk about this, just really briefly, because I know I'm going to be running out of time. There is, I think Blaine has a special deal also with this studio set that's a free gift that we really can't say due to, I think, marketing restrictions, but it's a really sweet deal that'll help pull this studio set together. So it's great. The Wallaby, really similar to our Aussie, a little sister. It's about 6 feet, so not to say it's small. It has the quilt leaf in the back, brings it out to about 3.5 feet. We have place for a serger. Now, it's not the removable caddy, but it does have a place for the serger. This little bench, or I shouldn't say bench, this little extension right here can hold your serger. It can support a project on that left side. It can, it's very, very sturdy. It also has a storage drawer right underneath there where if you do want to put your serger there, you have a drawer for more of your things. It has the 3-position hydraulic lift. This right side has room for 33 spools of thread and a door cubby way on the bottom. And as with all of them, it has the casters. So again, if you need to move it, you don't want the quilt leaf up, pop it down, move it against the wall. So I'm running out of time and I have so much to tell you. All right, so here was our Wallaby. Absolutely love it. We have the chairs, last but not least, and I want to make sure that I tell you about the chairs. Okay. Here we go. I'm sorry. I am thinking ahead, knowing that Blaine's not going to give me more time. The insert that I was talking about when you go into your free arm position is custom made for your machine. So there are no gaps between your machine and this unit. Really important for that flatbed sewing, and absolutely the best thing to complete a studio set so that you're sewing in comfort to sew longer. Ask about that. It's great. But I want to talk about the chairs really quick. The Aero chair, #1 rated hydraulic chair by Aero. It goes from about 18 inches up to 22 inches. So I'm kind of short. I'll throw myself under the bus. So this one, I kind of keep at a lower level. The lumbar support. When we talk about ergonomics, we want to keep our thighs parallel to the floor. This one, you can sit back and that lumbar support is just absolutely perfect. So it's an incredibly comfortable chair. Okay, I think yesterday, if you saw me, I was talking about the 5-star base. Most of you think, oh, okay. No, I sewed on a repurposed office chair, ended up on the floor more than I ended up in my chair because I dropped things. This 5-star base is incredibly stable. So we have the lumbar support, the 360 swivel, so you don't have to, get out of your chair and turn. And last but not least, I have to show you the hidden storage, more storage. Okay, I put chocolate in here because my projects don't always go that well. I already divulged that little secret about me, but that's where my chocolate goes, along with my reference books if I have to walk myself out of a problem, or I just want to sit and eat chocolate because I've ripped out that seam for 5 times. So these studio bundles, you owe it. 2021, if you've been dreaming about a studio set, make the dream happen in 2021. Man, treat yourself. These are phenomenal. And I should say that these do fit most machines on the market up to 55 pounds. They are not good for the really big embroidery machines. That doesn't work, but they do fit almost all the other ones. The sewing well is 23 inches, so you want to measure your machine. If you have a machine about 20 inches, 21 inches, it's going to fit. You just want to make sure you have room for the power cord. So the sewing opening is about 23.5 by 12.5 deep. So if you measure your machine, you'll find that most of the machines are going to fit in here. They're absolutely great products. I love them. I hope that you can make your dreams come true and get yourself one of these really sweet studio sets.
Hey, Glenn, great job. I got some questions for you.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right. So are these good for tall people?
Yeah, absolutely. The 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓶𝓮 cutting cabinet actually is and I'm going to be honest, I'm short. I'm 5'1". I actually, to cut, like to step on a little tiny stool. You know, so they're absolutely perfect. My friend that bought a dingo is over 6 feet tall, so she absolutely loves it.
Okay.
So yes,
And
they're
then
good
the
for tall people.
all right. And then the next question is, what is the largest machine that they'll take?
Okay, that's a hard question. I would measure your machine. The sewing well is opening is 23.5 by 12.5. So you want to make sure that you have room for your power cords. I think it's going to take 95% of the machines out there, just not those really large embroidery machines.
Okay. We're doing a speed round here.
Okay.
Does the chair have a weight limit?
It does, but I've not found that to be really the case. It's about 300 pounds, but again, people that are larger than that have fit into it and not had any problems with it. So yeah, it's about 300 pounds.
Okay. And then the final question is, do the doors fold all the way back?
On the dingo, they do. On the wallaby, once it's open, it's open. It doesn't fold all the way back. But on the dingo, yes, those doors, I was kind of constricted here for space, will fold back tight against your cabinet. So if you want to keep your doors open all the time, absolutely possible.
Okay. Great job, Lynn. So, hey, we're going to show everybody how they can purchase these great cabinets. Now, they start at $12.99, and this is the one that we just showed yesterday. They start at $12.99. They go all the way up to $2,700. Hey, we're going to ship it free to your door. So that is huge because the shipping normally is pretty expensive for cabinets. We're going to ship it free to your door. And we also have 60 months, 0% interest financing available. So we can finance these things and get that monthly payment real low for you. But guys, this is a call-in special. We can't tell you what we're throwing in, but we also have a free gift that we're throwing in with it when you make your purchase. You have to call in for all the cabinets. And if you want to see what they are, just go to our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can type on in the search bar, Arrow Cabinets, and you'll be able to see the whole lineup that Lynn just demoed for us. And all those, they start at $12.99, go all the way up to $2,700. And we're having free shipping to your door. We have a free special that we're giving you on the purchase. And we have the 60-month 0% interest financing. So get those monthly payments down low, give us a call, and we'll see if we can help you out. So guys, guess what time it is? It's not giveaway time. It is Eleanor Burns time. So we have got Eleanor here today, everyone. And I know she was here yesterday. She had a little bit of audio problems, but today they've got it all worked out. And we're super, super excited to have Eleanor. She is the unofficial queen of quilting. And I guess she probably is the official queen of quilting. And we love Eleanor, and I think really don't have to tell much history about her. She's probably going to tell you a little bit about some of the things that she's done in her trunk show today. We had a trunk show yesterday. We have one today, and then Saturday, Eleanor's coming back on. She'll be here a full hour on Saturday, so you don't want to miss that as well. Y'all, please welcome to the show, Miss Eleanor Burns.
Oh, am I on?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Good morning, Blaine. You are doing such a great job. Congratulations.
That makes me feel good.
Today I have a whole different group of quilts to show you, but this time I'm going to feature our rulers. And I just wanted you to see the way that we have the rulers displayed, because it's really handy. You get so many rulers, you have to have a way of organizing them. So this is just a slat board. It has little slats in it so that you can put your hooks right on there. As long as the ruler has a hole in it, you can hang up all of your rulers, and they're right at your fingertips, and they're great. So I have Teresa with me. She is my assistant today, and we're going to start out with the easiest ones of all, squares and half square triangles. And I picked 3 of my favorite ones that I want to start and show you. They're all with 2.5-inch squares. And this one is Circle of Friends. Circle of Friends. It's just little 2.5-inch squares, and it's easy to do. And I've got the pattern here. Okay, now, next one is all from my leftovers. I did a diamond class, and these are all the leftovers. It's called Split 9 Patch, 2.5-inch half square triangles and squares. And I actually just used everything scrappy and put it together. It's a pattern from the 1800s, traditional pattern, split 9 patch. And the next one, my favorite. I think I love bear's paw. I can't imagine how many, but this one is called bear tracks, and all in the bright colors. You can do 2.5-inch squares and half square triangles again, all 2.5-inch. All right, Teresa, you can take it away, and we're on the table, up and close. So if you have not seen this ruler, it is so special. It is called the Double Square Up Ruler. And you know, if you're new to quilting, this is what's really good. Whenever you get into quilting in the beginning, oh my gosh, you have so many things to buy. But if you start out with the Double Square Up, which has a 6.5-inch square, and then at the top, it has triangles for half square triangles. If you just start with something like this and a rotary cutter, you can find so many quilts that you can do. But let's just start with the 2.5-inch square. And Teresa gave me a little scrap of fabric. I bet I could cut it into a 2.5-inch square. So when you use this ruler, you always place number 1 in the upper right corner. And look at this. I've already got 2 sides already trimmed, but you just place your ruler on your fabric at 2.5, put your fingers on there, and then with your rotary cutter, just push up and away. How about that? Fast. So I love to just cut up all my scraps and have them all ready to go. So you can see all of the squares the whole way out, perfect for cutting. And the next one is the half square triangle. So then you do the top edge. And I just grabbed 2.5-inch, some of the jelly rolls, some of the pieces that are left over from the jelly rolls. This is really easy to do because the ruler is even included right in the split 9 patch for a 2.5-inch square for a triangle. Okay, so you just put the triangle right on here, line up the edge. I already cut one, cut it across, and you got it. And this part right here is for your seam allowance. So then you just turn your ruler like this, and you can just cut along, and then you just take these pieces. They're already lights and darks, right sides together. So all you have to do is just sew one side, like this one. I have to pick up all my pieces. Okay, so this was like a square, and you see I drew a diagonal line down through the middle and then stitches 1/4 inch away on those sides. If you want to have a half square triangle like this to cut into 2 pieces, you take your finished size and just add 1 inch to your square. But you know what? This has all of the measurements already figured out for you. Yay! I think that's the hardest thing, remembering what size you're supposed to cut all these pieces, right, Teresa? And the Double Square Up Ruler. So if you want to have 2 squares, all you have to do is just take 1 square, draw that line, and cut it. Okay, now I want to square this. We always oversize, make it bigger, so then you can square it back to the perfect size. That way, if you're crooked in your sewing, then it doesn't matter. You straighten it up. So if this is going to be 2.5 inches, I have my tape, and I'm going to find the 2.5 inch dashed line and line this up right under it. Because if you're going to do tons of these, hundreds of these, if you have your tape on your line, then you don't have to look for it every time. This time, there's the stitches. You take the dashed line on the ruler and put it on the stitches, not on the edge, on the stitches. That's the most important part. because everybody forgets. Now you can just line it up on one side. That's cool. Trim it like that and just trim off these edges. And then you're going to press the seam toward the dark. I've got my fingernails, they're working good. And once you have what you think is a 2.5 inch square, why don't you just take your ruler and just put it on there and check it. Ooh, you can go as close as you want to, Eric. Perfect. So that's just starting with 2 simple pieces for scraps, but what if you want to make 4? Look, you just take a rectangle. This would be 3 by 6, a line down the middle, and then diagonal lines. And you can actually just use your ruler to line it up like that and stitch on both sides and go zip, zip, and then the other way. And like magic, you have 4. And then just square them up as I showed you. And simple, same for 8. You draw a big X and then sew a 1/4 inch on both sides of the line. And then you're actually going to cut it in half one way, cut it in half the other, down the middle, and you have 8 perfect triangles all ready to go to put into your quilt. I love 2.5 inch triangles and squares because you can make so many different things with it. All right, are we done with this? All right, let me just stack that up. I vowed I was going to keep everything organized for when I go home. Okay, I've got flying geese. Honk, honk. I'm going to just go. Okay, so let's see. We have so many different geese rulers. It's like we have probably 6 to 8. And Loretta Smith designed our geese rulers many years ago. And here's the shape of the geese. This has 2 little ones. This is our little mini one. And they go all the way up to jumbo geese. Boy, make a quilt with this one. You'll have it done in half a day. But these are the rulers that we've designed and used those for years. But then, Sue Bouchard designed this quilt, and it's called Modern Migration Quilt. And we designed this whole new ruler called Calling All Geese. And the fun thing with this one is that the book and the ruler go together. I'm going to show you how. So everybody says, oh my gosh, I hate flying geese. I love flying geese. It's really, really fun. And I'll show you how. So if I can get all of this out of the way first and show you the technique. All right. So our geese technique starts out with 2 different squares. 2 different squares, and you don't have to worry about remembering because they're all in the patterns too. Always a small square and a large square. And if you have the small square inside the background, let's just see if you kind of can envision a geese like that. So the geese would be dark, right? Well, with this one, the small square, envision, now the geese is light. So you can do it either way, but let's just take the one with the dark geese. You need to have, I like a 4 by 14 ruler. You'd always need to have a ruler. So you take the smaller square, center it on top of the large square, draw a diagonal line, and just sew a 1/4 inch on both sides. Okay, you with me? All right. And then how is she going to make 4 geese out of 2 squares? Okay, so then you just cut it. And I have to have fun with these, right? So you have 2 now. And you go honk, honk. I have to have fun. Okay, so lay the large triangle on the table, open it, and press the seam So it's behind the large square. And just do the second one too. Open it, press it, right sides together. Okay, now you're going to put these back right sides together, but make sure you put opposite colors together. And the next thing I have to tell you is don't try to match these seams. That's a mistake that everybody makes. Don't try to match. And you're going to know you're right when you look in the corners and you see that you got geese tails right here. Honk, sticking out. Okay, now let me take one that's all nice and smooth. We got it all done. You draw a diagonal line and sew 1/4 inch away on both sides. And when you open it up, that's what it's going to look like. And now you go, I get it. Okay, there's some geese there. So if you would fold it this way, there's a goose there and a goose there. And on the other side, 2 more again. So now let's just go back with the ruler and cut it in half. Got all of my techniques. Yeah, what are you telling me, Teresa? Oh, I don't want to ruin anything. Okay, so now we want to press these seams in opposite directions right here. So the best way is to take this piece, fold it in half, line up the tips, get a sharp pair of scissors, and just clip right to the stitches. And now whenever you lay it down, then let's go right here, run down along like that, turn it around, press the seam towards the background, and you'll see on the back side, now both of the seams lay nice and flat. So now you can see you've got these 4 geese going. Okay, so the first time I'm going to take and just use one of our rulers. This is 3 by 6. And so this is what our ruler looks like. And let me see if I can pull out my cutting mat and line this up. I'm looking at my time. I only have like a half an hour. Okay, so right here, you take the point, line it up with the seam right there, like so, and cut it in half. Set this one aside. And while you're already doing that, just go cut down the other side. Let's swing it this way and then trim across the bottom and up the side. Very perfect geese, the best geese ever, very perky. This is with our rulers. Now, if you don't have any rulers at all, then I say get the calling all geese, because it has every different size in it. It has the maximum, the largest one, clear up to the smallest one right along here. Yeah, I think you're going to have to help me pull my junk away. I have too much stuff on the table. Okay, so I have one that I haven't cut. Let me see, one that's pressed. Okay, let's get this one. So I was confused when I first used this, that I put numbers on it. So this triangle, I put number 1, I wrote 1, and then I wrote number 2, and then number 3. I know it's simple, but it helps me. Okay, so the first thing, it says put number 1 right on top of the geese. And line that triangle up, and you see there's a slot right there? So take your slot.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's too much on my table now, Teresa. Okay, you have a little keyhole. Put it in there, slice it. You've got 2. Okay, that's 1. Okay, now let's just go ahead, slide it up to number 2. Okay, this one is going to be 3 by 6 as well. So I can read, I see right along here, see how the line ends right there? So I can just take this, cut it down, one, and then the same thing over here, cut it down. So I'm just trimming it off. And the last one is number 3. So I just keep on sliding, and then I just line it up across the bottom. And now I'm going to line it up at the top. And now I'm kind of awkward, but let's see how I can do this without cutting myself, huh? Okay, so then you're just going to slide it across and trim it at the bottom. I have literally trimmed all 4 sides. So let's pull this away, another perfect geese. Perfect. So we have a pattern called the geese in the garden. How appropriate that geese would be in the garden. And that shows all of these nice geese all lined up with applique flowers going right along there. And this one is Patty's, very modern looking, and lots of fun. But then we also did another one that was kind of straight, not so many colors. And this one is Quilt in a Day. This is one of our patterns to put together. I love it. I actually did that on one of the programs lately. It was a lot of fun to do.
And you have a few more extra minutes too.
Oh, I do. Good, because I can't wait to show them something that's really important. So this is big. Merritt did this for you. So you always use 2 squares for a size of geese. And a lot of people forget. Oh, thank you, Teresa. I appreciate that. So I just said, okay, I want to have 3 by 6 geese. What sizes are those squares supposed to be, the little square and the big square? Well, they're all written out in a book, but just in case you don't have a book handy, this is the math. You take the last number, the largest number of the geese. In this one, 3 by 6 is finished geese. Take 6 inches, and add 1.5 to it. So that is 6 plus 1.5 is 7.5. 7.5 is the size of the small square. Okay, then keep that number, add another 1.5, and the size of the large square is now 9 inches. So that's worth the price of signing up for this class, right? You always want to remember and keep it in track. Okay, so we're done with geese. Honk, huh? Honk. Okay, so now I'm moving on. I'm going to use the geese and also a new ruler. I'm pulling out a new ruler called On Point Ruler. On Point Ruler is just a really nice little ruler, and you'll never guess, my little granddaughter has her pattern in here called Kylie's Kite. So when you get the ruler, you get the pattern too. And this features the ruler, 4.5 inch on point. Very easy to do, and you could do it with scraps or put it together. But I want to show you our next favorite one that also uses the On Point ruler, and it's called Autumn Leaves. This is a favorite of everybody. So you can see the On Point right up on the top. I have the point right here, the On Point, and also the geese are in it, the flying geese are in it. So now that you know one ruler, you can just start combining all different kinds of rulers into making different patches. It's really fun. Almost every time we design a new quilt, we go, oh no, we need a new ruler, but it makes everything so easy. So let me show you the Autumn Leaves. It is one of our patterns, and I'll move this aside. Let me hold on to this. And we'll just open this one up. Let me see. We need the leaf right here. And to make this part, it's very, very simple. You just need rectangles. You need rectangles that you just take a square, draw a diagonal line, sew on the diagonal line, and then there are two mirror image. Look at that. And I can just take and cut off both of those top of the triangles. 1 and 2. These are gone. Oh my gosh, don't throw these away. You can use them for something. I'll show you what you can do with them. And so press the seam this way, and there you go. You've already got that. Simple to do. And let me see. I'm looking. Where is it? Oh, yes, I see it. One's going to go there like that and like that. You have the geese. You already know how to do the geese. But this part right here is explained in the pattern. It's a triangle that you have to make. And it's really comes from a large square like this. And I already drew my lines, but you mark in 2.5 inches. And actually, if I had my double square ruler, I could put it right in there, but you could do a 2.5 inch like this, mark 2.5 there, 2.5 there on all 4 corners, and then just cut from corner to corner. And what happens is that you actually make 4 of these triangles and 4 of these geese. And these, 4 triangles and 4 on point. Those are the pieces that you come up with. And what we need are the on point right here. And these you can just set aside using another quilt. But that's how you make this part right here. And then the next part is very, very easy, because all you have to do is take a 3 by, it goes like this, a 3 by 6 rectangle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, cut it in half like that on the one diagonal. That's easy. And these are going to go, then I look at the book. Okay, so now I'm supposed to do this. I'm supposed to turn these like this, so they go out like that. And then take this piece right here. It's going to go 1 and 2. And so you can see it's already a square. And then all you take one of them and flip them right sides together. And they're designed so that you have your 1/4 inch hanging out at the top and a long peak at the bottom. Here's the 1/4 inch here, the long peak at the bottom. Press towards that seam, and then just take the second one. It's out. And then you just flip the second one right sides together to it and add it on, and watch what happens. Again, you have your 1/4 inch seam up here, a long point down here, and this is the most important thing. Remember your seam allowance. Oh my gosh, if you don't have your seam allowance on there, this is not going to work. So this is what we're going to square up. So the second part of the ruler, this is the on point ruler. Whoops, hold it like this. And you can see this 1/4 inch seam at the top, 1/4 inch seams all around. They're very important. And so if you lay it down like this, you see how the piece is larger, and we're going to trim it off. And let's see if I can just go ahead and get my ruler here. So am I going too fast? I only have like a half an hour with all these rulers to show you. Okay, so let me line this up. And Take your rotary cutter. You notice I close my rotary cutter every time. If you're new to it, trust me, shut your rotary cutter before you let go. Okay, and just keep on trimming. Ta-da! Perfect. All right. So this is where it's going to go. Right up here like this. And that finishes off your autumn leaves. Good? I feel like I need to say, okay, do you have any questions afterwards? But then I just take all my pieces that I took a week to organize and I just throw it all together and move it. You ready? Okay. This is gone. I think autumn leaves is one of the favorite patterns of everybody. Scraps. Okay. And let me look. I'm going to, ooh, next one. Mexican star. Are you ready, Teresa? Mexican star. Okay, move my plastic. I'm sorry. I could just take it off. Okay. I'm undressing in front of you. I'm stripping. Okay. Is that better? Yes. Okay. Thank you. I wish you would have told me earlier, Eric. Oh, okay. Okay. Mexican star. Is that beautiful? This is Patty's. She loves the colors. It's a beautiful, easy one to do, very traditional. And there's really just one extra ruler to purchase to go with Mexican star. Let me just pull this out. Okay, you can put it down, Teresa. I have everything ready for Mexican star. And there is a pattern. And this is what the ruler looks like. It's just very, very simple. There are 2 different sizes in this. You can see the full outline one is for the regular 12-inch, and then there's just a little smaller one marked right in here. My sister Patty gave me this ruler to use, and she's got some tape on the back so the ruler won't slide. It works really good, but I'm just going to take this, your pattern, open it up, and first we're going to just take a 2.5-inch strip. And you can layer cut it. You can stack them up to get them done quickly, but they are mirror image. Okay, so just take the first cut. Let's just leave it and just turn it around. Okay, I'm just going to take and trim off the salvage edge. Ta-da! And now we can really move. So you want to be cutting away from you. Okay, line it up like that. Start right here, cut back, cut away. Okay, pick up the ruler and turn it around. And so use the line that you just cut and then the next line. And you just keep on cutting across to get enough for your whole quilt. The pattern, look how easy it is. It's really fun. Okay, just to layer cut that, and boy, I'm a cutting fool, too much. Okay, so we've got these all cut, and I'm just going to open them up, and I will show you that they're mirror image, like that. Okay, the next pieces you need are 2 squares. First of all, you need to have a 4.5-inch square. This is your background. You're going to cut it in half. You need a 10 3/4-inch square, and all of the lines are folded. You'd be cutting on the fold lines, one diagonal, the other diagonal. So whenever you're all done, you have this triangle. Okay, turn the page. Beep. And now you're going to have a little 2.5-inch square. You already know how to do that. And let me lay this out for you. So here it is. ready to go. This is the way you're going to lay it out. You've got a 2.5-inch square, and this was from the 10 3/4, like this, and just right across, and like magic, ta-da! All done. And this is what it looks like. You cut these little ends off right here. And once those are cut off, then you put the little 4.5-inch squares on, like so. And that's about it. It's the hardest part. Okay, so gather this all up. And now we'll make 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this. Oops, this is not quite done, huh? Well, how about we'll just have to switch into this one with a strip in between and with a same one exactly like that. And a strip in between these. And that is the block. Ooh, magic. And let me see what I have here. Look at this one. Beautiful. So many beautiful colors. Ta-da! Love them. This is a really popular pattern. People really like that one. It's really easy to do. And I can't wait to see if you have questions about it. Okay, so now I made another mess. I need to fold it all up. I had visions of putting this all back in order. That was silly. Okay, so now I'm going to turn the page, and I'm pretty sure I'm up to triangle in a square. Okay, this one is really beautiful. It's a ruler called Triangle in a Square, and this is our roundabout block. Roundabout. So you know how to do squares. Now you're going to see how to do a triangle in a square. There are 2 different blocks in this quilt. One block has half square triangles, which I showed you in the beginning. And the second block has little 4 patch. So you just keep on alternating between the 2 blocks, and that's what makes that quilt. And it's a great scrappy quilt. You can just really have a good time with it. It's very, very easy to do, but it's a lot of fun with all of the colors. So let me see. Let me take this away. And I need those pieces that you gave me earlier, I think. Yes. Okay, so the ruler, there are 2 different rulers in it. And how about I put it on a piece of paper so you can see them. Okay, there are 2 sizes. First, this one is a 3-inch triangle in a square. And if you add this on, this is a 4-inch. And then when you square them up on the same ruler, this is the 3-inch and this is the 4-inch. That's finished size. So to do that, you need to have strips of both sizes if you want to do it. So this is the 5-inch strip. Just take your triangle, line it up at the blunt top and down at the sides, and you're going to just cut up and down, and that's for the 4-inch finished. And then you need to have a second strip if you're going to do the smaller size. This is a 4-inch strip. It's going to be 3-inch finished. So you just line it up at the bottom, blunt top, yes, up, down, get rid of it. So they're both easy to cut, very, very easy to cut. Now you've got to have your little corners, your little triangles at the sides. So I have a a square that I'm just going to cut in half. It's 2.5 by 5. I'm going to cut it at 2.5. Ta-da! And then cut it on one diagonal. And then these pieces just go right along here like this. And so to finish, that's the top. We have a blunt top on it, and you have to watch see how it lines up, has a blunt top. So if you put this triangle on the other triangle and you line that up right in like that, that's your 1/4 inch seam that you put right there. And so let me see if I have some. Oh, I'm getting everything all mixed up. Okay, so then you just sew on one side, you fold it out, and then up at the top, this one just goes and overlaps, and it's a 1/4 inch seam down. And that's what it looks like whenever you get it all squared up. So this one is the small one, and we have the larger one too. Let me show you. So when you put this ruler on, you line up the small triangles on the outside edge and trim on all 4 sides. You have to turn it twice. This is what it looks like. Beautiful. Stars. Triangle in a square. Whoop. Good. Made another mess. What am I going to do? Oh, it's okay. Oh, I'm just going to show you this piece too, just to show how it was set together. So if anybody wants to come here and help me clean up all of this and sew it all together, I would be just thrilled. That does it, huh? Put the paper here. Okay. So where are we now? We are on fussy cuts. Yes, fussy cuts. Boy, my sister Patty, she loves fussy cuts. She's the fussy cut queen. I always go, well, my mom called her. She was special. She's always like this, fussy cut. But we have really developed our fussy cut rulers. And this is what the block is. I have the fussy cut here, like this, and fussy cut here, like this. We have a whole stack of fussy cuts. We've got a complete fussy cut ruler set, every size fussy cut you could ever desire. But this is what they look like. A fussy cut has an X down through the middle, 1/4 inch seam marked around the outside edge. And you can get this in so many different sizes. And you can just cut up a piece like you want to start with a nice floral piece like this. And shake it out. Shake it, baby. And look, this is a great one. Right in the middle. Nice big fussy cut. So you want to take your ruler and place it. And I can see, oh, that works out really good. Fussy cut. And just trim around it on all 4 sides. And on a piece of fabric like this, you can find a whole bunch more fussy cuts to cut up. So that's one. Makes a quilt beautiful. So this one over here, look, you could do a smaller fussy cut right here. Just mark the center of the flower with the X and cut on all sizes. Perfect. All right. So I have the ruler for the star, and it's called, let me move this away. Trim Star. Okay, what's the name of that ruler? We have too many rulers here. Too many rulers. And yeah, take all my stuff and move it away, Teresa. Okay, good. So, trimmed star. It's called a trimmed star, and I find it really unique because it looks complicated. That this little piece right in here, I just want you to look how close you can see that it all lines up. 2 minutes? Okay. Oh, I can do it in 2 minutes. Oh, I just dropped my scraps on the floor. Dropped all my pieces. Okay. So this is what you do. I'm going to show you fast. You take 2 colors, light and dark, draw a diagonal line. Both ways. You go across the middle and down. Then you turn it across the middle and down. And then you just cut these pieces, and this is what you get, like this, when you open them up like that. And then I'm going to show you. You take them and cut them. See, where did my ruler go?
Right in the back.
Oh, right where I put it. Okay, so this one, see, it says trim star. Okay, so it's just like quarter square triangles. Trim it on 3 sides, 4 sides, and go down. And then you have that perfect. We want to cut off the green part, lay it across like this. Ta-da! Take this off. There it is, right there. Just take a little fussy cut so the triangle's on into the middle. And like this. And then, what did you say, Ryan? Then there's Q&A. 2. Done. And if you're crazy, look at this. You can use all the scraps and make little mini pieces. I think I'm done. Oh, that was a lot. Maybe I should have done half as much, huh? I hope you were with me. And are they allowed to ask questions now?
They are, Eleanor. We got a bunch of questions for you as well.
Okay.
Hey, so our first one that they're asking, who has to clean up the floor with all the scraps?
That's the biggest thing, you know. There was one little boy said to his grandma, watch me, does she have a little man behind her that cleans this all up? You know what? I'm probably going to do it. I'll get it all organized together. It's pretty funny. Yep, I'll do it. Okay.
All right. That's great. So, hey, they're wanting to know, do you have any new fabric lines coming out?
Oh my gosh. Right now it is here. It's called Rose Whispers. It's beautiful roses, all sizes, all scales, beautiful colors from Benartex. Teresa is running out of the room to get some of that new line of fabric. It is beautiful. So she'll be back with that. And it's here in our store. You can get it now. Okay. Until she comes back, ask me another question.
All right. We'll ask you another one. So what is your most favorite sewing notion?
Oh, my nose. Okay. You know what? I think the one I cannot live without is my stiletto. I have to have my stiletto, and I didn't even use it, but I'm using it all the time to hold my seams down. always stretching pieces if I have to make them fit. I'm always using it. I pick out stitches with it and everything. Definitely, it is the stiletto. This is a copy of an heirloom stiletto. And I as soon as I sit down to my sewing machine, I'm going, okay, where's my stiletto? Gotta have it. Okay, Teresa just brought in, oh, look at this. Oh, Ryan's got, we've got a whole show. This is using the new line of fabric. This is a program from Quilting a Day that's called Sew Along. Teresa and I are going to be showing how to make the blocks, and they're from the new line of fabric, Sew Along. And this is the other one. This is a new book, and Orion's going to run over and show you. And this one is called Diamond Log Cabin. Diamond Log Cabin. I'm nuts about log cabins. And I did this when I was in Julian. I wrote the book. It's actually a second edition of the Diamond Log Cabin, but the fabric's beautiful. And this one too. This one, you know, everybody thought I was retired, but actually I was in my log home writing 6 patterns in one book. And this is the Diamond Party. And that's all new line too. Isn't it pretty? It's very feminine. Very feminine. But for me, that's the kind of fabric that I like in my bedroom. It's relaxing and just peaceful. Okay. What else?
All right. We got another one for you. So do you have any new books coming out?
Well, that I just really told you. It's Diamond Log Cabin. That's the one Orion just ran out with. It's a small book, but it's just one project. But it's beautiful and it'll be fun. Uses a ruler, special ruler, diamond ruler.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, they never let me rest.
Sounds
I'm
like
serious.
it. So
I went home from this last night. I ate dinner and I stayed up until 10:30 proofing.
Eleanor, you sound like our owner, Ron Martin. You know, he's
Yes.
around your age, and you know he's supposed to be.
Yes.
So I got several more questions. We'll see if we can get through all these. What kind of tape is on the back of your ruler?
Oh, boy.
Alignment tape.
Alignment tape? Alignment tape. You know, Orion just did this one. You know, Orion's always coming up with great ideas. But this is really good to mark your lines. But it also will stop your rulers from sliding. And that really helps. We found out that I'm not allowed to put too much tape when I do a video because the lights and everything, but alignment tape is a pretty yellow color. And it's not out yet. Okay, Orion, we've promised it. Get it done. He's another one that never rests.
All right,
Okay.
So Jenny, we got another question for you. It says, how do you keep your bias edges from stretching?
You can keep them from stretching if you put them on the bottom when you sew, so that really works the bias. But I have pretty good luck. You know why, Blair? Because I have a baby lock. I have all these great feed dogs.
Hey, you know, baby lock are great machines, so I'll agree with you there. We love our baby locks.
I love my baby locks. We're supposed to say, baby lock for the love.
For the love. So somebody's asking, what is the quilt called that's behind you?
Oh, well, this is the split 9 patch as well. The split 9 patch, it has, oh my gosh, it's almost like the log cabin. It has all these different layouts, and this is Patty's. Thank you for asking, because Patty will be really proud. She loves to do shading with her colors, change her values, but this is just kind of like a modern approach. A lot of times you would just put the the center right in the middle and diamond around it, but she started up in the top corner. And in the pattern, some of my students came up with all these great different ways of laying out blocks similar to log cabin. It's just 2.5-inch squares and 2.5-inch half square triangles. And that's all it is. It's just a great quilt. It's fun. I really like it. I've been working with the Julian Women's Club, and we made a king size split 9 patch in blue values. Huge. So someday soon you'll be seeing that one.
So Eleanor, we have time for one more question before you get out of here. And everybody's wanting to know, what inspires you to come up with some of these great quilts?
Well, I said yesterday that it really is the antique quilts, but you can look at the fabric and just start envisioning something that it would look really good at with fussy cuts or different colors. I just like to look around antique quilts and see what inspires me and how I could make them. I think besides the fabric and the way it looks, it's a technique. If I look at that and I feel inspired to come up with a really cool way of putting these pieces together, starting probably with the rulers, the tools that I have, and if I need to add another tool, another ruler to make it very easy. Whenever I come up with this cool technique, I'm so excited about it. And they come to me in my sleep, and I can't wait to wake up and do it. It's crazy, but it's true. I dream quilts.
I'll bet. That is so awesome. So Eleanor, thank you so much for coming on this morning. I want to remind everybody out there that Eleanor is going to be back here on Saturday, and you're going to do a whole hour with us on Saturday, Eleanor, and we're looking so forward to you coming back and doing that. So thank you again for coming on today, and have a great day, okay?
Thank you so much.
All righty, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, the queen herself, the queen of quilting, Eleanor Burns, and what a fabulous lady she is, and we look so forward to her coming on Saturday. So you don't want to miss that. All right, guys. Hey, we're going to do some giveaways, and then we got 𝓕𝓲𝓻𝓽𝓾𝓪𝓵 coming up from Janome, and we got 2 great machines we're going to talk about. But first, we're going to do some giveaways. So the first thing we have given away today comes from Daylight, and it's the Daylight Wafer 2. This is that light box. You see it on the screen right there. This thing is awesome. Our winner comes to us from YouTube, and it's Jessica Pennell. Jessica Pennell. So congratulations, Jessica. And at the end of all these giveaways, I'll tell you how you can claim your prize, okay? The next thing we have coming up is the 𝓕𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓷𝓰 storage unit and cutting mat, which this is a great, great prize. Our winner come to us from Facebook, and our winner is Cecilia Chandler. So congratulations, Cecilia. And then our next prize we have coming up is the dime. It's the 𝓦𝓞8 book, and it is from Facebook, and it's Constance Duval. So Constance Duval, congratulations on winning that. And then our big prize for this hour comes to us from Baby Lock. It is a Baby Lock Jubilant, and our winner comes from YouTube, and it's Tracy Sayer. So Tracy Sayer, congratulations on that. So congratulations to all of our winners. And here's how you can claim your prize. You're going to send an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, to SewingMachinesPlus.com. And in the title, put I won. Down in that body, put your name, put your phone number, your email address, if you want to, all that good stuff. And most of all, put where you want it shipped to, okay? Put where you want your product shipped to, and then tell us what you actually won. And that way we can make sure we can match it up and get it to you. And we'll get all that to you. So congratulations to all of our winners. So, hey, I was sitting here, and Deb and Candace and Marina and Rhonda and all of them are on chat back there, and they've been helping out. And we have, Andrea, Kyle, and David here in the studio running all the technical stuff. And they were like, man, Blaine, you're not doing your usual, giveaway stuff. Like, you always give all kinds of stuff away. that's not even planned. And that you haven't thrown us any curveballs. I said, you know what? I haven't. So we're going to throw a curveball. How do y'all like that? We're going to throw a curveball out that they haven't planned for. I'm going to give something else away. So here's what we're going to do. The first person that comes in and chats either on YouTube or Facebook that we get our chat coming through that tells us what the 2 great words, well, I can't tell you, I got to tell the prize first, right? The prize is going to be an Encore 260 sewing machine. Great sewing machine. But the first person that comes and tells us the 2 words that Jenny Doan said on her show, if you tell us those 2 words that she kind of came up with her little catchphrase, we're going to give that person a brand new Encore 260 sewing machine. So y'all chat them away right now, okay? And then I'm going to give another one away. What do you think about that? I'm going to give one more away. And this catchphrase is, it's not really catchphrase, is it? If you can tell us what the Eleanor's sister's name is. So tell us Eleanor's sister's name, I'm going to give you a sewing machine. The first person that gets that correct answer, we're going to give you a sewing machine. So it's going to be another Encore 260A. So y'all get them chatted up and we'll announce the winners at our next session. We'll announce the winners for you. So coming up right now, we have Alba Fedeke from Janome. So welcome, Alba. Thank you for coming to our show.
Hi, Blaine. Nice being back.
I know, we love you. It's been since, I guess you were here on the, was it the countdown to Christmas? I can't remember. You were on one of our shows. I know you were on the Cyber Monday.
The countdown, there was another in between that and now, but too long.
I know we've had you several times on our show and you always do such a great job. But today we're going to talk about that Janome 14,000. And also we're going to talk about the Elena. So we got 2 great machines you're going to talk about. We're looking so forward to it. And we got some great show specials. So I'm going to just let you get going so you can get both of those machines in the time frame we have.
Wonderful. So I'm going to start off with the Janome 1000. And what I'm going to do in a short time, I'm going to turn my screen direction around so that you could see my table. But this is a wonderful sewing, embroidery, quilting, a little bit of everything type of machine. So just give me 1 second while I turn my camera around. And I know that takes a minute or 2 to get this all going, but I am going to move my camera around and just show you some of what is included with this machine. On my tray right in front of me, these are all of the accessories that are included in with this machine. And I am just getting myself situated up, so just bear with me. So just a lot of accessories, and this is something that Janome is really well known for, is the package that they give you with the machine. So I really like the fact that included with the machine, and I just wanted to show you some of those accessories. So you're getting 2 plates, an extra bobbin case, which is a bobbin calf times tighter, which is wonderful to use in embroidery or when you're doing just work with that really fine bobbin thread. Sometimes you're just needing in the bobbin, and we give you that extra bobbin case. As far as feet are concerned, you're getting really everything you need for garments and sewing. And I really love the snap-on free motion. I am going to zoom in on those. And the snap-on free motion feet, I love when you're doing very detailed work because they give you absolutely no bounce to them. Cloth Acu guide, which is a seam allowance guide, and you're getting 2 built-in walking feet with the machine with optional attachments for them. So walking foot, this is that built-in AccuFeed system. This one comes with an attachable zipper foot, which if you do bag classes, that is just absolutely wonderful. For all my quilters, the AccuFeed foot also comes with that 1/4-inch attachment guide to be doing 1/4-inch piecing. And you're going to notice that magnifier things that are included in with the machine. And I did say that this machine is an embroidery machine and a sewing machine. And there are 4 hoops included. To just get my feet out of the way. And I am going to show you the hoops that are included and go over those sizes. So this first one, hands are on, is a square 23 9.1 by 9.1. That large one in the corner is 9.1 by 11.8. We have the, which is 3.9 by 1.6. And our 5.5 by 5.5 inch hoop. So these are the hoops that are included, all 4 of them. Just a really nice and beautiful sizes to the hoops that you're getting with the machine. And what I am going to do is I am going to come up right onto the machine and I'm going to lower my camera. So just bear with me as I move that around, and I am going to show you details of that machine. So I'm going to try and move far enough back where you see the whole machine. It is massive. From the needle to the right, going to the bed of the machine, is an 11-inch throat space. The lighting on the machine is beautiful, and it has that pull out the needle that is just really nice. And that's an adjustable light. And that's this one right here. So you'll see I'm really able to focus and adjust that light just where. I am going to come up to the screen of the machine and I am going to show you how easy it is to go from sewing into embroidery. So right here, I'm screen, and with a touch of a button, I am able to switch and go into embroidery mode that quickly, that easily. And I'm going to try, and embroidery arm is located in the back of the machine, which makes it really easy and really efficient because it leaves you with plenty of room so that you see that open and you can see where that arm is located. And I'm going to bring that camera to the side and show you that arm is in the back of the machine and just hides away really easily so that you are able to have everything you need at your side to the right and to the machine. So our embroidery arm is tucked out of the way, and really the navigation of the machine makes it really nice and easy. Just moving a couple of you. You were joining me in my home in New Jersey. So we're in a little bit of a smaller space than in the Janome studio that I am typically at. But this is showing those decorative stitches that are in the machine and just how compact everything is. And I am now going to get to the screen, and I am going to show you through the screen and just how easy that is. Perfect. Our home screen in embroidery will allow you to select from the designs that are built in USB stick. And you have some really nice editing capabilities within this, where I can reduce and enlarge within the screen, and I can really, and I'm going to show you one of the things that I love to do is just being able to mirror and copy to corner. And very quickly, I'm able to mirror and copy to corner symmetrical look that I want. And when I'm ready to go from embroidery into sewing, it is a very quick and easy changeover, and is quickly and into embroidery. And I'm going to move that back so you could see that. That same touch of the button, very quickly, very easily, without disconnecting anything. It brings me back and forth, sewing and embroidery. So just a lot of capability within the machine itself. And I mentioned some of those feet that are available. So now I am changing and some moving of the feet. And I'm going to get a little bit close up. I had mentioned the AccuFeed foot and that built-in walking foot, nice and easy. That goes on and off. And I'm just going to loosen that screw a little bit, trying to do this with one hand so that you could see what I'm doing. And just that easily, it goes on and off the machine. And I'm in place. And now I have my built-in walking foot on the machine. And that's what gives me that beautiful control of when I am working with layers. It gives me no bunching on the top or the bottom of that. And I'm just getting a little bit of darkness. So I'm going to add an extra light effect. So you'll see that as I start sewing nice and slowly, you're going to see how that upper feed dog system just moves along and really catches that fabric. And even with that walking foot, I'm able to maneuver and really control my fabric with just a fingertip. My camera back onto my table, and I know this is a lot of movement. I apologize. I lost my camera person today. So I'm trying on my own. Now I'm using my scissor button and I'm releasing that fabric. And with barely holding that, I just have a beautiful line of sewing on the top and on the bottom. No anything. And I really like that about that AccuFeed system. And I'm going to lock my machine and go into extra high lift. I had mentioned that they were interchangeable. And I am going to attach on that next interchangeable bottom. So that AccuFeed system Really, really nice. And right now I'm on it. You could see how beautifully straight that pulls. But not only can I do a straight stitch, I can go into my decorative stitches as well. Even with our built-in walking foot, I am able to do decorative stitches. And look at that beautiful control that I get. I'm not even holding that fabric. That beautiful system just gives me such great, great control, even with that decorative stitch, to be able to go back and forth. So I just really like the package machine, all the feet that you are getting, along with the embroidery function to it. And to be able to get that 9x12 embroidery hoop machine is just really, really nice. I'm going to move some of those hoops out of the way, and I'm going to show you how easily that plate changes off. I have straight stitch plate along with a zigzag plate. And you'll notice that with the Janome straight stitch plate, it is not just that center hole. You get a right needle, center left needle position. So it allows you a lot of adjustment and a lot of creativity with that. I am going to go to the release lever for my plate, and it just slides. And the next plate can go on really easily, the same way that one came on. So I'm just going to slide that in place, snap it on, and just that quickly, I am able to go from the straight stitch to that zigzag plate. And what I love is that all the plates are censored. So straight stitch plate on, the machine realizes I have a straight stitch plate, and it grays out all of those stitches that I would not be able to do that would break harmful with this. Now, when I do remove this plate and go to the zigzag plate, I will show you that difference in the machine screen. So I am putting that plate back up, snapping it down, and it knows that I have switched plates. And now my screen shows all of my stitches. So I really like the features that Janome puts into their machines. A really nice way to work with the machine, and just that piece of my pad just fell over. I'm very sorry about that. And let's get us back into focus. So I like all of those safety capabilities that the memory crown offers. Now I am going to remove the AccuFeed foot, and I am going to go and show you some of those snap-on free motion feet. Just this a little bit lower so that you get a better view of what I'm doing. And I am getting that foot that I just removed. You know what it's like when you move something and you now are like, where did that go? So I am going to put our standard foot on. I've foot, and now I'm going to put on a snap-on free motion foot. Perfect. And these are a double hook system. So let me show that foot. It has a hook in the front. And I'm going to put that on the machine. Perfect. And I am getting set up to do free motion. And my feed dogs have dropped because I've told the machine I am doing free motion. And what I like about this foot is that no hopping movement. So when I am, it's taking one stitch to allow me to pull up my bobbin thread. But when I'm doing that really detailed, fine, free motion, it allows me to really see what I'm doing because I get no hop on that foot. And just gives me a lot of vertigo. So I like all the different feet that I get with the machine and just that creativity that the machine allows me because of all the tools that are included in. And I'm not sure if we have any questions, but I was just pausing to see if there were any questions for a moment. If not, I will continue. So I am going to put that 1/4 inch foot on, just a wide variety of feet that you do get with the machine. So you to go from one function to the next very easily and very effortlessly. And I'm selecting my straight stitch. I've pulled my feed dogs back. And you'll notice the position of the needle. And I'm going to really zoom in on that needle. There are 91 needle positions in this machine. And that's also able to do 9mm decorative stitches. So I'm going to have you watch that needle. And I'm going to move it to the right. And you'll see that moving slowly to the right and now to the left. Having that control and having those 91 is really very nice. It allows you to have complete control and a lot of flexibility within that stitching. I'm going to snap on one of my clear multi-purpose feet and just very easily go from one type of stitching to another. And I am out of my take-up lever because I moved very quickly. And I'm just going to get that threaded up. The joys of live TV. Now, with this particular stitch that I'm on, this was an overcast. So as you noticed, when it sewed, it did a right and left movement and back and forth. And I said that Janome was really known for safety features. So this is one I would not want to do. I'm going to show you that when I sew, typically when I press and hold that reverse key, it'll go in reverse. as long as I hold this. But this is a stitch that is in reverse, and this is a built-in safety feature of the Janome machine, that it actually stopped me from doing something that was harmful to the machine. So I really like a lot of the safety features built into the machine, and just being able to switch over from embroidery to sewing and go into garment sewing and crafty sewing, and the feet that you're getting with nice. So you're getting 25 different feet with the machine that are included with the package. So I really like that total overall package with that Janome product. So I am going to move again, and I'm going to try and show you the throat of the machine without. So just give me a quick second. Perfect. So right here is my machine, and here is my full throat space, and I activate and use that cloth guide. So on my machine, I am activating my cloth guide, and my embroidery arm now becomes available for me to use with. And this is a unique feature to Janome. And I'm going to reach in, and I'm going to try and do this so that my arm does not get in the way. But I have locked in place cloth guide, and I've locked it into my embroidery unit itself. And what this allows me to do is utilize that embroidery arm for part of my sewing. Fabric gets lined up to the lip and gives me an absolutely perfectly straight seam guide. And it doesn't matter which stitch I'm in an overcast, I'm going to go to a zigzag. So it allows me to use decorative stitches, utility stitches, and be able to guide my fabric along that lip. That seam guide is absolutely wonderful. And on the screen of the machine, it will allow me to position not only for quilting, but for garment sewing and many. So let me bring you to the screen. And I'm going to activate, and my needle is down, so I'm going to get that up. And I know I'm holding and do that. And again, I do apologize. I really wish I had my cameraman. So when I activate this and turn AccuFeed, the cloth guide, right now I have it set for 5/8, but I'm going to be quilting. So I want to move this for not only 1/4 of an inch, but and look at that detail that it is giving me. So when I go even further, here was my 1/4 of an inch. And so how scant do I want to get with this? So I can move as little as a 32nd of an inch. And that 32nd of an inch adjustment allows for that truly. So here is one thread, and that's 7/32 of an inch. I now want to move it 2 threads, and that gives me my 3/16, and it will go all the way to an 8 allowance. And as I'm moving, my cloth guide is moving with that embroidery arm. And there you're getting a really good look at that. So right now I'm in hem, perfect for doing my curtains and all of my home deck sewing. So I truly utilize that embroidery arm, not only for embroidery, but in my sewing area as well. See that on the front of the machine, I have that speed control button. I have an automatic lifter to raise and lift the foot with the touch of a button, a scissor, and my locking stitch, my reverse, as well as being able to sew with and without a foot pedal. So the machine just gives you a lot of versatility. And Blaine, do we have any questions? I'm going to bring this back down, and I'm going to see if there are questions or if there's anything in particular that anyone is wanting to look at before we switch out to the 𝓤𝓤𝓼. And I'm just giving a better turn.
Hey, Alba, we were just almost running out of time, so let's just go ahead and switch into the, we've only got 2 minutes left. So if you want to just kind of briefly talk about the, the 𝓤𝓼𝓽𝓼 and kind of do an overview, and then at the end, I'll tell them how they can buy it and what the prices are and what the bundle's coming with it, okay?
Perfect. So I am just going to move one machine out and get the other machine in. So my high speed straight stitch only machine. So this one is going to give me 1,600 stitches per minute. This is the machine that is really on a frame because of where that bobbin loads. And I'm just going to position this for this machine. So you're going to notice that it has a side, and what's nice about that is I am able to put this on a frame really easily because I can get to my bobbin from here directly onto the side. So I'm able to open and load my bobbin, whether it's on a frame or on a table for sewing. So this is really a versatile machine. I have always said with this machine, if it's under the needle, you will be able to sew. It will go through anything you feed through it. I have done cowhide. I have done multi-layers of cowhide, 4 layers of cowhide. All of those bags that are being done, it just handles them effortlessly. And it has a special threading path that allows you to use thread and nylon thread for those heavy duty upholstery type jobs. My husband is a general manager at an RV dealership, and their upholstery repair was on vacation and they needed an emergency repair done. And the 𝓤𝓼𝓽 EF1 handled those upholsteries and those vinyl fabric butter. It just can handle any weight of fabric on that. I like the fact that they kept this machine simple. Because you're going to be using so many different types and you're going to be handling different weights, I like the fact that they left the tension dial manual so that you can adjust that tension to exactly be. The pressure dial is right on the top of the machine. Again, it gives you complete control. And as easily as it handles those heavier fabrics, it handles fabrics like chiffons and silks just as easily. So I really like the versatility of this one. Again, it's a straight stitch only. It does go to 100 stitches per minute. And the other thing, that if you are doing bags and you are doing heavier equipment, I'm going to show you one thing that you're probably looking for. And right here is my stitch. I go from 6 all the way down to 0 for free motioning. So getting that extra long stitch length, really important when you're working with your leathers, and your heavy duty fabric. I have the extra guide to really control my heavier threads, especially that outdoor nylon thread. Handles all of those sewing needs, going from thick to thin, just really smooth running, quiet machine. So Blaine, did we have any questions that did come up?
Hey, we didn't have any questions, Alba, but I gotta, we're gonna have to move on. So I need to tell everybody how they can buy these two machines and what the pricing is on it. As they can see it right there, the 14,000 that Alba was talking about, she did a great demo on that. It's $64.99. And hey, this thing, it's a sewing, quilting, and embroidery machine. It's the, Janome Horizon Memory Craft, and it comes with the bonus package. And also, we're throwing in the free 3-year extended warranty on that. And basically that warranty is really good. It's a platinum protection plan. And what it does, if you have any kind of problems with your machine, it pays for the shipping to get it to us, and we ship it back for free. Do any repairs, all the labor and parts are free. And we do that extended warranty for 3 years. And on the second and third year, we still pay for shipping one way. So great addition to that, especially with that bonus plan. And you can see all the things it comes with right there on the screen. Great bonus package. For $64.99, we have 0% interest financing available, and our staff is standing by. You can give us a call at 800-401-8151. They can take your order. Or also you can visit SewingMachinesPlus.com, and we have live chat agents also standing by to help you out. If you can't get through, Kyle has been putting that Google link up there for the Google Sheets. You can put your name, your contact phone number, and the product that you're interested in, and they'll give you a call back as soon as they can. And don't worry if you about the show specials, because if you get your name on that list and you haven't got to place your order, we're still going to honor that next week. As long as you're on that list, we'll honor the pricing next week. The second machine that Alba got to briefly talk about, hey, and this machine is right down the quilter's alley right here. This is the 𝓥𝓲𝓻𝓽𝓪𝓵 EF1 high-speed straight stitch sewing machine. So if you're doing piecing and binding, this machine is for you. This thing is a high-speed machine, and for the limited time right now, the show special, you get the free bonus kit with the purchase, and this price is $11.99 shipped free. Both machines ship free right to your door. And again, if you need to call somebody, give us a call at 800-401-8151. You can visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. We have live chat agents standing by as well to take your order. So I know that was a fast pace, guys, but we got to stay on schedule. And hey, we got 2 winners for the little trivia contest I gave, but we're going to do that as soon as Eileen is done. We got Eileen Roach coming up next from Designs Machine Embroidery, and we're going to have her coming up, and then we're going to give those 2 sewing machines away for the little trivia questions I ask everybody. So let's make welcome Eileen Roach from Dime.
Hello,
Hey,
Blaine.
Eileen.
How are you today?
I am awesome. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Wow, I love those 2 machines I just saw. Wow.
Hey, that 14,000, for the price too, Eileen, that thing is such a good price. I mean, it's equivalent to the features of these $20,000 machines out there, and it's $64.99. And then that 𝓥𝓲𝓻𝓽𝓪𝓵 Oh my gosh, that's the machine that every quilter probably needs. And then I just love the color, that kind of light green color.
Yeah.
It looks really
Kind
good
of
with it.
retro, really cool. And in fact,
Yeah,
the
it
machine
does.
it's like a, you know, like a featherweight. It has a perfect straight stitch and the side
Yes.
bobbin and the manual tension, which, you know, if that there's some to be said about those manual tensions. You have total control. You can just tweak it as you need. So anyway, great presentation.
Yeah, you know, everybody who's bought one of those 𝓤𝓽𝓼𝓽𝓪𝓵s absolutely love it. I mean, I've had so much good feedback from those. We had a, you know, Alba on our show before, and highlighted these actually 2 machines, and they were both great sellers. So I know today, you know, we missed you this morning. We had Ashley on, and you know, I've been used to waking up every morning with you, but
Me
hey,
too. I know. I
I
had
know.
coffee without
So,
you.
I know. So, you know what? Today we're going to get to talk about those monster snap hoops again, and I'm super pumped about these. They are blowing off the shelves.
All
And
right.
and I got to remind everybody before you do the demo on this, hey, we're going to have a show special on this. I can't tell you what the special is on air. I can tell you what the price range is. They start about $139, go all the way up to $200. But you have to call in. This is a call-in special, and you have over 30 of these different styles available in sizes and things, Eileen. And I know you're going to tell us about, you know, all the different machines they fit on, but man, please tell us how these things work and show us, because I absolutely love these things.
Okay, well, it's a flat bottom with a flat metal bottom with a magnetic top. And if we go to the overhead cam, you can see what comes in the box. When you open up the box, you're going to have your top, your magnetic shield, and your flat bottom. You'll notice on the bottom is suede that protects the machine from the metal surface. And of course, that the metal frame is attached to the attachment or bracket that is recognized by your machine. So these are so handy. Like, you know, you're just going to love how you don't distort fabric anymore. I mean, it's just amazing. Also in the box, you're going to find the instructions. You'll also find a link to go download a crosshair design. You'll have target stickers in there, and you will have 4 centering rulers. And so let's take a look at how you're going to apply those rulers. So here you can see I've already applied 3 because this is day 4, right? Blaine, day 4. So we're getting there. This crosshair is what you will download from the website, the link that's in the instructions. And then it doesn't matter what size you download, because you could just take a ruler and a marker and extend that leg of the crosshair out to the edge. That's what you want to do. And then you will, of course, you'll download the design. You will hoop a piece of tearaway stabilizer or cutaway stabilizer. And then you will stitch this crosshair design you'll just bring it up on the machine and stitch it. Don't move it, because this is finding the center of your hoop. And then once you take that ruler and extend the legs, you then take your ruler and you position the 0 right at the line. And then you would peel off the protective paper on the back and apply the ruler to that edge. You snip off the excess. These rulers accommodate a variety of sizes of hoops. Don't worry about the numbers. You know that it's metric, because what's important is that you just have the same numbers, top and bottom, or east and west, north and south, whatever you like to call it, because you will, as you are hooping, you will use those marks to align seam lines, or maybe a pattern on a garment, you know, like a stripe or something in that fashion. So don't get hung up about metric and so forth. So here you'll see is the hoop shield. Normally we use this to store between the top and the bottom, but also whenever you're transporting a hooped item, use it as a carrier to move over to the machine, and that will protect your surface. Your fabric. Okay, so let's take a look at how we would hoop a towel, which is, you know, one of the most common things that everybody wants to embroider, right? So you're going to take your tearaway stabilizer and just place the cut edge right along the attachment, and then you would have your design marked either with a target sticker
or maybe a positioning sticker that's recognized by your machine, or a template, whatever is your preference for marking the center of your design. And then because this is a straight hoop, right, with straight edges, I'm just going to fold up that border and align the border with the inside edge of the hoop. And I can see that my 0 is here, so I'll probably move my fabric up a little bit, although depending on my design, I probably don't have to be dead center. And then I'll just open that up, take my magnetic top frame, and position that perpendicular to the attachment. Now here, this bulky item right here under my left hand is the attachment. And so I am just making sure that the bottom edge of the hoop is aligned somewhat with that metal frame underneath. And then I just drop it, keep my hand out of the way. I'm ready to go to the machine. Now I know we all want to smooth and tug the fabric, right? Don't we do that? We want to do that in our standard hoop, but that's what causes fiber distortion. So in a flat hoop, you can smooth and tug all day long, and you're not going to distort anything. And then we'll just roll up this excess, and then when it's time to transport to the machine, you'll place your magnet shield underneath and transport to the machine. You'll attach it by, inserting your thumb on the end of the bracket and pushing it into the machine. Close the lever if you have one on your machine, and you are ready to roll. So another common item that people love to embroider is left chest embroidery. We're often asked to do left chest embroidery. And again, there's lots of marking devices. There's embroiderer's helper. There's perfect placement kit. We make a lot of products to tell you where to place that on left chest so that it fits appropriately. But we're going to start with a 4x4 hoop because most left chest designs are rather small. And I'm just going to take that metal bottom and insert it into the neckline. And I can see, through this kind of light colored shirt, I can see my frame, but I can also feel it. And that's what's important. You want to feel somewhat that the target sticker is centered, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. You do want to use the smallest hoop available for your design, but really set yourself up for success and don't load a 4x4-inch design in a 4x4-inch hoop. You just, you have to hoop dead center. So make that design 3.5, 3.75, and then it's a lot easier. So here we are, a dead center. Now I got to get it to the machine, but the first thing I want to do is turn the garment inside out. So we want to, pull the back of the shirt over to the top of the hoop because we don't want to stitch through the garment. And that can happen. Notice I'm pulling those sleeves out. They often get caught. And then to go to the machine, right now it just looks like a hot mess under here, right? So to go to the machine, I would take that plastic shield and place it over, carry it over to the machine. And then I'm going to flatten the area, all this bulk, so I can get the foot over it. And then open that up. And there's my design area. I'm perfectly centered. I'll center my needle over that target sticker. Remove the target sticker and then stitch that design. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove this garment. And now we'll take a look at a onesie, another very popular item to embroider, because who doesn't like to make a decorative onesie for a new baby, to welcome a new baby in the family? So I have my center chest marked on the garment, and I do have my no-show mesh fusible that is already attached to, fused into place on the design area front. And I do kind of fill the whole front because when I hoop, I want stabilizer behind the whole frame. So you always want to make sure your stabilizer is bigger than your hoop. Okay, so now we have to turn this all inside out, and we're going to kind of hoop inside out, unlike how we did the adult t-shirt. So this is the design area, and I'm going to turn that over so that is design side down. And then I'm going to take my top frame, and first I'm going to attach hoop guard to the, Now, hoop guard has a metal channel, an open channel that is the exact same size as the magnetic hoop. And so when I snap that in place on the bottom of the hoop, it will just stay there with no harm, won't fall. And what it does, it's going to allow me to open up the design field. So now I'll insert that hoop right into the garment, and I'll kind of work the shoulders a bit, you know, make sure that everything is nice and tidy. I can even peek inside and look at my target sticker and see if my hoop is, you know, ballpark center, right? And then I'm going to place the whole shirt on the metal frame. And just like that, I want to align the edges of the frame, and then I will open this up, and there's your onesie. So I can rotate that design if I want. This is not real straight, so I could rehoop to make sure that it is straight. But if I'm using a design that's not a whole 4 inches, I can rotate those 3 or 4 degrees, no problem. Now to take it over to the machine, I most certainly will flatten that out so that I can clear the foot, and I will place this underneath to carry it there. And then once it's on the machine, I just open up the design area. The foot is here, so this will remain open and you don't have to worry about it falling into the design area. So that's fun, right? Onesies, everybody loves onesies. So now let's take a look at adult t-shirts. So here's a big design, center chest, right? This is Shine On, really fun, pretty design. And now I'm going to grab an 8x8 hoop. And that 8x8 hoop, this is a Baby Lock Brother. We also make a 200 by 200 for Viking and Pfaff, and also the Janome 500, I believe. We have a 200 by 200. So let's insert the metal frame into the garment. And I am keeping the neckline, keeping the attachment coming in and out of this, coming into the shirt through the neckline. And that's going to allow me to get a nice wide open space. Now I can feel my frame. So I'm not hooped properly. I'm not centered properly in that metal frame. So I'll just move the shirt until it is, and then place that metal top on top. Drop that down. Keep your hands out of the way. Very important to do that. Now, because I have stabilizer applied, the same no-show mesh to the wrong side of the garment, I can just pull and tug on this to get it nice and flat. And then when I go to the machine, I'll center the needle right over that. And of course, again, going to turn it wrong side out, pull those sleeves through so they don't get caught. We want to nest everything up on top of the hoop. Last thing to do is pull those sleeves out. Don't forget. Now you could then open it up in this fashion, and now you are, when you go on the machine, you are ready to stitch. Okay, let's go back to our 5x7 hoop, and we're going to look at this sweatshirt. Oh, it's still on my 5x7 is still on my towel, so let me pull that off. And on this garment, there's only one simple design element on the shirt, and that's this back yoke, right? This seam right across the garment. So if you are going to place some text there, you want to make sure that your template is absolutely aligned on that stitch line. Otherwise, it will appear to be, you know, off center or at the wrong angle, and that won't look very nice. So you most certainly want to find the center of the back of the shirt. That's what this is indicating. And then focus on placing the text at that seam line. And then, of course, apply your fusible no-show mesh to the wrong side of the garment, and then insert that inner ring, that metal frame into the garment. Okay, now I'm feeling. Now remember, your template may be larger, right, than the sewing field because I didn't trim it paper doll style, but that's okay as long as I know that I'm still my words are going to fit in there. And then down I go. Now, what's key here? I want to make sure that that seam line hits the ruler at the same place. And it looks like I'm pretty close, not perfect, but pretty close. Like I could pull down on this side a little bit. Now I'm dead center. And of course, when I go to the machine, of course, I'm going to turn this wrong side out, just like we did the other garments. But then when I go to the machine and I center my needle over this crosshair, I would use the trace feature to travel up and down this crosshair. And as long as this line is centered in my foot, I know that I'm square. And if I'm not square, then I'll rotate it until it is absolutely square. So that's how easy it is to use design details on a garment to make sure your design is lined up. Always look for those kinds of things. But of course, one of the most popular things that people want to do with these hoops is quilt. And so I do have a quilt sandwich here. I'll just steal this 5x7 hoop again. It's a popular size. And I have a quilt sandwich right here. Now this is the top fabric, nice thick wool batting, and then my backing fabric. Just a traditional quilt sandwich. And then I would take my metal frame and center my quilt sandwich over it and then drop that in place. I want to make sure it's aligned so I can feel that. I could do what I had shown you to do on the towel, which is place it perpendicular and then just drop it. And that works also. So again, you can smooth and tug all you want. You're not going to hurt that quilt sandwich. And all the tension on your quilt sandwich is now centered within the frame. So even if you have basted your large quilt sandwich, let's say it's a whole, like a queen size quilt, and you base the whole thing, know that you're going to create more tension on the fabric with this frame, which is a good thing. It's a very good thing. So you'll remove your pins as you advance the frame across the quilt sandwich, and smoothing and tugging, making sure you don't have any wrinkles. You can just feel that with your hand, because if you had some puckers on the back, you would be able to feel that on the front. So now a hoop guard is also a really handy extra tool that you would want to use when you are quilting. So I'm just going to advance the quilt this way, okay? Because this is how we would be at the machine. Let's say we've already quilted all that, or we're traveling in that direction. And now what we don't want to have happen is this fall into the sewing field. So that's why we use a hoop guard. And I know the angle, you can't see it that well, but this hoop guard will stop this roll from entering the sewing field. And that's key. That is just so delightful. So I do have the weightless quilter here with me today. If you want to take a quick look, Blaine. Maybe I caught Blaine off guard.
Hey, we want to see the weightless quilter, and I got to tell you, we're going to share some numbers. As soon as you get finished showing, I'm going to tell you how many is sold so far, because that thing has been a hot item. I'm telling you.
It is. And you know why? Because people have tried to do quilting with their embroidery machine, and they know what a struggle it is. Yes, it's doable, but boy, I'm going to show you a tool that really makes it simple. So let's see if we can get this machine running over here. So I just have to go into my settings and trick the machine real quick, because it thinks it has thread in there, but it really doesn't. So there we go. Now we're ready to roll. So as you can see over on the weightless quilter, I hope we have, do we have that weightless quilter camera in the feed, David?
No, I don't think we do, Eileen.
No? Okay, well, we could just talk through it, and then I can try to bring it up. Yeah, we lost that camera. Huh, okay. So, well, I guess, well, I can't really move the camera. And I know we're coming down to the end of time. Do you want me to try to get it, Blaine, or do you want to just talk about the way quilter?
What we could do is, while you're talking about it, David can actually put that overlay up so people can actually see what it is. Okay. And we can talk a little bit about it, and then we can try to, I'll tell everybody how they can buy that. the pricing of it and the snap hoops. How's that?
All right, you do that, and I'll see if I can get that camera going. I can still talk to you, though.
All right, fantastic.
I can hear you.
So everybody, just got to tell you that Monster Snap Hoops, again, they start about $139 is where they start at. They go all the way up to around $200. And there's over 30 different sizes that you can get and styles for your machines. And I know Eileen alluded to, you can get them for Baby Lock Brother. They make a couple for Janome. You can get them, I think, a few for Bernina. So, but the most of the ones fit the Baby Lock Baby Lock and Brother. But they do have other ones for other brands. And so you go on our website. You can actually at the top in the search bar, you can just type in Monster Snap Hoops or even Dime Monster Snap Hoops, and you'll be able to go to that page and see all the different ones and see if they're size that you have for your machine, and if your machine's in there. Great price on these. We can't tell you what the show price is, because of advertising restrictions. But they start at $139, go to $200, and we do have a show special. You have to call in to get the special on this, okay? So you have to call in. Now, David, if you can bring up that weightless quilter, do you have that overlay? So David's going to pull up that weightless quilter, and you can see the picture right there, and Eileen can see it as well. Oh, she got her camera working, by the way. So let's go back to her and let her, and then I'll talk about the price. See if we can go to her with that live shot.
So here you can see that the weightless quilter it's a floor frame, and it just sits right underneath your machine. So easy to put together, no tools required. But what it does is it holds the quilt. And look, the whole quilt moves as the hoop moves, which is what you want. You want to keep that quilt above the machine bed so that it's not dragging off of the table. That's how hoops separate. That's how inner rings pop out of outer rings. But when you're stitching on the weightless quilter with a magnetic frame, you don't even have to take that bottom metal frame off the machine. You literally just lift that top frame, store it over the head for a moment, reposition your quilt, and then drop it down, and you are ready to roll again. That's how easy it is. And when you're going to do a quilt, this is about 55 inches wide by about 62 inches. I'm going to hoop like 55 times on this quilt. I don't want to take that quilt and hoop off the machine 55 times. That's too much work, Blaine.
Hey, Eileen, I got to tell everybody about this product. I'm telling you, I'm so excited about it. So if we could, David, put that overlay up there. I got to tell people about this machine. So everybody, this thing is $299, which, Eileen, the price already is just unbelievable, but we're going to beat it. You have to call in to get the show special. So you got to call us. This is one of those show specials. I can't tell you what our price is, which $299. I mean, it should be flying off the shelves anyway, but we're going to beat that price. This thing is awesome, guys. And Eileen and I talk about it's like having your three best friends there with you to quilt. They can help hold that quilt for you. But give us a call. Hey, it's 800-401-8151. Visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. And again, on this, you can just type in the search bar Dime and see all the Dime products. This is in there. Or you can just type in the weightless quilter and it'll take you right to this page. But either way, go get you one of those Monster Snap Hoops, one of these weightless quilters, and you can start quilting like she was doing in the hoop with your domestic embroidery machine today. I mean, this thing is awesome. Eileen, as usual, great demonstration and two great products that you came out with that, I mean, this just is a game changer to me. And, it's kind of funny. I'm checking my emails on my iPhone at, between, presenters and things. And I got an email just a little bit ago. One of our customers said, "Oh, I'm loving the show, but I just don't have the talent." Well, you know what? That's not the case. Everybody has the talent if you can sew, right?
Yes, absolutely. You know what? And here's what you should do. You should start with a panel. Don't start quilting with a quilt top that you poured your heart and soul into. Start with a panel. People call them cheater quilts. You can call it a practice panel. And you don't even have to go with a really large one, something that's maybe 45 by 45 inches, just so you get a feel on how to hoop, how to place, and how to rehoop. You know, and once you do that about 10 times, let me tell you, you can quilt any quilt with your embroidery machine. It's really not that difficult. And the more you do it, the better you get.
You're exactly right, Eileen. I tell you, it just, this is, to me, I just love this whole concept. And you know, I never really even connected the Monster Snap Hoop with that weightless quilter until I saw you demoing it. And I just thought, this is just a perfect marriage between the two. And anybody can put this on there. And I still go back and think about, you know, you showed that video of it at your house and you had it pushed up against the window and you said, it's not going, it still works fine. So space is not an issue at all with this thing. So I encourage everybody, if you've been thinking about this, go ahead, get on our website and get that thing ordered today.
That's right. And tomorrow afternoon, we're going to talk about it even more, right? Or tomorrow morning, I think. You know, we'll do that full half hour only on the weightless quilter. So if you're undecided, tune back in. But otherwise, take advantage of that price because like Blaine says, don't delay, right? Order today.
Exactly. And you know what? Kyle got me the numbers and I think we're way over 60 of them have sold so far during the show. So he said, hey, he's busy. I said, get me an exact number. He goes, it's way over 60. So
leave me alone, Blaine, right?
I told you my goal was 100 of them for the show. And I said, we want to sell out.
We might do it. We've been, you know, I think we can. We're doing about 15 a day. So we're getting there, 20 a day.
I know. I got to tell everybody, I told Eileen on the phone, I said, well, how many are you going to have coming in April? She goes, I'll ship them all out for you in April. She goes, we got them all coming. I go, how many you got? She goes, oh, we probably got around 100. I said, Eileen, we're going to sell them out. She goes, you think you're going to sell that many? I said, absolutely, we're going to sell that many. Our customers are going to love this. And I said, and so guys, don't delay. I'm telling you, these things are going to sell out. So if you're wanting to get one of these, get on it, get it ordered right now. Eileen, as always, thank you so much for being on our show. And thanks again for Dime for being one of our platinum sponsors. It would not have happened if it hadn't been for you. And I sure do appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks so much, Blaine. Have a great day.
All right. You too. Bye-bye. All right. There you saw it, guys. Hey, what a great demonstration. And Eileen is just, oh my gosh, she's so innovative. And she has done so much for this industry. And so I've always a pleasure to have her on our show and always love talking to her. So guys, you know, we had a little challenge I threw out to everybody. So I got to tell you the winners. This thing, I was amazed at how many people chatted in so quickly too. So, you know, one of the things I said, I go, you know, we're going to throw out there, you know, I want y'all to know, you know, who's the first person that can chat in Jenny Doan's little catchphrases that she used in her presentation. And the catchphrase, just so y'all know, she said, you know, it was like yoga, but it's soja, like yoga, but sewing, like sewing yoga, but the word was soga. And then her other word was like kind of like mojo, but it's called sojo. So we love that terms. And so anyway, I said, hey, give us, you know, whoever's the first chatter in there, I'm going to actually give you a Encore 260A sewing machine, but as Kyle always says, but there's more. I'm actually going to throw in a extension table for this thing. And David, if you could take me off the overlay and put it back on me, we're also going to throw in one of our famous sewing mats. And I've got to show y'all our sewing mat. So the sewing mats, these things are absolutely awesome. This is the medium size, but we're going to throw you in a large blue sewing mat so it'll match that Encore. Not only do these things look good, they're very functional. They're going to absorb all the vibration from your machine. They dampen the sound, and they keep it from scratching the surface of whatever you have that machine sitting on. So we have these in 9 different colors, 3 different sizes. You can go to our website and just put Sewing Machines Plus sewing mats in, and you'll go to that page and have all the different sewing mats that we have. We have some incredible colors that'll match your machine, and these are very, very functional. Everybody that buys them absolutely loves them, and they are very inexpensive. So they're $49.99, and you can get it right to your door, absolutely free shipping. So we're going to throw in one of those for that Encore 260, and our winner, if we could see, where's our winner at? There it is, Regina Martin. From YouTube, congratulations, Regina. You're the first person that got the right answer sent in. So you're going to get that Encore 260A sewing machine. We're going to throw the extension table in with it, and we're also going to throw in the blue medium or the large sewing mat for you to have. So great prize for her. And then the other little challenge I threw out, I said I want the first person that can get Eleanor Burns' name, her sister's name, right? Well, the correct answer was Patricia Patty. They call her Patty. That's her name. And the very first person that got in, if we could pull her up, is Kathy Gruber. So Kathy Gruber, congratulations. You won. You're getting that the Encore 260A sewing machine with the extension table, and we're going to throw in one of the SewingMachinePlus large blue sewing mats to match it. So there you go. 2 great prizes, and congratulations to our winners there. Hey, you never know what I'm going to come up with. I may come up with all kinds of stuff that we're going to give away, so you got to stay tuned if you want to get in on one of those. But guys, we've got a treat for you coming up next. Hey, we're going to talk all about our King Quilter. This is our own brand of long arm quilting machine, and we've had this out for a few years. This is the King Quilter 2, and we're so proud of this machine. We have sold thousands of these machines. They are like I tell everybody they're bulletproof. This thing is awesome. It works great, and we have a treat for you today. We have Carrie Hansen is here. Carrie is going to actually do some demoing on that King Quilter 2. She is an expert on robotics. She's a long arm expert. She has done tons of things. She is a machine quilter in the face of gotcha covered quilting. Carrie began quilting over 20 years ago, and she says she was hooked on her first stitch. Over the years, Carrie has worked been featured in magazines. She's traveled all over the country as a national educator, and she is widely sought after to come and teach classes. And we are so fortunate to have Carrie on the show, and she's going to demo that King Quilter 2. So Carrie, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
There she is.
Hey, here I am. Okay. Thanks, Blaine, for that introduction. I appreciate it. And hello, everybody. Thanks for allowing me into your living room or wherever you're watching from today. If you're like me, you'd be watching in the parking lot in your car someplace. Anyway, so today we're going to be talking King Quilter 2 Elite, which is a fantastic machine. But I'll give you just some of the specs about it, and then we'll go into a little bit of the demo. So we've got the base model and the Elite model, okay? And the Elite model, what you get is you get an upgraded screen size. It goes from like a 4.3, 4.6 to a 7-inch screen, which is really great, so you can see everything really well. It has upgraded lighting. The lighting on this machine is fantastic. One of the hardest things about machine quilting, when if you're white on white or black on black, or heaven forbid you have to unpick something, you don't have enough lighting to see what you're doing. This lighting is fantastic. The other upgrade also is the upgraded handles. So these handles here are movable. They go up and down this way, and then they go side to side. And the thing that's really nice about that, I'll tell you a story. When I first got my machine, I had my handles, and about 30 minutes in, after a, I don't know, whatever the dollar amount investment that I made, my hand started cramping so bad. And I was thinking, oh my goodness, I'm not going to be able to do this. So I went back and I bought a different set of handles, which were the precision handles that went this way, solved all of my problems. So the nice thing about this upgraded machine is that you can actually use the handles whichever way you want to use them. So you don't have to worry about buying a second set of handlebars. The other thing too is you get handles in the back. So if you wanted to do pantographs, which is where you lay the design out in the back and use a laser light, or you can use the boards, I forgot what they're called, but that all goes in the back. You've got the handles in the back with the controllers and all that in the back. So that's what you get with the upgraded King Quilter. With the base King Quilter, again, the bars are stable. You don't have the bars in the back. Can you upgrade those if you want on the base? You can upgrade if you want to on the base model. And then this screen here in the front is a little bit smaller. So that's the gist of the machine. Right here, you can also see that I've got the Pro Stitcher tablet attached to this. So if you wanted to upgrade and put the robotics on this machine, that is really easy to do. And then you can see it sits right here on the front, which is really nice. So you can have all your controls right where you are at all times. One of the things that I like about this, well, there's a lot of things I like about the machine, but one of the things I like is that all of your threading components are up here in the front. The machine that I used to have, all the threading was in the back, so I'd have to walk around the back, get it started to thread, and come back up in the front. Everything now, I don't know if you can see this on the screen, but everything right now is right here in the front. So you thread it, everything done right here, super easy. You don't have to, reach across. The tablet screen, am I on the front here with this? Okay, so the tablet screen here gives you your different modes of stitching. You have your manual mode, which is what you think of when you turn, just like your regular sewing machine. If you put your foot on the pedal, the machine just goes. That's what manual mode does with this. If you want it to stop, you have to press the button to stop it. In manual mode, you can also set the speed. So if you just want to zip through something, you can bump that speed way up. If you want it to go a little bit slower because you're trying to be really precise, you can move the speed down, and just with the click of the buttons like this. With the Elite, you also have the option to save a couple different manual speeds. So if you know when you're doing stippling, you like your speed at 75%, you can save it. If you're doing something else, you like it at 25%, you can save it and you don't have to scroll around for it. So that's kind of a nice feature. We have the precision mode, and basically what this means is when you are moving the handles, the machine is stitching. I'm going to explain it and then I'll go back and show it to make this a little easier on our camera guy here. So when you're moving this, the needle is moving. When you stop, the needle stops. Okay. You can also adjust your stitches per inch. I personally like to keep mine around 10 stitches per inch. I make it even smaller, maybe 11 or 12 if I'm doing some really precise curved piecing. But super easy to make your adjustments here and there. And then you have your idle mode. And basically what this means is when you're moving your machine, the needle is moving. And when you stop moving, the needle will continue to jog up and down. And why would you want that? Part of it can be personal preference. I like to stitch that way. I find if I'm doing something with points, particularly when I get to let's say a feather, and I'll demo this in a minute, but when you get to a point, the needle is going to continue to move, so you don't have any pulled stitches. It just makes for a really nice, nice smooth stitch. You wouldn't want to use this when you're doing rulers. If you're doing rulers, you definitely want to be in precision mode. Something that I also really like is there's a basting feature. Okay, so we're going to pretend that I don't already have this loaded. And normally if I'm loading up a quilt top, what I do is I do a basting stitch across the top. And that tells me where I want to load my quilt top so that it's nice and straight. Okay, so I'm going to show you here, you can set your stitches per inch. So right now it's at 1 stitch every 2 inches, which is too big of a basting stitch for what I like. So I'm going to bring it down to basically 2 stitches per inch. Okay, so every ½ inch you're going to get a jog and a stitch. So let me show you. And excuse my arms when it gets in the way here of the camera. Also, I forgot to tell you, you do have your controls here. You've got your speed up and down here. You've got your needle up and down over here and your start button here. You can also start it over here and you can change your needle position on the screen as well. So you can see where this does a really, really nice basting stitch. I'm going to stop it. So this was at a stitch every ½ inch. So let's move it to a stitch every inch and go back the other way. So why would you want a basting stitch when you've got your quilt on a long arm? Because for me, having my quilt on the long arm means I don't have to baste the quilt, which is a huge win in my book. But there definitely are times that you do want to baste things down. I like to baste down my sides before I stitch to make sure that everything is pulled nice and tight and my designs stay where I want them to be. I definitely do a basting stitch across the top to hold everything in place where I want it to be. And then oftentimes, if I'm working on a large quilt and I don't want to do the design that's in the center quite yet, I'll baste around it to hold it tight. Then I can roll my quilt up and I can come back to it later and unroll it. And because it's basted, you won't get puckers and that sort of thing. And because it's basted, it's really easy to pick it out. So you just, especially if you do like 1 inch per, 1 stitch per inch or something like that. So let me show you, give me a second here to break my thread. And I'm going to show you the difference between the precision and the idle so that you can see. Okay, am I in a good spot here? Okay. I'm good at the long arm, not necessarily as good on camera. Okay, so I'm going to switch this to precision, and that means when I'm moving, the needle is moving, okay? So can you see with my hand here? Okay. Or not. Just kidding, hold on. There we go. Forgot to turn it on. When I stop, the machine stops. And I'm also going to turn off the motors of my Pro Stitcher. Okay. Are we going to take a quick break here to let Blaine talk about things, and I'll come demo the rest of everything? Okay, Blaine's going to tell you about the specials, about a little bit more about the machine, and I'll come back and demo the rest.
Thanks, Carrie. Hey, guys, I got to tell you about this machine. So if you've ever been to any of the trade shows that we go to with this King Quilter, you know that we're so proud of this thing. And it is, like I told you, it is one of the best quilting machines out there. It has that 18-inch arm and on it, and we've got a great price on it. David, if we could put that overlay up there, I want to get everybody could see that. This thing, guys, is $69.99. It's $1,000 off for the Elite model. And again, I got to tell you, this is, it's got the stitch precision mode. It has the stitch cruise mode. It has 4 to 18 stitches per inch. This thing has just got everything you want. It's got the upgraded LED lights. It also has the adjustable handles. And that's what's awesome about this thing. The Elite version comes with the rear handles as well, with that screen on the back there, so you can do the pentagrams or they'll use the groovy boards. So it's awesome. We're going to give you your choice of a 10-foot or a 12-foot frame, and you're getting all the leaders, cloth leaders come with it and everything. So this is a great package, and you can upgrade it if you want to. We have 3 robotic systems that actually work for this. We have as she was talking about, the Pro Stitcher. You see the Pro Stitcher that she has? She has that Pro Stitcher right there. You have the QBot QBot actually has one that'll fit right on it and work it. And then we also have the Butler. So it has 3 robotic systems and different price points if you want to put robotics on it. So we're trying to have it, to meet everybody's needs. This is a fantastic machine. I can't say enough about it. And if if the Elite's not in your price point, then we have the standard version. And the standard version, it doesn't have the adjustable handles as much. You don't get that big, nice LED light bar on it, but you still get lights and you don't get the rear handles. But we're still going to give you your choice of frame size, either 10-foot or 12-foot frame with that standard model. And that price is $54.99 all day long. So a great price on the standard, or you can upgrade to the Elite for $69.99. Hey guys, we have financing available. You get 60-month, 0% interest, make those low monthly payments, and we got free shipping, going to ship it right to your door. They're in stock, ready to ship today. And so if you want one of these, give us a call at 1-800-401-8151. All of our sales staff are extremely knowledgeable with this product, and they know quilting extremely well. And if you want to get the robotic system, they're going to help get you the best robotic system too, if you're wanting to put robotics on it. So, hey, 2 great machines. 2 great price points. Show special today. They're both $1,000 off. And man, guys, this is like Houston. This is like Houston prices we had. So if you're at the Houston Quilt Festival back a couple years ago when we were there, this is the pricing we had there. So great pricing, great special. And so let's go back to Carrie and let her show us a few more things about that machine, and so y'all can see all about it. Okay.
Okay, welcome back, you guys. Thanks, Blaine, for all that great information. You got some amazing deals going right now. which is fabulous. Okay, I'm going to get back to start where I stopped before, and I'm going to go over again the precision mode. So precision again is when I move the sew head, the needle is going to move. When I stop the sew head, the needle is going to stop. Okay, so I'm going to keep my left arm out of the way this time so you guys can see a little bit better. So I've turned it on. Or have I turned? Hold on. Sorry. There we go. It's the Pro Stitcher. I turned that back on again. Okay. So you can see I'm moving, and when I stop, it stops. Okay. I got to stop and think, okay, where do I want to go next? Okay, at least my needle's not doing anything, which is really great. So I'm going to go down and back up again. Excuse my one-handed quilting here. Anyway, if I use my second hand, it moves super, super smoothly, which is really nice. You get all your swirls and everything else in there. Okay, now I'm going to show you the difference with the idle mode. So with idle, again, when you're stitching, the needle moves. When you stop moving the sew head, the needle continues to move. It just jogs in place. Okay, so let's take a look at that. I've stopped and it's still going to stitch like that. So in some ways, if you put the speed up really high, which that's not really high, but you can see, so when you're stitching, it's almost like you have like a little extra built-in, I can't think of the word, where you're trying to keep up with the speed that it's going there. So a little extra built-in stability. I like to keep my speed really low because I use it for a different purpose. I use mine a lot, like I said, if I'm doing, let's say I'm going to do feathers, or let's just do a leaf, and I'm going to come to a point right here. I want the needle to continue to take a few extra little stitches. And the reason for that is that I get my points really, really nice and sharp. I just find that it works really well on idle mode because it takes that extra stitch or two right at the point. Now, you don't want to stand there forever and let it keep doing that because you'll get some knots that go on in the back. I personally use precision almost entirely. And then let's see, I showed you the basting mode. Manual mode, we'll just do that for the fun of it. I'm going to move it up a little bit. I have it set at 62% speed. So that means this machine can go 58% faster. I don't know if Blaine mentioned, and I know I didn't, that this stitches 2,200 stitches per minute. So it's a pretty darn fast machine. I personally don't ever stitch that fast, but I know people who do. So anyway, it goes really fast, and the stitches go from 4 stitches per inch to 22 stitches per inch. So you have a wide variety depending on what project you're working on. So manual speed means the machine's just going. It does not care what I'm doing with the sew head. The machine is going. I have it set at 62%, and I'm going to turn it on, and here we go. Now, if I stop, I have to press the button, which is nice when you have your buttons right here on the handles. You could just use your thumb to stop right when you stop. Manual mode, I love if I'm doing stippling, if I'm doing really fine micro work, if I'm doing something where I don't have to think at all about what I'm doing, and I just want to get across the machine really fast. Probably this type of fine loops and meander and that sort of thing is probably what I use the manual mode for the most. So here again, you can see where I'm doing smaller work like this. So let me show you the difference with that small with precision. It's a little bit jerkier. It still works fine, but it's much easier to use manual. So the thing that's really nice about the machine is that everybody is different and everybody will learn what works for them. I used to stitch on a domestic machine, so manual was the only way I knew how to stitch. And when I had the stitch control, I was like, I'm not going to use that. I don't like it. Well, now I almost always use a precision or idle type mode. I don't use manual that often anymore. It's a matter of what you're used to, and I use it for different applications. So it's nice that you have the variety of different type of stitching and you can decide for yourself what works, which is really nice. Something that I wanted to show you that I love with the adjustable handles is I do a lot of ruler work. So I don't know if you've ever seen the quilting rulers. You can use any of the quilting rulers as long as they're 1/4 inch thick on this machine. And when I'm doing ruler work, I'm hoping I'm not going to block myself when I do this, but normally I am like this, okay? I'm right down there in front, and this bar gets in my way. So it's really nice that you can just loosen this up. You can move the bar entirely out of the way, and then you can do all of your ruler work. Oops, hope you weren't looking at that very closely. So it's really nice. And then let's say I decide, okay, I did a little bit of ruler work, a little in the ditch work, and now I want to do my free motion. I can just go right back over here again. I can lefty loosey, righty tighty, right? I can put this back down where I want it, and then I can go ahead and use my two handles again. The other thing that's nice here, I'll do it on this one because I was told to. You can turn it in this way. I personally stitch with my handles this way because, as I mentioned, this, for whatever reason, absolutely cramps up my thumb. So I stitch like this. This is really nice too. If you put both of them down, you can be really, really close for micro work, which would be your really fine, tight stitching. It gives you a lot more control over the machine because you're right next to the needle and you've got control over the weight of the machine right there. The lights, I wanted to show you because I had mentioned that before, how great the lighting is on this machine. And I'm going to just turn. So this is with the lights off entirely. This here is with the lighting just under the needle bar. Can you see, does that show up? And that's with all of the lighting. So you can see it's really fantastic lighting. Really fantastic. I wish I had had this on my original machine that I had because it would have come in handy. And then the other thing is, I think Blaine mentioned there's a couple different computer systems that you can also use that you can add on to this machine. This one here happens to be the Pro Stitcher, which is one that I'm personally very familiar with. And you can, everything is programmed right here in front. And so you can, a lot of people buy the machines and they want to do an edge-to-edge type design. You can go in here super easy. I'm not going to go too much into this, but just to show you because it's fun and I like it. And I have just a minute, but you can go in, you can pick out your designs. In fact, I'm going to do this and show you this instead. Hold on. I made samples and then dumped them all on the floor. So this here would be an example of doing an edge-to-edge where I programmed in the design and the robotics take the machine across, do all the stitching, do the designs. It's super precise. The thing that's really fun is that you can also do something like this here where I programmed the computer to do my stripes in the stars. So each one was different. And then I did all free motion everywhere else. So it gives you full range of possibility and flexibility. And I'm getting the I'm done talking sign. So I'm going to sign off for you guys. Thank you again for joining us. Really appreciate it. And I'll talk with you again tomorrow if you want to come back then.
Hey, thanks, Carrie. Great job. And, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I know you're going to have some more exciting things for us tomorrow. But, hey, guys, I got to tell you again about the King Quilter. If David could put that overlay up there, I'm going to tell you a little bit about this machine. Again, we have $1,000 off for both either the Elite or the standard model. You can get that Elite model for $69.99. You can get that standard model for $54.99. And I got to just tell you a few things about this Elite. As Carrie was telling you, it has 2,200 stitches per minute. It's the M-class bobbin fit in it. It has a separate bobbin winder, so you can be winding bobbins while you're actually quilting. So it's a completely separate little bobbin winder. The front handlebars with the control buttons, adjustable up and down. It has the rear handlebars with controls. It has a quilt alarm, a quilt timer, the stitch counter, the low bobbin estimator, and a low bobbin alarm. So those are really great things. And the warranty on this, guys, hey, this thing, you know, they have warranties. They have kind of a 3 different type of warranty. It's a casting, the mechanics, and the electrical. So there's a 10-year casting warranty, a 5-year mechanical, and a 5-year electrical on this. It has an 8-watt LED power consumption. So this thing doesn't cost you anything to run it. And it comes with a whole accessory kit for it as well. That when you get this machine, you're going to get a little accessory kit with all your little tools and things in it. You're going to get some extra needles. So we're going to try to give you a complete package here. You get your cloth leaders, and you're going to get your choice of that 10 or 12-foot frame on either one. So it's $69.99 on that Elite model with the upgraded handlebars, the bigger screen. It has the rear handlebars with the screen. And then that standard model just has the standard handles, the smaller screen on it. And you get your 10 and 12-foot frame choice of that. Both of them, $69.99 for the Elite, $54.99 for the standard. And hey, we have them in stock, ready to ship. We have 60-month, 0% interest financing available. Give us a call, because guys, I'm telling you, our guys that's standing by are experts when it comes to long arms, and they really know the King Quilter well. So give them a call at 800-401-8151, or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. We have live chat agents standing by as well, can answer your questions. And we would love to get you one of these, and we'll give you lifetime support on it as well. So great machine, and we sure do appreciate Carrie Hansen being here and giving us all about that. But hey guys, you know, I told you that it had 3 robotic systems that work on it. You know, the Pro Stitcher works on it, the Butler works on it, and also that QBot. And speaking of QBots, hey, we have the CEO of Lighten Up is up next. And David is here, and he's been kind of going through the QBot, and he's showing all the different things that QBot will do. And we're going to just expand that again today. And, you know, the QBot, the great thing about it is y'all seen some machines on our show so far that he has a QBot for. So that new Moxie from Handi Quilter, he has a QBot that fits on it. It fits that Baby Lock Gallant. And then he has another version that fits just about everything else out on the market. So, and it fits our King Quilter. So, David, welcome back to the show. We're so happy to have David Hook here.
Thanks, Blaine. Good to be back for day 3.
Day 4.
Day 4. Day 3 for me. Day 4 for you.
Day 3 for you, but yeah.
All right.
So
well,
I'm ready to see what you got for us today, man.
Okay. So on our first installment, we went through QBot V3, and we did the basic pattern quilting for blocks and edge to edge. Yesterday, we delved a little bit deeper with QBot V3, and we went into line quilting and then applique echo. And today we're going to dedicate to the features that set V3 Pro aside from regular QBot V3. Now, I want everybody to know that the hardware for QBot V3 and V3 Pro is identical. So if you buy QBot V3 and download from the Google Play Store the QBot V3 basic app, that's great. And if you, at any time you want to get into the V3 Pro app, it's just another download from the Google Play Store or from the Amazon App Store. So all of the features you see today, I'm using V3 Pro. In our previous 2 installments, the one from Tuesday and Wednesday, that was just the base V3 app. Okay, so let me start up my tablet here and get QBot V3 Pro started up, and we will connect to the hardware. One of the things that there were some comments in the chats from our previous installments was, how is it connected? And it is a Bluetooth connection, so it's wirelessly connected. And you might see some wires here right now coming out. That's just a charging cable and the HDMI cable, which is going through so you can see the tablet screen. Okay, so it's a wireless connection. On the Moxie setup we have, it also comes with the tablet stand that mounts to the top of the machine. Some machines we have a tablet mount, some machines we don't. Because it's wireless, the tablet can just sit on the quilt. But let's get right into some of the most frustrating things you can run into if you're a quilter. So if you're bringing in work from other quilters, or maybe you had an unfortunate circumstance with one of your own quilts and piecing, one of the things that is extremely frustrating to me is when you have an edge to edge or a border where the boundary is not exactly perfect. And then you fit in a design and you can tell immediately that it was robotically quilted. I alluded to this yesterday. So let's look at this right now. Here, if you can see on my needle cam, I have purposely put in a boundary that is a little bit wonky. And let me go through there, and you can see that boundary is wonky, but the design is perfect. And you see this gap here? It's not great, and then it's tight up there. Well, what if there were a way to just automatically compensate for that? And there is. And I'll just pull this away, and we have a feature in V3 Pro called Smart Fit. And what Smart Fit does is once you've selected the boundary and placed your design, you press that Smart Fit button and it automatically changes the and scales the design differently as it's going across the quilt. So let's just make that happen. So I have a blank space here on my canvas, and we're going to do that right now. We're going to quilt an identical piece to show you how easy that is. So what we do is we just select our points. Now, in the previous demonstrations, I've been selecting only 4 points for a boundary, or maybe 6 points or something like that. Now, I need to capture what that boundary curvature is. So I'm going to go around, and I'm going to be very careful to take my points like every 3/4 of an inch to an inch, just so that I can get the curvature of the boundary captured. Now I'm going down my edge. And we can pretend that either this is an edge to edge, or this is an inner boundary or a sashing strip that's kind of wonky. A lot of times this happens in the sashing strips because the blocks are, you can have all kinds of things, bias blocks, and just it's sewn together well, but then when you load up the quilt top thing, you try to ease it with your hands, but it still ends up just a little bit all over the place. So, all right, so I've selected my boundary. I say done, and we're not going to do an inner boundary shape. We did that yesterday, and you can see on the screen that, yep, it's pretty curved. That doesn't look so great. So let's go in, we'll choose our design. I'm going to do this button flower design again. Let me scroll to it, and I'll just pick it here. And okay, it's in there. Now I'm going to modify it so that it's within the boundary. So it's within it, and I'll chain it just like I did yesterday. You can see that, oh boy, you know, that boundary is really messed up, because if you looked at the left-hand side, it's okay, and you look at the right-hand side, it's pretty close to the end. So it's pretty wonky looking. So what we're going to do is we're going to press this button in the upper left called Smart Fit. We just click that, and now we have the chance to do enter in a margin. So this is the margin, the distance between the edge of the quilt and the quilt design. I'm going to choose a 0.150 because I like that. And look, it automatically skews and stretches that design to be the correct size. Now, if you look at the left-hand side and the right-hand side, you can see it doesn't look that great there. Well, the vertical boundaries pose a mathematical issue that QBot solves, and this is the way it solves it. But have no fear. just press the proportional button. So it's non-proportional scaling, and we'll stretch it out just a bit with our fingers. Ever so slightly, maybe a little bit too much there. Just a little bit more, like that. And then I'll nudge it over, nudge it up. Oh, just a little bit more. Just a little stretch. There we go. And now those weird sections are outside the boundary. Then all we do is trim to the boundary, say OK, and done. And now it's trimmed and looks great. We move to the start. And we're going to quilt that out. Let's see, I'll pull up my bobbin thread and press go. And there we go. All right. So we're going to watch that quilt out a little bit. And as that's quilting out, I want to show some examples. Yesterday, I had an example, or there was a comment about a satin stitch, and I was talking about how we would do a satin stitch with the applique stitch. And then I referenced doing a crosshatch and doing very fine crosshatch, and it ends up like darning. And that's what that looks like. I showed this on the first day, and I can bring it in a little bit. We'll just focus just a bit so you can see that. And it's just like darning. It's a pretty cool feature of the crosshatch. And while it's quilting, I also wanted to show one of the things we want to do with QBot is we want to keep the creative juices going. So feel free to play with metallics. You know, here's a block with metallic thread, and it would be really great on a pillow or some kind of home deck item. It really shows, you know, you can see that shimmer, and these machines are great. They can use metallic thread without any problem, and you can quilt with it. We were talking yesterday about the Irina Bloom. Well, we weren't talking about Irina Bloom, but these are Irina Bloom designs and the precision. This is just amazing. That would be, even a professional would be hard pressed on, you know, on their best day. I'm sure they could do this. This would be great. But the way we do this with QBot, we just select 4 points, put the design in here, and press go. It's that simple. Here's another one. Very simple. Just like that. It's great. Another Irina Bloom is here with the circles inside, which is really, really hard to do. And it shows, you know, this design has some back tacking in it as well. And it shows the precision of QBot. So back to where we're quilting now, you can see that what we're getting done here is it's going along fine. It's creating the proper distance between the boundaries. And we don't see the fact that it's robotically quilted anymore. What we see is something that has been stretched and skewed perfectly so that when the human eye looks at this quilt, it's not drawn to the imperfection, it's drawn to the design and the overall flow. Because if we did not have a design in this top row, for instance, you'd kind of barely notice that. You would allow it, your mind would correct for it. But as soon as you put something perfect in it, then it becomes apparent that there's something off. So by having the Smart Fit involved, and by using Smart Fit, we make sure that your mind's eye doesn't pick up on it. All right, so this is just about finished up. When we get to the end here, we will pull up our bobbin thread so that we don't have any stray threads on the back of the quilt. And then we'll go on to the next feature of V3 Pro, which is kind of cool. And that is an updated version of 4-point quick scale. So here you see in my block here, let's do some neat 4-point quick scale with an echo that's built in. So 4-point quick scale, let's go in there. We're going to use our offset. So again, I'm choosing my points using my little laser light, and I follow what I see on the screen in the upper left, and it says choose quilting area, choose upper right. So I'm going to choose my upper right point, and then my lower right point, upper left, and lower left. And let's put in a design. We're going to put in, let's go back to our blocks and quilt something that is intricate enough but quick enough to show. We're going to put in a margin here. This is a new, in V3 Pro, we have this box that says margin/gap. This is the margin or gap around the design to the boundary. So I know what's coming next. So I'm going to say, let's put a 3/4 inch margin around that design. And there it is. So now we're ready to move to the start point. I'm going to pull up our bobbin thread again. And press go. Now where we're going with this is we're going to quilt this out, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do an echo around it at the same time. And then after that, we're going to do another echo around from the border, and we'll show you how quick and easy this is with V3 Pro. If we were using the regular version of QBot V3, we would have had to select the points inside the boundary, 3/4 inch, to get this effect, which is okay, but if you're off just a little bit, then maybe things wouldn't go so well when you try to do the next step. So by having a defined boundary around here, and then putting in that 3/4 inch gap, it makes sure that that's placed 3/4 inch away. So we're done with the basic design. Pull up our bobbin. And now we have our buttons on the left-hand side. We're going to choose echo. So we're going to put an echo around this. And let's do a 1/4 inch echo. We're looking at the left-hand pane, just marching down all of the choices. We'll do a 1/4 inch echo. Let's do round corners because that'll smooth things out. And instead of a spiral, let's do concentric. And instead of doing 4, let's just do 1. So we'll type in 1. And that looks good. So let's say done and move to start. So for this echo, we didn't have to do any kind of math. We didn't have to choose any points to do, say, a line quilting around it. We just chose the echo button, and it immediately does this nice echo. So we're back at the beginning. That didn't take long at all. And we'll pull up our bobbin thread one more time. Now, Let's pretend that this is a real block. So we'll exit from here. Let's pretend this is a real block and we want to put in a 1/4 inch echo around the block itself. So maybe it's, instead of stitching the ditch, it's going to be on this quilt, we're going to stitch on either side of the ditch. And that's kind of a handy thing to do. It's an idea to do. If the ditches are a little bit wobbly, you just stitch inside a little bit and it'll look better than an imprecise stitch in the ditch. It'll look nicer to have that broken out just inside. So same thing, we're going to go to our new 4-point quick scale, or the pro version of 4-point quick scale. Choose our upper right. Choose our lower left. Choose our upper left, upper right, upper left, lower left. And we're going to go into our basic shapes for our design. We'll put in a square, and we're going to put in a boundary margin of 1/4 inch. And there is our echo. Pull up the bobbin and press go. And just that simple, we've done, first we did an echo around the design, and now we're doing an echo around inside on the block. So we're done with that one. And now we can move on to the next feature I'd like to show. And it is text quilting. Every now and then, it's nice to have a little bit of text on your quilt, whether it's a date, whether it's a simple word, whatever. Sometimes it's really nice. And usually you would have to go to a big software program and type that in and then make a quilt design and then quilt it out. So what we're going to do instead is just press our text quilting button, and we're going to generate that text. So let's do fun, because this is fun. And there it is. And we have several fonts that are built in. So Script, Sign Painter, Comic Book, and Futura. You can see what the different fonts look like. That one's kind of fun. I like that one. I like that. So now you notice we have the F, the U, and the N, but that U, the tail of the U, is going into the N. Well, we have a button for that, and it's called Remove Overlap. We press that, and it cuts that out, and now we can quilt this out. But first, we just have to save it. So in text quilting, we're creating patterns. So let's just say that this is fun. Say OK, and it's saved. So good. Now we just go back, and we go back into pattern quilting. And what we can do, let's see, let's set our points around the boundary. So we set our points. I'll do one in the middle of each line, even though I know that these lines are pretty straight because they were stitched from a straight line in a file, but it's good practice, good habit to get into. We say done. No inner boundary shape, and then we look at our saved patterns, and we pull in our fun right here, and there it is. Let's modify it, make it a little bit smaller. There we go. So now we say done, and move to start. And we'll press go again. It's really kind of cool when you can choose any font. In text quilting, you can choose any font. If you have a true type font that you like, you can install that true type font. There's a button that says install new font. You just install your font into QBot, and then you're ready to go. So I'm going to just ease up my thread there, and we're going to continue. And I will trim that after I get a few stitches in this next section. So this is going to cover up or finish out the word. And this is really kind of neat. I've got something I did in Houston in 2016. This is for here, this was a big deal. Maybe for a big deal for every Cubs fan across the world, but Cubs win, Cubs win. And you can see quilted this out, and then we have the cross hatching actually there too, and little snowflake design down there too. So, but here, so we did Cubs win, and then the date right here. Pretty cool. Now, the last feature I want to show is tailored to people who do a lot of edge-to-edge quilting. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use our designer feature. Now, I'll get it all set up. Maybe we may run out of time for the actual quilting, but we'll get it all set up and we'll get it started to quilt. I chose the designer feature, and I'm going to design on the quilt. I'm going to choose my boundary. So you can see there, I'm just going to choose my boundary, and I'll be pretty quick about it. And I'm going to do some edge to edge. Now in QBot V3, we do one edge to edge at a time, overlay, modify, go back to the beginning, and quilt it out. What we're going to do here is we're going to build a section's worth of edge to edge. So we're going to go back and forth as many times as we can in our throat space, which is a real time saver, especially if you know your machine, you've got a good bobbin, and you're not going to break a lot of thread. There's some quilters out there that leave things unattended. I do it on occasion. Sometimes it ends up badly, but sometimes, you know, if everything's going well, it's a great time savings. So I've chosen my boundary, and I'm going to put in a couple of edge-to-edge designs. It's actually the same edge-to-edge design twice. There's one, there's two. I pull up my tray, and now I'm going to say done, because that's all I'm going to put in. I'm going to, down in the tray, I'm selecting between the two identical designs. I'm going to scale this to, let's go to 55%. You can see that one there. Nice. Now we'll move to the other one, and we'll scale that one to 55%. How I know that percent is that I've practiced on this. You may need to go back and forth, and I'm going to set up my edge to edge. So there's the bottom one, and then I'll nudge this one and get the spacing correct. Now, all I have to do is chain the top one, and I will move it over a little bit. Take the bottom one, move it over a little bit. I'm going to chain it as well. Get the spacing right. Chain, chain. But on the bottom one, I'm going to reverse the path. So now it's going to quilt that first one from left to right. And then it's good. The second one, the bottom one, is set up to go from right to left. So then I'm going to trim it to the boundary. Okay, done. Now we have a selection for linking. I want to link it with a straight line. Now that's one design, and you can see the green dot on the left, that's the start, and the red dot on the left below it. And now I'm going to go straight into quilting, because I think my time is a little bit close now, but we'll get this going before we hand it off to Blaine. Needle down, needle up, and get that going. So press go. So just that easy. We've created the design in Designer, linked it together, put another one underneath it, reversed the path, linked it, trimmed it, and it's going to quilt out from left to right, go down, and quilt from right to left. So that's pretty much all of the new features in QBot V3 Pro. And I wanted to, there were also some questions while this is going on. There were some questions about what is the QBot, because the splash screen that we show is this white thing. Well, what's in the box? I will show you what's in the box. What's in the box is the QBot head, and on the Moxie, it's mounted on the back. That's why we haven't seen it. What you see is the tablet, which the user provides. Any Android tablet that has Android 5.0 or greater, we recommend a larger screen just because it's easier to navigate. And something with a very good battery is very good. And something with about 8 gig of RAM, 32 or 64 gig of disk space. But you have the QBot, our drive assemblies, all the wiring and drive wires and installation hardware. It also comes with installation disc for the frame you have. If you have certain frames, they have videos. Certain frames have paper instructions, and then all of the tutorial videos come on a CD or DVD. They're also available on YouTube. We have a playlist for that, and Shelly can bring that up for you right now. So there you see our playlist, and you can start here and you see all of the different features that we have. Another question we get is, well, what tablet should I get? I'll tell you that all of these tablets have run QBot V3 and V3 Pro. Size, we've gone from very small, 7-inch or 6-inch tablet. It's not the greatest when you're trying to navigate menus, but it works, all the way up to, the standard 9 or 10-inch tablet, which it basically is really the perfect size. So, Blaine, that's all I have for today. If there's any questions out there.
Well, hey, David, I think there was a couple questions. And Kyle, do we have those questions? So one of them says, can you upgrade from the regular to the Pro?
Okay, there is, so from regular QBot V3 to the QBot V3 Pro, it's just a different app in the App Store. That's all it is. So in the App Store, our current pricing, now this is on YouTube, and it'll be there forever, but the current pricing as of this date in time, the regular app is $14.99, and the Pro app is $299.99 or $299. So that's the difference. So it's the same kind of thing. You just download it, just like any app on your phone. You just download your app to the tablet. Any updates, any bug fixes, anything, any new features for each of those apps, we upload to the Google Play Store, and it's automatically comes to you.
Okay,
it uses
great.
the same hardware.
All right, and then another question is, they want to know what machines this will work on.
What machines? Shelly will bring up the compatibility list. So we support all machines from the mid-arms. So that would be the Juki TL98 series, TL98E. So that's an older Juki, but that TL series that are the 9-inch throated machines. Similar to that are the Janome 1600 and Viking Mega Quilter, FOF Grand Quilter, and HQ Handy Stitcher, maybe it is. Then we also have the Brother 1500 and so forth. Now, those machines do need to be stitch regulated. So we have the Quilter's Cruise Control for those. So that Quilter's Cruise Control is a stitch length regulator add-on to those machines. Then, so those are the mid-arm machines. Then you have all of the longer, loose group, but long arm machines, which is the Moxie, is probably the smallest of the long arm machines. And that goes all the way up to Gammels at 30 inches that we have QBot on Gammels at 30 inches and 14 feet. So that's a pretty good range.
It sure is. And one more question, David. can you import designs that you already own?
Yes. So if you have designs that are PLT format, so the QBot reads two designs. One is .4QB and the other one is .plt. So if you own design packages, say you have another system and you ordered a design package that came with, you know, QLI and I think 𝐏𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐿 and all those different extensions, but PLT is one of them, then you have the design. We did get a question in the chat yesterday. Can I use an embroidery design, a single line embroidery design? And the answer is probably not. And the reason why is that embroidery files place stitches. So there's a point for every stitch. And it's really not a continuous line. And we've had users that have tried that, and the QBot will start and stop at every stitch, and it's painful. So that you would need to get true quilting designs, vector files.
Hey, great, David. Well, hey, I think that wrapped up all of our questions. And what we want to do is we're going to show everybody how they can get this thing. And again, David, if we can put that overlay up, I'm going to show everybody exactly what we're getting. So the first one that we're looking at right now, it's $39.99. And this is the one it's going to fit that Moxie. And that actually David was doing all his demos on the Handi Quilter Moxie there. This also fits the new Baby Lock Gallant. So this one makes both of those machines animated, so you can or automated, so you can do the robotics. And then the next one we have is $48.99, and this is the one that David was saying basically fits all these other machines. They showed that compatibility list. You know, goes all the way up to a 30-inch machine with a 14-foot frame. So it works on a lot. This is actually the one that works on our King Quilter as well. So we have it for our King Quilter long arm, and it works extremely well. So great pricing on these guys. If you need to order, call 1-800-401-8151. You can visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. We have live chat agents that can help you. And all of our operators on the phone are all long arm experts. They're all extremely good on the robotics, so they can make sure that it fits your machine that you're looking at, and they can help you out with this. So again, we want to thank David from Lighten Up coming on here, showing us all about the robotics, and really appreciate Lighten Up being one of our sponsors. So guys, we're moving right along. We hope y'all are staying with us out there. I know we have some people that's been here for, I think, was it Kim Wolf that has been here from Monday morning with me. She's one of our customers. That she chimed in and said, I forgot how many hours, but we've been on air, but she's been with us every hour. It hasn't missed a single hour. So, hey, Kim, we appreciate you hanging in out there with us. And we've had a lot of our regular customers are on here, and we appreciate y'all being on here with us. So next up, guys, hey, we're going to talk a little bit about the Capri from Handi Quilter, and we have Kim Sandberg coming back. And, you know, Kim, I always talk about, you know, she got her inspiration basically from her mother and grandmother, and she started sewing clothing when she was in high school or in school, and then in junior high. And when she got in high school, she started making some clothes, and she saw her first log cabin quilt. She sketched one out, and she got hooked in quilting. She's been in quilting ever since, and now she's with Handi Quilter, and we're so happy she's here. So welcome back to the show, Kim.
Hey, Blaine, it's nice to be back.
Hey, we're glad you're here, and I know, you know, everybody was blown away by the Capri, and you know, that is a great machine, and we're so happy you're here to show us about it, because we got some great pricing on it.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is definitely one of our favorites. And of course I say that about all of the machines. But let me tell you a little bit about the Capri, right? So
yes, ma'am.
This is an awesome stationary machine, meaning we move the fabric instead of moving the machine. It comes on this really great table that has this awesome technology that we developed specifically for the Capri. It is called the Insight table. So this is the Insight table. And we have the Insight stitch regulation here. So let me show you that. So if I come over here and move this fabric out of the way, right here are two sensors on the table. And these two sensors actually sense the movement of the fabric to provide the stitch regulation, and it is really accurate. The top of the table also, you guys can see that it's got a little bit of a sheen to it. It's this really smooth surface that just makes it so easy to move the fabric over it. If we come back here and look at the machine, let me talk about a couple of the other really awesome features. I'll come back over here to the side of it. So we have an 18-inch throat space, which, coming from a background of, I'm somebody that quilted on my domestic machine for a lot of years. I was one of those people that I wanted to have the money. I wanted to be able to save up my money to be able to make more quilts instead of paying somebody else to quilt them. So I would just stuff those through that throat space on my domestic machine. And this 18 inches of throat space with the lighting is just amazing compared to what I used to work with. It has up to 2,200 stitches per minute, which is incredibly fast. It means that when you really got to get that project done, you can just get her done. It has the same tension assembly and thread path that Handi quilter machines are known for. We can use any type of thread on this machine, any type of high quality thread. And we are able to use any of the Handi feet on this machine too. So any of our feet that we have out there that are available, you can use on this machine. Another feature I absolutely love about the Capri with the inside table is that this table is adjustable really easily. So you can see that I'm actually standing up, and I'm going to demo a little bit of quilting and you guys will see. This is actually set up at that taller height. It comes up to, I think it's about 39.5 inches, the top here, and you can actually make that a little bit taller by putting the casters on it. And the casters are really nice because then it becomes, you can just tuck it back in a corner, put it away in a closet, wheel it into another room. You know, it just makes it really maneuverable and easy to fit. My workspace here is 36 inches, and then the table is 32 inches deep. And I promised you guys this when I showed you on Monday. We also have the table extensions. So check this out. I can actually add an extra 18 inches of quilting space right here. And I can actually put those on both sides of this table, which is really great, especially for managing large quilts. So I know you guys always like to watch the stitching. I always go back and look through the comments after I get done, and people seem to want to see the stitching. So let's do a little bit of stitching. Let me show you how beautiful the stitch is with the Capri. So let's take a look down here. I've actually got a couple of rulers that I've pulled out to use with this block. And we'll do a little bit of stitching here. So I want to do my needle down, needle up, and pull up my bobbin thread. It's always important to do that so we don't end up with thread nests on the back. And then I'm just going to tap my controller, my foot pedal once to put my needle down. And then I'm going to go ahead and line this up so I can stitch across here. And I'm getting that perfect curve stitched out there by being able to use my ruler. And we'll just go ahead and stitch across this other way. I'm going to do a little bit of a continuous curve here across this design. And I'll turn this around. I love this large space here and having the maneuverability of just being able to move, flip that quilt around wherever I want it, and I can get that beautiful, perfect stitch every time. You guys can see that beautiful, perfect stitch there. I love that I can use rulers with this machine. It just makes it really fun to be able to get that precise quilting in addition to the free motion quilting. Now, I want to show you guys something that's a little fun with this. I've been trying to come up with some different fun techniques I can show you that you can do with different long arm machines that we have. So we'll go ahead and clip my threads here. And I'm going to move this one out of the way and pull my other little piece I have here to quilt on over and show you guys just some free motion stitching, okay? So once again, I want to do my needle down, needle up, bring that up. I forgot to show you guys this before. So if I hold my down, needle up on my screen, I can actually do a walking stitch just to lock that in place. And then we'll go ahead and do some quilting. So we're going to do a little bit of just some loops. And I want to stop for a second, clip this thread, and just show you guys how great this machine is to stitch with. And I'm actually in precision mode. I'm going to switch over to cruise and just show you kind of the difference between the two. Precision mode it stops when I stop and it starts when I start. But cruise always keeps moving. So you'll notice even as I slow down, my needle keeps going up and down. So that gives me really nice points if I want to do something like quilt a star. Which I can do another one of those here, just to kind of show you guys some fun little designs that you can quilt with the Capri, or really with any long arm. And we'll trim this. And I know when I was on last time, I talked a little bit about thread painting. So I wanted to show you guys a little bit more about that. We find that a lot of people who really love this machine are first of all, people who have been quilting on their domestic machine and they're just ready to not have that, to move up to a larger throat space. And the 18 inches of throat space here is just absolutely fantastic. We also have a lot of art quilters who tend to like our stationary machines. They want to be able to see precisely where they're laying down each stitch. So let me show you just a little bit of playing around with that. I've actually got another thread. I've got a second spool of thread loaded up here, cone of thread loaded up here. And in just a minute, I'm actually going to switch thread colors and I can show you a fun little trick for that. So let's do a little bit of just some more free motion quilting here. Go ahead and do my walking stitch to lock this. And then I'm just gonna do a little fun flower like I did yesterday. We'll stop for a minute and I'll clip my threads real quick. Get those tails out of the way. And we'll just keep laying down some flower petals here. I'll just do some different types because I'm going to come back and fill in with a different color of thread. Okay, so I've got my base foundation laid down on my little flower there. Let's go ahead and lift this up, bring it back. I'll do my needle down, needle up, pull up that bobbin thread. If I do this, then I don't have any bobbin, any thread on the back. Now I'm going to come over here and let me show you a little trick when you're changing your thread. So if I come up here to my current thread and I clip it, and then I grab the thread that I want to start using, instead of actually having to rethread the entire machine, I will tie a little knot here and then just pull it through. So it's a fun little easy way to make sure that I'm threading it properly. I'm following that same thread path. We'll see if today's one of my lucky days. I even got that knot through my needle all the way through. So we'll set that over there. Now let's do a little bit of some thread painting. So I want to come back and bring up that thread again, do my walking stitch. And what I'm going to do is come in here and fill in right inside that area, inside that little petal that I stitched. Clip this thread real quick. Look at how smooth and easy this is to do. I can just move that back and forth and fill that in and just fill it in with that color. You guys can see there how fun that is to just fill those little leaves in with that color. So when I talked about thread painting, that's what I mean. It's when we go in and we're essentially using thread like we would a paint to fill in an area, create a texture, add a little something extra to the quilt. So that's something kind of fun to look at. All right, one other thing that I always get questions about with this machine is how to manage large quilts on it. So let's take a look at that. So I have a large quilt right here, and I'm going to grab it. And especially because I have my table extension up today, I've got my table extension right here. You're really going to be able to see how easy it is to manage a large quilt. So this is a nice big quilt. It's probably a small twin. I mean, you guys can see this is it's a large quilt. And I'm going to take my top edge and roll it a little bit. And then I'm going to put it up here on my table, slip it in. When I'm doing free motion designs, I always like to start in the center and work my way out. But you guys look at how nice that is with my table extension there to have that available to help me manage that extra fabric. And you can see if I had another table extension here, I could let the quilt just spread out. I have plenty of space. The really nice thing is these table extensions fold down, and so it still only takes up that 32 by 36 footprint when I want to push my machine out of the way, tuck it away, and not have it taking up as much space. So let's see. I should take some questions. Do you have some questions for me, Blaine, today about the Capri?
I sure do.
Okay.
I got a couple of them. So here it says, where's the bobbin winder?
Oh, so the bobbin winder comes with, it's actually a separate bobbin winder. And you know what? I don't have one here, right here in the studio. It's separate. It comes with, it's not part of the machine, which is actually really nice. It means that I can be winding bobbins while, you know, I don't have to unthread or do any of that stuff. If I've got a second cone of thread, I can wind the bobbins. I can wind all of them ahead of time. It's a separate bobbin winder, but it does come with the machine. It's part of, included in the price. So.
All right, Kim, the next question is, it says, does it come with the table? And if so, is the table height adjustable?
Yes. So the Insight table is included with the Capri. Absolutely. Now, this table extension over here is an extra. So the 32 by 36 from here to here, yes, that's included. It is adjustable. It's adjustable from 22 inches all the way up to 39 inches. And that's the height of the tabletop. And if you need it to go a little bit higher, you can put the caster wheels on the bottom, which add about 3 inches of height. The really nice thing is it's easy to adjust. I can actually adjust this myself. There's 2 little levers that you hold on the side, and you can either go down or up. You do it on one side, then you do it on the other side. Easy to adjust. And you can choose to either stand or sit, depending on what's comfortable for you.
Okay, great. So, and then we have another question. It says, where are the sensors located in the table?
Okay, let me show you. I'll just scoot this quilt back into the throat space. The sensors are right here on the 2 sides of where the needle is. So there's a sensor right here and a sensor right here. So you want to make sure that anytime you're working on a project, you've got at least an extra 4 inches of fabric all the way around the outside edge of your quilt top. So your backing, you want to have that extra 4 inches, just like you do on a frame, so that we make sure that these sensors are always covered with fabric.
So Kim, look what I found.
What did you find?
Look at that.
Oh, hey, that's the Moxie bobbin winder. And that is not the bobbin winder that comes with this one, but it still does
the Moxie one?
Yep, that's the Moxie bobbin winder.
I thought they were almost identical, but I guess they're not.
They're very, very similar. Like it's the bobbin winder that comes with this is just a little bit bigger, and it's white.
My bad, because I thought they were the same. So I told him, "Hey, grab me the Moxie bobbin winder," because I knew the Moxie machine was real close by. So,
yeah.
All right, well that didn't work, but anyway, it's close, right?
It's okay.
All right, so we got some more questions. It says, hey, do you like, when you're in the different modes, which one you like the best, the precision or the cruise?
The cruise. Okay, well, for me, I tend to be a little bit of a faster moving quilter. And so I tend to be a cruise girl. But there are times when I like to use precision, especially when I'm using rulers. It kind of allows me to have that moment of where I can kind of stop and maybe make some adjustments without having to turn the machine, you know, be hitting my foot pedal all the time to turn the machine on and off. So cruise most of the time, but I do use precision, and I use manual when I'm doing like micro quilting. So I use all of them.
Okay. And Kim, when you have those extensions on the table, do you know what the overall width is?
So, okay, this can be really dangerous, asking me to do math on screen, so on film. So help me out here. So it's 32 inches wide, and the extensions are 18 inches. So if I do 36 plus 18, maybe you can help me out. My technical editor here sometimes has to go in and fix things for me. She's giggling over here right now. So it's an extra 18 inches. If I add extensions on both sides, I am doubling my space, because I do know that 18 plus 18 is 36. So that would be 36 2 times, which would be 72. We'll see if I got that right.
You did good, Kim.
Thanks.
Well, I wasn't going to chime in. I was going to wait. We were going to test you and see if you got it, but
no.
You did. So that is if the table is 36 inches wide by 32 inch depth. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So if it's 36 inches wide, it's 6 foot, 72 inches with it all wound up. So you did good. Great job. All right. So hey, Kim, I'm going to tell. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, I said, well, I'm going to tell everybody how they can get this this great capri, and we're going to tell them the price on it. And I think David's got an overlay to show it to you right there, guys. All right, so this machine is $79.95, and you can get it shipped free right to your door. It comes with the Insight table, and this is the Capri 18-inch, and we're super pumped about it. And you're going to get a gift card from Sewing Machines Plus shipped right to your email box. We're going to send it electronically, and a $250 gift card that we're going to send you for your purchase. And anyway, this is a great price at $79.95, and we have free financing, 60-month 0% interest. And so give us a call at 1-800-401-8151. Visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and we have live chat people standing by. We have our phone sales staff sitting by. They can answer all your questions. We are Handi Quilter's #1 dealer in the world and largest dealer in the world, and we sell a lot of these machines, so our people are very, very knowledgeable about Handi Quilter, and especially this Capri sit down. So great machine. And Kim, thank you again for such a great demonstration, and I know that we're going to have you again tomorrow or the next day. I know you're coming back in the rest of this week, so we're going to have you some more on. And we love that, because Kim's so enthusiastic and so knowledgeable about the Handi Quilter products. So we love having her on the show. So, hey guys, we're moving right along. And guess what's coming now? Baby lock. So, hey, do y'all love serging? Well, if you do, it's all about sergers is coming up next. Hey, we are featuring 2 fantastic sergers. And one of those sergers that we're going to be featuring is called the Celebrate. This has been an awesome machine that we got to release and start selling online just back at the last year, in the mid last year, and it has been a really big seller. And guys, I want to tell you, these quantities are limited, and so if you need one of these sergers, don't delay, act today, because I promise you we're going to sell out. We're going to sell out today on the show. This is the first time we're showing it on the show this week, and it's going to be really popular. And but she's also going to show the Vibrant as well, and so both are great sergers. And but anyway, we have Deb Canham from Baby Lock, and Deb has spent the last 20 years designing and working on her own factory in China, and working as a consultant to the garment factories, improving their quality control through education and developing simple methodology systems since retiring. Deb has focused on the serger for home design projects. And so we're so proud to have Deb here. And so welcome to the SewFest, Deb, on day 4. And we're glad you're here.
I'm glad I'm here too. Thank you for having me. I have got a
we're-
slight technical problem. I've only got one camera working, so I might have to move you around, but we can get through
Hey,
it.
that's fine. We can hear you loud and clear. We can see you really clear. So we're ready to go. Hey, we're ready to learn all about that celebrate.
You want to do the celebrate first? Can I start with the vibrant?
Oh, well, let's start with the vibrant.
I got that one ready.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, so we're going to start with the vibrant. And first of all, I want to tell you that t-shirt I have on, I made on the vibrant. And this little baby outfit, whoops, it's hard to find the camera, I made on the vibrant too. So you can see it's great for knits, but it's great for any type of serging. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn you around, which means I'm going to have to move the camera because I only have one today, and take you to the machine. So just bear with me a second while I do that. Okay, hope you didn't get to see too much of my mess. Right, this is the vibrant, and it is a great little machine. I use it as a travel machine. And I want to say to you that it is a 4-thread serger, okay? That means it just has the 4 threads. And it can do anything a serger can do. And you'll see that it's small. It comes with a few things that I've only ever seen on this serger. And one is it actually comes with a thread bin, which isn't always the case, but it does. The vibrant does come with that. And then I want to show you that it also comes with something which I think is absolutely genius, and it is a gauge that moves, and it allows you to decide what your seam allowance. So if you have 5/8 of an inch, you're going to measure the stitch from the needle, and you can move this, and it's going to help you a lot. People are often looking for that. So if you have a 1/2 inch seam, you're going to reduce it even more. So that is the thread guide it comes with. And what I want to do now is take that off. I don't have to, but I'm going to. And I'm going to show you about the threading, because people sometimes worry about threading a serger. But this is a really simple system. It's all color coded. Okay, so you just follow the colors. Now, because it is manual threading, you're going to start with the lower looper, thread that, then the upper looper, and then your 2 needles. And you have to do it in order. But what puts people off a lot of the time is it's sometimes quite difficult to get to the loopers for threading. But look, this is genius. See how it opens out? So you can easily get to your loopers. There, you just pop the thread in and out through the top section. And so that makes it an awful lot easier. You don't have to do double somersaults or anything like that to thread this machine. So what else can I tell you about it? It has a couple of other things that I really love. Well, let me tell you that. It has a place to put your needle when you take a needle out. Say you're using 2 threads and you go down to 1 in your needle, then you just pop your needle in there, which makes it a whole lot easier to find it. It has a toolbox and brush, everything you need in there, screwdriver, and it has a little thing here which you use. It's called the 2-thread converter, and you use this when you're using 2 threads, and it just pops really easily into the machine, just there. You just slide it in. So that's dead easy. The knife comes down. You can see the knife, it easily retracts, which can sometimes be a problem. And if you're doing a stitch like rolled hem, it actually has the stitch finger actually pulls out. Can you see that? It just pulls out. Let me move the camera over a bit. It just pulls out, which makes it super easy. So that's the insides. Let me show you a couple of other things it does. And that is, it has another thing that I think is really cool. It has a cording guide. So you put your cord through here, and then you feed it through a hole in the foot, and you can sew elastic into stitching, which a lot of people do when they're doing knits. I'm not sure if you're actually going to see this, but do you see there's some cording elastic in that stitch? It just stitches it in there with no problem. So that's a big plus for those that like to do knits. Another thing I love about it, which again I've only seen on this machine, is the fact that, let me show you, I'm going to run a thread chain, and look, it has a built-in cutter. Can you see back there? I'm going to slide this button down. There's the knife, and it chops it off. So I think that's pretty cool too. I do just want to talk about why I think sergers are so great. And that is because they have differential feed. And what that is the feed dogs, let me just lift this up. The feed dogs come in 2 sets, okay? Now, when you're working on a sewing machine, the machine drags your fabric through, okay? With the serger, it feeds the fabric in, and the feed dogs are about twice the size of an average sewing machine. And that is what makes me use my serger more than my sewing machine. So the feed dogs, you can set them so that the front feed dogs feed faster than the back feed dogs. Now, why would you do that? Well, 2 reasons. First of all, you can make gathers. Let me show you something with gathers in. You can make gathers with your feed dogs feeding in faster, and actually with the right foot. Do you see how you can sew it to a piece of fabric all at the same time? That was just 1 stitch. I gathered it and sewed it to the fabric at the same time. And that's because we have differential feed, which is feeding the fabric in faster at the front and slower at the back. And that's what makes the gathers. So the differential feed is used for all sorts of things. It's particularly, and this is where sergers really shine, is if you're working with knits, okay? Because whenever you feed knits under a foot, it's going to stretch a little bit. And you'll sometimes find, particularly on serger, that your stitch might drop off the edge. And what you need to do is you need to feed it in a bit faster at the front. And what that does is it compensates for the stretch. So differential feed, huge, huge. I want to also talk about the fact that this machine comes with 6 feet, and the feet are everything. You know, if you buy a serger and you don't buy the feet, it's like buying a car without any wheels. Okay, so these feet are there to help you, and this one has 6 feet. And that's always a question to ask when you get a serger. Does it have feet? This one has 6 feet, and the one I probably use the most is the cording foot. So what can you do with the cording foot? Well, cording, you can certainly make cording, but better still, you can sew the cording in with the cording foot. So you make the cording and then you sew it in, and you see how there's no stitches showing? Because it's going to stitch in exactly the same place. Okay, so that's cording. Very simple, very easy. This one has a 3mm cording foot, so quite small. But there's other things you can do with the cording foot. There's a million things you can do with cording feet. Another one that I really like is sewing in zippers. Okay. When I first started using a serger to sew in a zipper, I thought, why would I? But now I only do it this way, unless it's something like a dress where I'm putting a back zipper in. But if I'm putting a zipper in a bag or anything flat, then can you see how perfect it is? How it's exactly the same distance from the edge. I use the cording foot over the teeth, and that means it can only sew exactly there. So it keeps it straight for me. So that's another great reason to buy the foot set and get your cording foot. And as I said, very easy application. Let's have a look at some of the other things this machine does. Rolled hems. Rolled hems are great for finishing edges. And rolled hems, think of things like napkins, or think of something like a chiffon bridesmaid's dress or something like that. You can finish the edge with rolled edge. And this one, I actually used a decorative 12-weight thread. Now, the interesting thing about sergers is you can use much heavier thread in sergers than you can in the sewing machine, unless, of course, you put the heavy thread in the bobbin. So let me just show you some other decorative thread. This is just a 3-thread overlock. And what I like about this stitch is, do you see how you can finish an edge, say a placemat or a small wall hanging or something like that? It's really pretty. It just looks like a satin stitch, doesn't it? And do you see the orange beading on the very edge? That's using 8-weight thread, and all that is 3-thread overlock. And actually, I've sewn it over something called Bosselin form, which I'm sure many of you know. That's a foam. It's quite thick, and this machine will sew over several layers of Bosel. And I use Bosel a lot in all my projects, so that's a big deal for me. But don't you think they're pretty? They're 8-weight threads, and they're going to go in the loopers. So I think that's about all I want to say. This machine will basically do all the stitches. I'm going to pull you around back onto me now, and just sorry, I know I'm moving you. It's very awkward when one camera's gone. So yes, it's a great machine. It does everything a serger does. 4-thread overlock, flat lock stitch. Flat lock stitch is that stitch that you pull on and it flattens out. So great with thick fabrics. Actually really great for quilting. I have a quilt here. Let me just, I don't want to pull the whole thing down. Whoops. But I don't know if you can see it, but I did all my piecing using flat lock stitch because it pulls totally flat. There's absolutely no thickness in that seam. So a great stitch, flat lock, rolled hem, narrow hem. You can do, you get the foot kit, you can do hemming with it, make hems, blind hem foot. It has a blind hem foot, the cording foot, the ruffler foot where you're going to gather and attach it to a strip all at the same time. And what else? It has a foot for attaching pearls, and I think that's it. There's 6 feet, but don't get a serger without the feet. Okay, so that was the Vibrant in 15 minutes. Great machine, I love it. So, did anybody want to come back in and speak, or should I just go on and do the Celebrate?
Hey, Deb, I think let's just go ahead and go do the Celebrate. And then when you get finished with that, leave me a couple of minutes and we're going to tell everybody how they can order, and we'll tell them all the pricing.
Okay, we'll do. Just let me move this one and get the other one. Okay. Right. This one is fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you what I made on the Celebrate. So I made this bag this morning on the Celebrate. Do you think it's cute? It's all done on the Celebrate with decorative stitching and those flowers. I have to confess, the straps are just pinned in, but I will get them sewn in. But that was done on the Celebrate, quick and easy. So I'm going to move you around again. Sorry about that. Okay. Whoops. Right, here we have it. What makes this machine, sorry, give me a second to get my camera in. What makes this machine great is that it threads itself. And that's a huge deal. And the reason that's a huge deal is I think it encourages people to change their stitches and try different threads and do more things. So I particularly love that about this particular machine, that it has that. So let me show you how it threads itself. I do have the needle threaded. I'm just going to pull my needle thread out. Now, the advantage of this machine is because of the way it's set up, it can be thread in any order. So if you break your upper looper thread, you don't have to rethread the lower looper, then the upper looper. You just rethread whatever your problem is and go from there. So I have this one, let me just pull you out a wee bit. I have this one set up here. This is the lower looper, and the lower looper thread. I'm not going to start with it because I just told you I could do any order. So I'm going to start with the upper looper. Okay, now the first thing I'm going to do is make sure my foot is up, which it is. And I'm going to click it into the tension disc at the top here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down and I am going to press that button. And then I just turn the hand wheel and you'll hear a clonk. Boom, that was it. And what that does is it puts these tubes in place. And that makes it super easy for me to thread up. So I want you to watch just here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to take my thread, make sure you have enough of it, and I am going to put it into this little hole here. Whoops, it came out. And then I'm going to push that lever. Did you see it come through? Did you see it come through? I'm going to do it again because you have to be quick. Okay, so I'm going to put my thread in. Okay, watch over here. See it? There it is, all my thread. So that's the upper looper threaded. That's all I had to do, 2 seconds, 1 second even. Lower looper thread, I'm going to put it in the tension guide, bring it down, and feed it into the lower looper. And this time I'm just going to move that knob to L's because it's going to, otherwise it'll be sucking air through the upper looper, which won't help me. Put the thread in, and this one's going to come out just here. So there you go. There it is. And I have threaded the needle, and this one actually does come with an automatic threader. So if you have trouble seeing the needle, it will do it for you. There's the automatic needle threader. And that is all the threading you need for this machine. So I think that's pretty cool. And I think you have to ask yourself, am I the sort of person that's going to be frustrated by threading? If you are, then this is the perfect machine. And but as I said to you originally, what I really like about it is the fact that it's dead easy to change your threads. I know people that set up for 4-thread overlock and then never change their threads. There's a couple of other things about this machine that make it super easy. Let me show you this one first. Do you remember on the other machine, we had to put a converter on? It was dead simple. We just popped it in. And this is for when you're using something like a 2-thread flat lock or a 2-thread overlock. 2-thread overlock is a stitch that will finish your seams, okay? And all you have to do to turn this into a 2-thread machine is pull this and then flip it over. And that little eye on the end of that subsidiary looper will go into the eye of the upper looper. And all it does is it just convinces the machine there's thread in the upper looper. So, and then when you take it out, you put it to the left and pull it back. And that's all you have to do with that. Now on this one, you do not have to remove the stitch finger. Let me show you here. This is the width dial and this is the stitch length. And if I move these numbers round, do you see how we get to these darker ones? These are called the rolled numbers, and you'll use them on a rolled hem, probably anything that's rolled. And all you do is that, and it takes the stitch finger out for you. You don't have to do a thing. It looks after everything. So the other thing I want to say is I'm just going to take the foot off so you can see it. The knife, when you want to retract your knife on this one, you just turn, and then yeah, I always do this. I forget to release the tubes. You turn it to locked, and then when you move the hand wheel, it will go down, okay? So that makes that really easy too. To put the feet on this machine, you're just going to slide it in from the left, pop the foot down, and then just press a button at the back and it will slot on. It has differential feed, just like the other machines. As I said, best thing about sergers. Now, this machine, even though it's self-threading, it does actually have manual tensions. And manual tensions, you will find in your guide that there is a really concise table of what your settings should be. And they pretty much work for me. It's a little bit dependent on what fabric you're using, but not terribly, okay? It's not like, you were doing a 4-thread overlock on a piece of thick wool, and then you went to a silk, you probably wouldn't need to do much other than change your stitch length. It's very accommodating, the serger. And the reason for that is it forms the stitch on the stitch finger. So not hard to do. You can alter the pressure on the foot, not that I often do, but you certainly can. But it's a great machine. And then this one comes with 6 feet. Move the machine back a bit. Comes with 6 feet. And what I love about this one, it has 2 cording feet. One's for 3mm and one's for 5mm. Now the 5mm means that you can put in big clunky zippers and you can use big clunky cording. So if you were going to do some cording on your outdoor cushions, that would be the perfect foot for you. And it has an elastic foot. And if anybody knows me well, I like to call it the wire foot, because it allows you to put wire into the foot and then you can stitch over the wire. And what that does is it gives you a wired edge, like you get with a wired ribbon. But I actually use it a lot in flowers, because then you can flute the edges of the flowers and make them look more realistic. And then this is the ruffler foot. The ruffler foot, as I said, you sew a piece of fabric and it gathers and sews it all in one go. So what else can I tell you about this machine? I found it to be wonderful with decorative thread. These are 8-weight decorative threads, and I actually used a flat lock. This is what I used to sew the bag together. And what's nice about flat lock is it pulls flat, so you get this really flat seam. Sometimes people use it in knitwear to make the seam softer, or if you're doing something like a fleece jacket. Now, what I also really liked about this one was it did produce a beautiful stitch on the decorative. This is 8-weight decorative thread, and the back is also decorative thread. See how you get that little beading stitch? I just think it's really, really pretty. And I actually think that's a fabulous stitch. So it also does rolled hem. It does a beautiful rolled hem. And again, with the rolled hem, I use decorative thread, because sometimes if you don't use decorative thread, you can get pokies. Some people choose woolly nylon, but I'd rather use a pretty decorative thread. This is a 12-weight, and it was a variegated. And then I've got some more decorative to show you. This is over bosal, so quite thick. And do you see how pretty that stitch is? It's like a column, but we're using variegated thread to use a 3-thread overlock. So I think you can get some really neat finishes on placemats and wall hangings. I use it on wall hangings. Actually, I use it. It's just quick and easy, and it might be the choice between me finishing something or never getting the binding on. So I use it quite a lot for that kind of thing. And what else do I have to show you? Oh, I have something here. So the other thing about flat lock stitch is it's really great for putting lace on. And I have here some lace that I use, just getting to it. Right, I only had black lace. But can you see that pink straight stitch that's in there? That's a narrow flat lock. So you sew the two together, right? You sew it like that. And then you pull on it and it flattens out the back seam. And there you have your lace. So much easier than trying to keep on the very edge of lace. And I just wanted to show you this. It's not the best of colors, but it's hard to find anything that isn't bright in my studio. But this is _d'eau lace. And can you see how each stitch goes into the hole on the _d'eau? You can set it up. You can set your stitch length so that it goes into each hole. So I'm not a big heirloom person, but if you like that, that's a great tip. So just to recap on this machine, it self-threads. It's air threading. So you just have to press the buttons. It's super quick. It's super easy. It has a flip over subsidiary looper if you want to do a conversion. The knife just turns down easily. It has manual tensions. I've been using 4-thread overlock this morning, and I have all my tensions on 4. Okay. So it's very forgiving. It has a great differential feed. If you want to do a rolled hem, you're just going to turn these numbers. You don't have to remove the stitch finger. The machine knows to do that for you. So I think that's about it. I'm going to turn you around to me. So please, sorry if I'm moving you again. Normally and I had shorts on. I wouldn't have done that if I known you were going to see my legs. Sorry about that. So yeah, so this is the bag I made this morning on it. So I thought that was quick and easy, and I didn't have any problems with it. Not one thing. No arguments at all.
Thank you so much. Great demonstration on the Celebrate and the Vibrant. And so we're going to remind all of our folks from home how you can actually get these. The first up is the Vibrant. And I think Dave is going to put the overlay up there. You can see it right now. It's $3.99. And we have a show special. We can't tell you what the show special is. You have to call in to get it. But we have a free gift that comes with it. You have to call in to get it. And give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com and speak to one of our live chat agents, and they can get you fixed up with that free show special. The next one up that you did was that Celebrate, and that Celebrate serger, there it is right there. This is a $9.99, an air thread serger under $1,000. Oh my gosh, with the baby lock name on it is unheard of. We also, this comes with that free 60-day trial of the lessons, and you get a free gift with this with purchase, but you have to call in to get it. So we can't tell you over the air, but it's $9.99 and you get a free gift with it, but you have to call in to get that free gift. And I know somebody out there was actually speaking about free lessons, and you know what we got going right now is if you buy one of these Celebrates actually on our show, we're going to have a class coming up, and I think David's going to pull it up real quick for us so we can see it. But there's going to be a class that you can attend. It's Candace Trevino is actually teaching it, and if y'all have ever caught her show, it's called Tea Time with Candace. It is the Serger Workshop, and there you see it on the screen right there. And you get that class absolutely free if you buy a serger or the Celebrate serger while the show's going on. If you buy one of these, you're going to get that class absolutely free. And there's a small kit fee that you have to buy, and we're going to have to ship that kit to you so you can take our class. But this is a great, great class, and I am looking for the date. I can't read the date, David. I'm sorry. What's the date, guys?
April 30th.
So the April 30th, May 1st. So it's going to be April 30th through May 1st. You're going to have that class. And so all you have to do, there's a page on our website under events. Just go to that event page and sign up. And after you buy your machine, and we'll get you taken care of. So there you go. So you can get some classes. So, hey, guys, we're going to move on now. And, hey, thank you so much, Deb, for coming on. And the great, great demonstration on the Celebrate and the Vibrant. And anyway, thank you for doing that. So next up, guys, is we're going to have the Grace Company back on here. We have Nathan Earsnosnik. And, hey, we are going to talk all about cutting again. And Nathan, I'm telling you what, Nathan was on this morning, and we did the True Cut package, the Quilters package this morning, and it was incredible. And Nathan, I wanted to tell you that we have been selling a lot of your systems. That I think Kyle told me we're sold over 60 of the one package that we had, the Quilters package. And then we have sold 17 of the rotary blade sharpeners. So they have been really blowing out of here. So Nathan, I hope you're ready to come onto the show.
Absolutely. Thanks, Blaine. That's good to hear. I'm hoping that all of our wonderful quilters that are out there and sewists, when they see this, I'm pretty sure we're going to see those numbers go back up. And so it's been wonderful. Blaine, again, thanks. I really wanted to tell you, thanks again for letting us be on the show. You've been a phenomenal host. I don't know how many people get to tell you that, but you know, you're doing this all day, every day for this week. I know it takes a lot, and you know, we're here towards the end of the day with what you're doing, and I just love your big smile. You're excited to be with me. I'm excited to be with you, and I'm excited to be with all of our quilters. So thanks for having me, Blaine.
Well, you know, Nathan, your product is awesome. And I tell you what, you know, all the Grace products are just incredible. But, you know, this morning, it was like somebody was, you know, we had like used to call the Walmart blue light special. after you did your demo and showed that quilters package, that TrueCut, quilters package, oh my gosh, the phones started ringing people, the website started getting busy, and those things flew off the shelf. And we had over 60 of those packages sold. And I told you that you better get stocked up because they would be a lot of them go out. And then that sharpener, 17 or 18 sharpeners left, and that's not even counting all the other accessories and things that people jumped on. But we got such a good price, and I tell you, and the way you demonstrated it, it made me want one. So I'm ready to let you get going on this, and so we can sell some more of these things.
Great. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, Blaine. So again, here at Grace Company with TrueCut, I just wanted to say thanks and shout out. I'm just looking at all the comments that continue to come in. That past, I was going to kind of make a joke. I think I might need to buy a serger now. It looked cool with all those different things you can be doing with that. I don't even really know if I'd ever use a serger, but it's been fun to see all of the different products that are out there. All the quilters who are visiting with us. I'm looking at Elaine and Janine and Barbara and Kathy and Martha and so many others. Thanks for being with it. Thanks for sticking with us. I'm going to tell you that the time you're going to spend with me right now is going to be well worth your time. One of the big things that I'm excited to talk about are some of the innovations that solve some of your biggest cutting challenges. And I'd like to start off with kind of a little bit of a story to have you just mentally think about where you're at. What part of quilting do you really love? What are the parts that are maybe not so great? And then hopefully what we can do and looking through that is I'll solve some of those problems that weren't so great and make them a little bit better again. And with that, we're going to maybe just quickly, I'll maybe reiterate before I ask you a couple questions here. Blaine was talking earlier. We talked about this quilters combo that we had. This quilters combo comes with a couple of these pieces. The quilters combo comes with a ruler, our ergonomic cutter, which I'm going to talk a little bit about, and a non-slip pad that creates an awesome beginning package. Then he also mentioned that as part of that quilters combo package, we also have one. We also had this electric sharpener. So we did a brief demonstration. Amazing. One of our #1 selling products. This is, I think, our #2 from what we do is we sell a lot of these sharpeners that revitalize your rotary blades and bring them back to a near factory edge. So this combo was phenomenal. We're not going to talk really about this combo, but I want to let you know that that's still running. There's some really, really great specials that Sewing Machines Plus has exclusively for this digital quilting event. So please take a look at it. Go to their website, click on a couple links, learn a little bit more about it. I'm going to show you why they were so successful here as we go through. But think about this. Think about in your mind here. You're going through and you're in part of quilting, and whether you're beginning or whether you've been quilting, there are a couple things that you love doing more than others. I'm guessing one of those is you love selecting your fabric. That's a very big piece. I think there's a lot that has to do with the colors and the way they're going to come together. You probably really also like choosing the patterns, like what pattern am I going to do next? I think when I think of quilters, it's kind of this puzzling component. And so it's a great thing to start to look at kind of what your art is. What is the picture going to be when you're done? So I think you're probably shaking your head. Yes, I like that aspect as well. Thread's another one. You probably have 5 spools, 10, 15 racks of spools of threads, right? Because you want to make sure you have the right thread. If you're embroidering, it's probably even more than that. So you love threads. However, where we kind of put the brakes on is great. Let's go and cut all of our patterns out. I don't think anybody wakes up in the morning and saying, yeah, I'm just excited to go cut my pattern. Now, there might be a couple of you. I'm not one of those. So I do love part of the tools we have that help make cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. But if you think about that, that's normally, and with a lot of the polls and some surveys that have been done, we find that with the quilters, that's one of the least fun parts, one of the least enjoyable parts is cutting the patterns out before you get to put them all back together. And I'm going to talk about this master cutting collection that we have today. Again, if you're not maybe in the market for a complete system, know that you can buy any one of these parts independently, and you're going to see how amazing they are. But today, what we're going to be talking about tonight is a master cutting collection that really gets you everything you would ever want to know. If it's not for you, maybe it's perfect gift for somebody that you know because the pricing is unheard of, and you'll hear about that in a little bit. But we're really excited about what this is. So let me kind of start. One of the things I like talking about is some of the key, unique, patented features that really define why the TrueCut is what we say. Why is it easier? Why is it safer? How does it make cutting more accurate? And let me just show you one of the first things, because I have so many things to show you. I'm just going to kind of get into this. The thing to think about is you might already have other tools. Understand that if you already have other pieces, you probably have more than 2 rulers, you probably have more than 5. That's okay. You can still get the cutters separately that give you some of the ergonomic advantages. You can buy rulers if you already have cutters. So what we are presenting will also just complement what you already have at home. So you don't need to be worried about feeling like there's this need and a need to shift. That's not the case. You can simply augment or add to what you already have in your collection to make it even better, to help provide that easiness, safeness, and that accuracy. So I'm gonna have us go to a close-up camera really quick. And I'm just gonna quickly highlight. Part of what I want you to see here on this is the way that the edges, our rulers have this special lip on them, and there's this lifted lip. And our cutters have a special guide and they interact. So they sit right on top of each other. They don't come off. So as I'm pushing down this ruler, and I'm gonna kind of turn this to the side here so you can see this. As I'm pushing down the ruler, you'll notice that cutter is not coming off. This is one of the biggest differences that you're gonna find with our system that you cannot find with anything else, is this track and a guide that pair those two together that give us accuracy and straightness, and it also reduces all the other struggles that we have when we're trying to cut. So I really love to start off to say, here are some of the great things that really define why this system is so unique, excuse me, and how this helps make cutting easier. So the first is uniqueness in the rulers. So we're gonna talk, last time we had several people want to know a little bit about the holes. You'll notice that there are holes in here. Those holes can be used, and I'm gonna put a piece of fabric. We can maybe take our top camera here. I can show you what it looks like from the top here as we're looking at this. It makes it easy for us to also hold and put our fingers down towards that fabric for extra grip. You can also, if you do cut, you can actually mark it because it's a 1/4 inch offset from the edge of where you cut to the inside of these markings. So you can mark through the ruler. Most people like them because it gives you a little bit more stability when you're holding on to that surface. I'm gonna just do a quick cut here so you can see. I'm gonna take one of our cutters. I'm gonna open this up and I'm gonna show you how this just sits right on that guide. Again, that keeps it in so it doesn't move away. And I'm just gonna simply roll that down, and that does that nice, easy, great cut. Let's move that again. I'm just gonna do this a couple times because you might say, well, yeah, my cutters do that too. One of the big things that you're gonna find that this cutter does is because of its shape, whether you have a straight one or not, you end up with this tracking system that helps us go clear through the end of the cut. And it keeps our cutter, if you'll notice this, it locks on there so it doesn't pull. If I do, you can see it actually moves the ruler because it actually engages. If you think of a train and like a train track, you end up with this sitting right on top of that, and it keeps those two and it marries them together so that you end up with those straight cuts through the entire cutting system. So that's one of the amazing things that you end up getting with part of this system as a whole. I'm going to quickly just show you a little bit on the cutter. As I talked about this last time, I think a lot of people might say, well, do I need another cutter? The answer is, well, no, we don't need a lot of other things that we do. Do we need another pattern, another quilt? No, we love to, right? We love what that is. And our goal is to help you get to the process of what you enjoy more and hopefully help you complete more quilts so that you can give those to the ones that you love and use them for your special occasions or use them for your couch or whatever. So there's a lot of purposes. We want to help you get to that point where you can have more of your quilts finished versus the struggles that might become at the beginning and the challenge with cutting. So I'm going to show you a close-up on these two. If we can take a close-up of these cutters here. These are the difference between a straight cutter and an ergonomics. And if you'll notice this, you'll actually find and see that the blade's location is different. However, if you look at them, they are straight cutters. So one of the things we have a lot of people kind of bring up, well, am I going to have to learn or is it really different? What we love talking about is if you have ever cut with a straight cutter, then really you're going to cut with this the same way. So I'm going to show you, if we can kind of take a look at this again, the big challenge that a lot of us have is I'm just going to use this standard straight cutter. And maybe if we can take an overhead again, I want to show you some of the stress points we have depending on how we hold this. So some of us use our index fingers. So what we're going to do is we use our index. I want you to watch when we go to cut. We end up with these pressure points. You can see white there. You can see white on my knuckle because what we're doing is we're creating this downward pressure. And then maybe if we can look at my entire body here, I want you to watch my arm as I'm doing this. Usually we're also getting up and over and we're trying to create this downward pressure to make sure we have the extra push behind that blade to make sure it's cutting through our fabrics. So we end up also bringing in our wrist, our elbows, and our shoulders. So let me go ahead and I'm going to show you now. Let's go back to the overhead. I'm going to show you. So that was with the index finger. Now, if you do the thumb, it's the same thing. We end up creating pressure here with the thumb. Sometimes people also will just generally, they're just going to hold on to it, which is also okay. You can do this. But what we find is that you're now using your wrist quite a bit because the pressure that you're using to help keep that up, you're now having to kind of leverage that out over there. So we end up with extra pressure over our wrist and over our hands. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you here with this cutter, what we can do is you can use a thumb on the top if you want. You can put a thumb down. You can use and hold it like you normally would a cutter. And so you can use this to cut, which is also fine. However, we find the most ergonomic way. Now, it is not placing your index finger on the top. Okay, we don't want that because you can see there's the pressure. What it is it's actually resting that over the cutter so that the cutter actually starts to sit across the palm of our hand. And what this does is this allows us to take the pressure from our palm and apply it directly to the blade. So instead of the cutter and being out in front where we're leveraging it, we actually wrap that around and put it under where we naturally have a lot of strength. So I'm going to go ahead and show you this. I'm just going to cut through a couple pieces and I want you to watch this. Now, don't do this at home. Let's go ahead and take the front camera here so we can kind of show you. And I'm going to talk about a little bit on how it comes in the package, but I'm going to take this cutter. I'm going to set it out here in front of me. I'm going to open the guide. Now, don't do this at home. Don't cut with an open hand, but I'm just going to show you. I literally, because it's so ergonomic, I can literally put my hand on top of this cutter and I can simply push forward and that will do the cutting for me. So again, I can put my hand on it and push forward. Now, obviously, as we do this, we're going to recommend that you are going to hold your hand around this. But where I'm going is I no longer have to physically grab and grip this so strong. If I let go of this one and I don't grab it, they fall down. I can't get the pressure underneath that. These we can, because they're so ergonomic, we now no longer have to worry about all of the stresses. And if you watch my body, again, taking this one, I'm going to go up and over it in order to cut, which is normally what we do. When we take this, we actually can relax our body because it helps lower our arm because of the ergonomics. And now I can simply push. One of the other great things, think about this right now. Picture yourself, okay, you're on a couch, you're sitting at a table, you go to get out of bed and there's a nightstand, whatever. What do we use to help lift us up? We use the palms, right? We use our hands to help give us the strength to kind of lift and get ourselves up. Well, one of the things that, and why this works so well is we take that same strength that you already have, and by putting that cutter underneath our hand, it transfers that. When we use this and we're demonstrating this, oftentimes customers tell me like, I didn't even feel like I had to put any pressure down on that. Well, you have to put pressure, but one of the things that's so nice is that's naturally already coming because it's coming right down through your arm into your palm, which is then getting transferred right to the blade. What that means, and I'm going to kind of let you maybe take a close-up of this. I'm going to show you a couple of things with this awesome cutter, is we've also tried to expose more blade. So this lets you cut thicker layers of fabric. So that's really a wonderful thing. You'll also notice that this particular one, it looks a little different than this. This is actually how it comes in the package. It comes so that you can use this with your current rulers. So you can use this with what you already have. You do not have to change. However, in the package, one of the other things that we include is we do include what we call this guide system. And this guide is the piece that then locks over the edge of the ruler. And so that comes with it. And it's super easy to put on. It just drops right on. But that's what creates the locking mechanism with the system. Another thing I love showing you is we're looking at this cutter really quick. The handles can be customized. So you can actually take this handle and you can pop out the insert. It's called 𝓤𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵 because you can personalize it. You can put a piece of cloth in there. You might want to do an embroidery piece, Sharpie it. If you think about this, what does your cutter look right now? Have you ever gone to an event? I'm guessing that there are Sharpie marks on that. Heck, you probably have a special ribbon. I'm guessing you're keeping it in your bag because it's probably going to walk out the door with somebody else. Not so anymore because you have the 𝓤𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵 as part of the system that you can use. And again, if you're maybe not looking for an entire system, hey, go ahead and get started with one of the pieces. Again, it will work with what you already have, and it's going to start solving the problems of that challenge and the frustration of holding everything together. And I'm going to go ahead and we're going to kind of quickly move over to one more piece here. We're going to talk about really quick what is included in the Master Cutting Collection. Let me show you all the parts. What we are including is we are including the 45mm cutter, the 𝓤𝓮𝓵𝓬𝓸𝓵. You are getting the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler. This is the one that's probably most commonly used as you're cutting those big strips and you're going along. So this is a 6.5 by 24.5. We're also including a 6.5 by 12.5 ruler. Those are great for some of those medium-sized projects. This becomes probably one of your most favorite for your smaller projects. This is a 3 by 18. This one is, we sell a lot of these as kind of a secondary one to the 6.5 by 24. So that's a 3 by 18. And again, they come, if you'll notice, they're the same designs with the holes and that taller edge so that you can use the cutters on all of those the same. When we move into next is we also are including all 3 sizes of the square rulers. And what that means is we're including the 12.5 by 12.5 square. We're including the 9.5 by 9.5 and the 6.5 by 6.5. So again, we're just getting started. There's more. We're also including all of our unique triangle rulers. And again, remember, every one of these rulers, they have that special track and that guide. It's also nice if that edge, it's a little thicker, it keeps your cutter from going up on top. I don't know if you know somebody, I'm hoping it hasn't been you, but I know a lot of people that have been cut or injured with a rotary cutter because it slipped up and it's jumped up and over that track. And so again, you know, this is one of those things that makes it safer for you to use because no longer the edge is taller and it's harder to get up. And if you can use it with that track, we start finding that there's a lot less fighting between us trying to keep the two together. So we have a 60-degree triangle. We have a 90-degree right triangle. I call this kind of our kite ruler, but it's your 60s, your 90s, and your 120s. And so you also can do a 30 at the top. And so this is also part of the package. We also are including a 5-pack of blades to go along with your system to keep and extend that. So that's a 5-pack of blades. And the other thing that I'm going to show you is one of our other great things that we did a demonstration on here a couple days ago, yesterday, I think, 2 days ago, I want to say. And then I did a quick demonstration is our awesome 360 circle cutter. Quick shout out. If you have and you thought you've ever wanted to do anything with circles, I'm going to do a quick demonstration on this for you, but it works amazingly well. And there's a special coupon right now that Sewing Machines Plus has for those that are visiting this show. So again, I want to say and just do a shout out to this is something that you're going to love. And let me just do a quick demonstration. Let me stand back up my rulers here. It's not going to look quite as pretty, but let me move those to the side. And I'm going to do a quick demo on our circle cutter. So maybe we can go ahead and take that. I'm going to show you if we can kind of probably do a close-up right here. I'm going to just show you one of the nice things about this. This actually can cut circles from 2 inches all the way out to 12.5 inches. And you can actually see that we have that 12, 2 all the way to 12.5. Really easy. What we do is we have this that locks the center point in place. So you'll notice I just really lightly turn this and it locked. I'm going to do like a 5-inch circle. I'm going to tighten that down. So there's the 5. Our blade actually sits right here. Let me open this up so you can see it. Here's our blade. The blade sits right here, and it is a replaceable blade you can get. So I'm going to close that up. But let me show you this. This is going to wow you. You're going to wonder, actually, did this really happen that quickly? So keep your eyes open. Here we go. I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it in the middle of my spot. Yep, and if we can kind of take a look at this, I'm going to go ahead and hold this. I am going to use, I call it my strong hand. I'm right-handed. I'm going to take that down and put it over here on this blade section. I'm going to put a little pressure down, and then I'm going to simply rotate that around. And by the way, voila, there you go. Now, what's great about this is not only can you cut circles, but you can also cut half circles and partial circles. Let me show you that again. Did it really happen that easy? Yes, we can adjust it. Let's make a little bit of a bigger circle. You can do up to 2 layers of denim at a time if you're wanting. This is going to be now a 6-inch circle. I'm going to use the center point. I'm putting it down. I go over to the blade, put a little pressure on that blade. I swing that right around. And by the way, boom, done. Now, one of the reasons this works so well also is because we actually have a large base. This large sled, and let's go to the close-up. I'm going to show you what this does. This large sled helps actually creates a surface that actually pushes down on the fabric. So let's go to the overhead. I want to show everybody with my finger what this looks like here. If I'm pushing, and normally you have these open circle cutters, what happens is that fabric usually bunches up as that cutter goes around. Now you might be using a plate and you might be trying to use your rotary cutter, right? That's a little bit of a challenge. But what's so amazing is that this sled helps actually, you can see it goes on and off that fabric. So you can actually and it keeps that right in place. So that big flat surface pushes that down to hold it all in place. What I'd like to do right now, since we did talk about the system as a whole, I'd like to kind of do a shout out and go back to you, Blaine, and let's talk about the amazing specials that you guys have right now on this TrueCut Master Cutting Collection.
All right, Nathan. Hey, man, great job again. And you know what I love about that thing, Nathan, is that you can make it left-handed or right-handed. That cutter.
You absolutely can. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that is awesome. I haven't really seen too many on the market that you can do that for. So that's one thing I think everybody's just really liking about that. But I want to remind everybody how you can get this package. Now, look at all the things you're getting right there. This package is $199.30. But hey, is that and that is the show price, guys. That's the show price. It's $199.30 or $198.30. $199?
Yeah, $199.
$199 even. Okay, $199 even. I can't say, y'all know that. So $199 even. And hey, it is that is our show price. But I want to remind everybody, hey, you can still get other products. We have actually a lot of things discounted with the TrueCut systems. So this particular system is $199, and you're getting everything you see on the screen there. You're getting a ton of things. We had also, if you use the coupon codes TrueCut, VQF TrueCut, you can get 30% off all the other accessories that are on the TrueCut page on our website. Now, this is already discounted. That coupon code will not work on this package. It's already discounted. The price is reflecting that. And then if you wanted to get one of those sharpeners, one of those rotary disc sharpeners, that thing is 40% off, and the coupon code on it is VQF360, and you'll get 40% off that. So great products, great pricing. And Nathan, so what out of all these things that you've shown today, you know, I tell you, what's your favorite? I love this morning when you showed the ruler and that guide cutter. I mean, I just absolutely love that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. You know, I'm a little partial to this. I actually designed this. Our owner came to us and said, "Hey, Nathan, let's go create cutting tools." And I'm like, "Hey, Jim, you're crazy, okay? There's a million of them out there." He says, "No, Nathan, let's go and find the biggest challenges customers have. Let's fix it. Let's solve it." And it took me a bit. And with the help of my engineering team, we came out with this ergonomic cutter. It started from, a baked clay piece that I started using to cut it, and I fine-tuned it, and I used our solid modeling. So I'm kind of partial to this. I do want to quickly just cap and add a couple things, Blaine, to your comment. One is these cutters can be used left or right-handed, so they're easy to adjust. And so I do have both a left and a right-handed one. It's the same cutter. So maybe if we can zoom in on this, and I'll show you again. So you can make them left or right-handed. I also want to show you, we have that quick release blade, which makes it really easy. That blade pops right out, pops right back in there. So changing the blade is super easy. I did want to quickly recap on a couple things for you, Blaine. I do want to talk, I love the 360, but let me just clarify, because people probably really, what's everything included in the kit? Let me show you that. I did neglect to talk about this double-sided mat is also part of that. So these mats are 5 layers, self-healing, and we have markings, full markings on both sides. These mats will last you an incredibly long time. They're very durable. They're very, very high quality. So we also are including what we call this non-slip mat. And what this does is this keeps it, once you put your mat down, from sliding around. So that non-slip pad is also included to go underneath your 24 by 36 inch cutting mat. Again, we're giving you the 45 millimeter cutter. I'm going to stack this maybe on the overhead here so we can see this. We're going to do the cutter, the ruler. We're including the 3 by 18 ruler, the 6.5 by 12.5 ruler. We're including the 12.5 square, the 9.5 square, the 6.5 square. We're including all 3 triangles, 60, our kite one, our 90. We're including also a 5-pack of blades. Again, the mat and the non-slip pads are all part of this, what I call a master cutting collection. With the last couple minutes, I do want to show everybody this rotary blade sharpener that we have, because we do find tremendous success with this, and I just want to bring that out in front of us. Again, this is a separate item that you can go ahead and use your coupon that they're running this on. But maybe really quick, Blaine, I saw that price for that master cutting collection. I think you guys had that at almost 50% off. Buy that now. That's an amazing deal. If you're a husband or a wife and you have a loved one that's in the quilting and there's not a better time to buy a gift, You know, gift it to them for the summer. Get ready for the fall time. Add to what you already have to build and create the easier, safer, more accurate cutting system. That's an amazing deal. So sorry, I just wanted to go back because I was pretty impressed with that. I didn't give them that kind of a deal. That's a really good deal. So
you're right. It is. It's about 50% off. And hey, we have a question too, Nathan. Now I know that cutter, I know the blade doesn't retract, but doesn't it have a guard on it? So when you're not using it, it protects the blade?
It sure does. Quick close up on this, Brent. We're just going to show everybody the guard you can see is this black guard. And so then it gets opened and closed. And that happens. There's a little opening thing here. So again, if you have the guide on it, we end up with the guide is right here that opens that. So that makes it so it's safe, so that can't retract. The guide is in place so that it's safe and so there's no cutting.
Okay, so I wanted to remind everybody again about all the pricing on these packages. Now, again, if all the accessories that we have on the page, you can get 30% off, and I think Kyle's been putting that on the screen, that coupon code for that. It's VQF True Cut. You're gonna get 30% off the accessories. Now, what you're seeing on the screen right now, this is the Master Cutting Collection, and this is $199. That's 50% off. That is the price. The coupon codes will not work on this. This is the show special. And one of the other things that Nathan showed this morning was that 360 cutter. That one is 40% off on that 360 cutter and a circle cutter. It's the one at circle cutter. It was so impressive that Carla did yesterday as well. You're going to get 40% off that, and that coupon code is VQF360. You can get 40% off that. And those things are really going well too. And then if you wanted to get that sharpener, that is 30% off. And you can use that first coupon code I gave you. But we have two packages. Nathan showed one of the packages earlier today. We have that package. It was $99. And then this one is $199. And both of these, the coupon codes will not work on these because these are the show prices. But guys, call in if you need to. You can go right to the website and order this. And you don't need to call anybody. But if you need some help, call in. 1-800-401-8151 or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in the search bar, you can type in True Cut and it will take you right to the True Cut page and you can see all the accessories there. Nathan, that product is awesome. And one of my hobbies is flying radio-controlled airplanes, and we use the plastic heat shrink covering to cover our airplanes. And I use rotary cutters, and I just found my new rotary cutter.
Wonderful, wonderful. Again, Blaine, thanks for having me. Those people who have thought about, and if you've been at home and you've thought that there was a better way to cut, there is. I'm going to recommend you take a look at Sewing Machines Plus website. Again, we have not only an amazing deal with what you're seeing today in the packages, they have the electric sharpeners, which sharpen your rotary blades. Again, the circle cutters, combos, separate. Anything you can think of, again, that's going to help make that cutting experience better. I'm just going to do one last shout out. I'm going to ask you to think about that now because the pricing that I'm telling you that Blaine has, I don't think that I authorize that, but he is doing an amazing deal with what that is. So take advantage of those wonderful prices while you can. And Blaine, again, thanks for having us on the show. We're excited about what we've got going on. We're excited about meeting with you and doing more things here over the next couple of days. So thanks for having Grace Company. And again, thanks for letting me join all of you quilters. Again, Nathan from the Grace Company. So thank you very much.
Well, hey, Nathan, I hope I'm not in too much trouble. I figured if we sold enough of them, you wouldn't get too mad at me for really giving great deals to everybody out there. So, but y'all heard it there. Hey, what a great package of the True Cut system from Grace. And we sure do appreciate Nathan coming on and doing that. You'll get to see Nathan again, I think, tomorrow. And so, hey, don't delay on these products now, guys. And a lot of these products, the quantities are limited and they're flying off the shelves, and especially the show pricing. And if for some reason it's one of those prices that you have to call to get on the phones and you're having trouble getting through, like I told you during the show, hey, just go to that Google Sheets that Kyle's putting that link up in the chat. You hit that Google Sheets link. It'll take you there, fill out your name, your phone number, and put what product you're interested in. And that's going to lock you in to get that show price, even if it's next week before you get it ordered. We're going to honor those prices as long as you're on that Google Sheet. So, but we are trying to get everybody called back by the end of the day. If we don't get you called back by the end of the day, we'll try to get you first thing in the morning. But I know they were a lot better on the phones today. You didn't have to wait too long to get somebody. I think Kyle told me we only had about 25 people that had to get on the Google Sheets today. So that was a lot better than the first couple days. So, Hey guys, we do appreciate that y'all are following our Quilt Fest, and I got to give a big shout out to Kim Wolf out there, and I know there's probably others too, but Kim, she texted in and said, hey, I've been on here for 80 hours. So she's, which that was probably a couple hours ago. But anyway, but I want to also give a shout out. There's a customer of ours. It's called, her name's Mary Enos. I think I'm getting her last name right, Mary Enos. And Mary just sent an email and said that she was bragging about 𝓕𝓼, one of our chat experts, and talking about how nice she was, and you know, took her time to always talk to her. And she said she's watching the show today. And you know, hey Mary, if you're out there, let us know, chime in and let us know you're on right now and where you're from. And what we want you to do is I want you to send me send your shipping address to contest plural with an S at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Just send your shipping address and your name and everything to me. And what I'm going to do, because I'm going to tell y'all the story. Mary chimed in and said she's watching. She loves all the demos, but she said this is way beyond her skill level. And I don't believe that. If you're a sewer, you can do this. So what I'm going to do, Mary, is I'm going to send you one of those ready to sew quilting kits, and I'm going to challenge you to try to give it your best shot and see if you can make one of them things, and then take some pictures of it and send it to me. So how about that, Mary? I want you to chime in and let us know you're there, but make sure you send us your email address, your shipping address and your name to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it. David, can we run that across the screen so she can see it? And he's going to send that, put that email address up there, you'll see it, but it's contest, plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. And Mary, I want to send that to you and challenge you to make one of those kits for me. So anyway, guys, it is ready. It's giveaway time. Are y'all ready to win some stuff? So we got some stuff to give away, and our first prize that we're going to give away today actually comes from Sew Steady, and it's the Feather Ruler Organizer class, and then it's the Feather Set Wreath Quilting Template, the Echo, and Feather Spine. And our winner today comes from Facebook, and congratulations goes to Barbara Gary. So Barbara Gary, congratulations. All right, our next product comes from Dime, and it is the print and sticker target template paper. And if we could get that up there, there it is, and take the winner down. So let's get our new winner up here. So our next winner comes actually from Facebook, and it's Didi Gonzalez. Didi Gonzalez, congratulations. And when I'm going to tell you how you claim your prize at the end of all these giveaways, okay? And then our next prize is one of these Grace True Cut rotary systems. Y'all saw Nathan, showing that. Well, anyway, this is the True Cut rotary system, and our winner is coming from YouTube, and it's Stephanie Ashraf. Stephanie Ashraf, or Ashraf, I guess. Ashraf. So Stephanie, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your last name, but I think it's Ashraf maybe. So anyway, congratulations, Stephanie, on that. And then our last prize we're giving away, hey, this is the Brother LB5000M. And the one you're looking at on the screen is actually the Star Wars version, but this is the Marvel version. So we're going to give you the LB5000 Marvel version, and it has the little sticky overlays that you can put on it. You don't have to put the decals on there if you don't like Marvel, you don't have to put them on there. But this is the 4x4 embroidery machine. What a great little machine this is from Brother, and our winner is coming from YouTube, and our winner is Dorothy Compton. So congratulations, Dorothy, on winning, and congratulations to all of our winners. Make sure to claim your prize. You send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, to SewingMachinesPlus.com, and in that header, that title up there, put I won, and down in the body of that email, put your name, your shipping address, where you want your prize shipped to, and just tell us what you won. So it helps us match those up a little bit better. So anyway, guys, hey, this is the end of our show. Another successful day on day 4. We're going to be here first thing in the morning. We're going to start the live stream at 8 a.m. Pacific time, and we'll be here for day 5. And we've got another tremendous show lined up for you with a lot of great guests. We can't wait for you to be here tomorrow. And so a lot of great specials. And so we hope you'll stick around, hope you'll join us, and we'll hope y'all have a great night. We'll see y'all tomorrow.